Chapter 22:17. The two divine nine-dragon cauldrons resonated with each other, and their power multiplied. Boom. The first cauldron pressed down. The evil god tribe Great Emperor's body shook violently, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The arm that held the battle axe cracked, and even the bones were broken. Boom. The second cauldron pressed down. The evil god tribe Great Emperor let out a miserable cry, and his body was torn into pieces. He had fallen. A great emperor, even though he should be a low-level great emperor, was killed by the continuous attacks of the two divine nine-dragon cauldrons. The divine nine-dragon cauldrons had awakened, and their power was terrifying. Damn it, go and kill them. In the distance, an evil god tribe member noticed this scene and immediately roared in anger. Swish. 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 At least 5 or 6 evil god tribe members charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Among them, there were even high-level great emperors. Come on, fully awaken. Lu Ming let out a long roar. Roar. Lu Ming's body glowed, and 9 dragons coiled around him. The 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons vibrated, and dragon roars could be heard. The 9 dragon veins that coiled around the divine nine-dragon cauldrons seemed to have come to life. They emitted light, and they looked lifelike. Wang, wang, wang. Next, the 9 divine nine-dragon cauldrons flew up and floated around Lu Ming and Dandan. One of them floated above their heads. An array of light shone down, enveloping the 2 of them. The other 8 floated around the 2 of them. At this moment, the evil god tribe members had also arrived. The 6 evil god tribe members were all great emperors, and there were even high-level great emperors. With so many great emperors joining forces, it was definitely terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming roared, and with a push of his hands, the 8 divine nine-dragon cauldrons flew out. They expanded continuously, filling the sky, and pressed down on the 6 evil god tribe members. Within the divine nine-dragon cauldrons, dragon roars could be heard. The 8 cauldrons were even bigger than the immemorial divine mountains, and they were filled with endless power. Bam! Bam! The divine nine-dragon cauldrons pressed down, and the low-level great emperor screamed in pain. His body exploded, and he died on the spot. As for the high-level great emperor, his body also cracked, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Wang. The 8 divine cauldrons trembled, and a terrifying energy burst out. The high-level evil god tribe Great Emperor's body exploded inch by inch, and he too died. The divine nine-dragon cauldrons contained. The divine nine-dragon cauldrons have awakened. Kill. Dandan was excited. Kill. Lin shouted evil god. He controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldrons was. Evil was evil was the evil was evil ancestor. Evil sword artist had activated his origin energy, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. However, he could only fight to a draw with the evil god tribe patriarch. Although the 3 great emperors from Two World City were peak great emperors, there were too many experts on the other side. At that moment, they were in a precarious situation. They were covered in blood and could die at any time. Right then Lu Ming had arrived. Of the 9 cauldrons, 1 was used to protect him, while the other 8 were used to attack the evil god race. The 8 cauldrons covered the sky and covered the sun. A dragon vein appeared on each cauldron, emitting light as it roared toward the sky. The 8 cauldrons resonated with each other, and their power increased exponentially. Boom. Boom. The cauldrons pressed down, and the members of the evil god tribe exploded one by one. Those below the level of great emperor had no power to fight back. Even for great emperors, low-level great emperors below the level of 3-star great emperors, they couldn't fight back and were killed one after another. Even the high-level great emperors above 4 stars couldn't resist. They spurted out blood, and their bodies were on the verge of exploding. A single attack had killed many members of the evil god tribe. Dandan's eyes lit up as she exclaimed in delight. Kill him! The members of the evil god tribe roared. Some of the peak great emperors charged at Lu Ming and Dandan. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldrons and attacked. Dong! 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 The divine nine-dragon cauldrons clashed with the peak great emperors. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The peak great emperors were forced to retreat, spurting out blood. Cracks appeared on his body. The divine nine-dragon cauldrons seemed to have awakened. Even the peak great emperors couldn't resist. Kill. The three peak great emperors of the two-world city seized the opportunity to kill one of the enemy's peak great emperors. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the divine nine dragon cauldrons and attacked. With Lu Ming's help, they had the upper hand. The experts of the evil god tribe were being hunted down. In just a few minutes, more than 200 members of the evil god tribe were killed. There were dozens of great emperors. This was a shocking result. If this happened in the primordial realm, it would scare people to death. Although this was the battlefield between the Taiching Sky Domain and the foreign races, and most of the experts of the two worlds were gathered here. There were many great emperors and heavenly emperors. However, it was rare for dozens of great emperors to die at once. The great emperors of the evil god tribe were scared. They retreated when they saw Lu Ming. Go and help senior evil sword guest. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine dragon cauldrons and flew toward the battlefield of evil sword guest and the evil god tribe ancestor. Suppress. Lu Ming shouted. He pushed with both hands and the 8 divine nine dragon cauldrons flew out and suppressed the evil god tribe ancestor. 2 ants, you are courting death. The evil god tribe ancestor roared. Lu Ming had killed so many experts of the evil god tribe just now. His killing intent was extremely strong. Rays of light burst out from his third eye. It was the light of destruction. However, the light of destruction of the evil god tribe ancestor was not just a ray of light. It could transform into 3-eyed demonic beasts that were as big as mountains. They pounced on Lu Ming and collided with the divine nine dragon cauldrons. Boom. Boom. Terrifying vibrations resounded through the sky. The void was disintegrating continuously, as if it was returning to chaos. The 8 cauldrons were sent flying back. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force pressing on him, almost causing his body to explode. Lu Ming retreated quickly. His face was pale and his blood was boiling. What a terrifying force. Lu Ming finally understood that the evil god tribe ancestor was too strong. He could not be mentioned in the same breath as the great emperor. They were worlds apart. Although the patriarch of the evil god tribe was seriously injured, and was in a fierce battle with the evil swordsman, the destructive light that was emitted from his third eye was able to repel the nine dragon cauldron, and almost injure Lu Ming. Dandan, let's enter the cauldron, Lu Ming said to Dandan. Dandan nodded. Then the two of them flew into the cauldron above their heads. In the cauldron, the protective power was stronger. External forces would be blocked by the cauldron. Then Lu Ming controlled the divine nine dragon cauldron, and let it fly out to meet with the other 8 cauldrons. The combined power of the 9 cauldrons was even more terrifying. The divine nine dragon cauldron spun and attacked the evil god tribe ancestor. Boom. This time, it finally destroyed the demonic beasts formed by the light of destruction, and attacked the evil god tribe ancestor's body. Clang. Chapter 22:18. Evil swordsman's sword was stunning. It finally broke through the evil god tribe patriarch's attack and charged towards him. The cultivation method of the evil god tribe was not a system of laws. It was very similar to the immemorial system of the heaven domain. They cultivated a strange power that was very powerful. It was both offensive and defensive. At this moment, it was slashed open by evil swordsman's sword light. A deep sword wound was left on the evil god tribe patriarch's body. Roar. The evil god tribe patriarch roared. A layer of purple light covered his body as he charged towards evil swordsman. At this moment, Lu Ming controlled the divine nine dragon cauldron and charged over again. The divine nine dragon cauldron resonated with each other and suppressed the evil god tribe patriarch together. The evil god tribe patriarch waved the weapon in his hand and attacked continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The divine nine dragon cauldron kept rumbling and was sent flying. However, evil swordsman's attack came again. The evil god tribe patriarch was already severely injured, and his fighting strength was greatly reduced. Now that he was surrounded by Lu Ming and evil swordsmen, he was completely at a disadvantage. The rest of the evil god tribe were shocked. Even the evil god tribe patriarch was no match for them? Then how could they open the passage? As for the 3 experts from Two World City, they were overjoyed. Lu Ming could control the divine nine dragon cauldron and unleash boundless fighting strength. It was a pleasant surprise. This gave them a chance to turn the tables. But at this moment, their faces changed drastically, because in the distance, there were a few extremely terrifying auras that were spreading towards them. The few of them looked in one direction. There were 3 huge demonic figures that were heading towards them. The strength of their auras was not weaker than the evil god tribe patriarchs, the evil god tribe's peerless experts, and there are 3 of them at once. The 3 people from Two World City were pale, and despair was written all over their faces. In the Heavenly Emperor realm, there was a huge gap between each level. The gap between each level was huge. Only Heavenly Emperors who were 4-star Heavenly Emperors and above could be called peerless experts. Such people already stood at the peak of the world. They were at the top of the pyramid of all living beings, and were unbelievably powerful. The reason why this ancient battlefield was so terrifying was that a group of peerless experts had fought in the past. After many experts died, they left behind an inextinguishable mark that was extremely terrifying. The evil god tribe patriarch. It wasn't hard to imagine just how powerful a peerless powerhouse was. Now there were 3 of them. Inside the divine 9-dragon cauldron, Lu Ming and Dandan could also sense the situation outside. At this moment, their faces changed drastically. "It's them!" Lu Ming roared. Back then, when he crossed over from the primordial realm, he saw 4 incomparably huge demonic figures of the evil god tribe fighting a fierce battle with the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Clearly, it was these 4 people. The ancestors are here. The members of the evil god tribe were wild with joy. For the sake of seizing this passageway, the evil god race could be said to have made ample preparations. First, they sent a large army to attack Two World City, preventing the Heavenly Realm experts from diverting their attention to reinforce them. Then they opened up this passageway. When the evil god race's army entered the primordial realm, the overall situation would be decided. Kill. In the distance, an ancestor of the evil god tribe roared. The void exploded unceasingly. The scene was extremely horrifying. "Damn it!" Evil sword artist roared. One ancestor of the evil god tribe was already hard enough to deal with, and now there were 3 more. He could sense that the ancestors of the evil god tribe were all injured. Their strength was not as strong as before, but it was still extremely shocking. The 3 demonic figures rushed over with extreme speed. Boom. But at this moment, the sky in the distance exploded violently. The void collapsed, and a huge hand stretched out from the dark void. The huge hand was incomparably huge, and it was filled with the might of the heavenly Tao. It blasted toward the 3 ancestors of the evil god tribe. "Who is it?" Imitating the ancestors of the evil god tribe, they roared and blasted out attacks toward the huge hand. Boom. That part of the void was directly smashed. It was as if the world had been destroyed and returned to chaos. Amidst the terrifying explosion, that huge hand exploded. But then, a figure appeared in that area. This figure was enveloped by divine light, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. One could only roughly feel that he was burly and filled with supreme majesty. Boom. That figure continued to attack. His hands continuously blasted out terrifying palm prints toward the 3 ancestors of the evil god tribe. "It's a peerless expert of our heavenly realm." The 3 experts of Two World City were ecstatic. Finally, a peerless expert of the heavenly realm had rushed over. The ancestors of the evil god tribe were injured in the end. At this moment, the 3 of them were suppressed by a peerless expert of the heavenly realm. The 3 of them were extremely indignant and roared. If they were at their peak, they would not be weaker than the other party. It was a pity that they were injured and their strength was greatly reduced. That was why they were so sullen. The 3 of them were suppressed by the other party. "You go and kill them. Leave this person to the 2 of us." At this moment, an evil god tribe ancestor roared. The light on his body became brighter and brighter. 2 of the ancestors of the evil god tribe went all out. Ignoring their injuries, they forcefully raised their combat strength to the peak and charged toward the peerless expert of the heavenly realm. The 3 of them collided horribly and fought in the depths of the dark void. The remaining ancestor of the evil god tribe charged toward Lu Ming and the others. "Ant die." The ancestor of the evil god tribe roared and stretched out a palm. His palm was suffused with terrifying light as he grabbed toward Lu Ming. Even though they were very far away, A terrifying pressure pressed down on the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, causing it to buzz and vibrate. Kill. Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron and attacked the other party. Boom. Boom. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron collided with the other party's attack. It vibrated continuously, and then was sent flying. Lu Ming and Dandan were hiding in a Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. At this moment, they were also violently shaken. Their blood and chi were boiling. Swoosh! The ancestor of the evil god tribe charged over. His incomparably huge body started to shrink and eventually became the size of an ordinary person. This ancestor of the evil god tribe was not much different from a human. He had a head of purple hair and was incomparably handsome. The only difference was that there was a third eye at the center of his brows. This was a royal member of the evil god tribe. The royal member of the evil god tribe was too strong. Even though he was injured, his combat strength was still very terrifying. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of purple light. The third eye at the center of his brows lit up. 9 sparkling and resplendent battle swords flew out and slashed toward the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Clang! Clang! The battle swords continuously slashed on the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Sparks flew everywhere and the cauldron vibrated continuously. Lu Ming and Dandan were hiding in that cauldron and were surrounded by 8 other cauldrons. But even so, the terrifying power of the other party still surged in, causing Lu Ming to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. Dandan's cultivation was slightly higher, so it was slightly better. The situation was not good for Lu Ming and the others. If this continued, they would be killed by the other party even with the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The main thing was that the difference in cultivation was too great. If Lu Ming had the cultivation of a true emperor, the situation would be much better. Awaken, Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Chapter 22:19. In Lu Ming's body, his blood and chi surged like a river, and they were also like true dragons swimming around. Roar! Dragon roars rang out. The 9 dragon phantom around Lu Ming's body suddenly broke apart and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Then, 9 drops of blood essence flew out from Lu Ming's body. 9 dragon blood essence. Lu Ming didn't need to think to know that this was the 9 dragon blood essence. The 9 dragon blood essence that he had refined in his body actually flew out of his body. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt extremely weak. His physical strength was rapidly weakening. The 9 drops of 9 dragon blood essence shone and flew into the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons let out a shocking dragon roar. At the same time, the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons actually started to merge. Such a change caused the expression of the evil god tribe's patriarch to change. He launched an even stronger attack. However, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons completed the merger amidst the tremors. The 9 cauldrons merged into one. Lu Ming and Dandan were still in the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons. When the 9 cauldrons merged into one, their power increased greatly. They were even larger than mountains, filling the sky and suppressing the other party. Dong! Dong! The other party's battle sword continuously slashed at the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons. However, when the 9 cauldrons merged into one, their power was indeed stronger. With a shake, the other party's battle sword shattered inch by inch. Kill! The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons didn't stop, attacking the other party. Boom! The other party's palm struck the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons. The cauldrons were fine, but the other party's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat continuously. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's killing intent surged. He took the opportunity to control the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons and continuously attacked the other party. The attacks of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons were barbaric and direct. There was no technique, just crushing the other party. Kill, kill, kill this bastard. Dandan made a fuss. Boom. The evil god tribe's patriarch was sent flying again. He retreated continuously, his purple hair fluttering in the wind, and his eyes filled with rage. Ants! The evil god tribe's patriarch roared. He could feel the cultivation bases of Lu Ming and Dandan in the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. In his eyes, they were no different from ants. But now, he was being suppressed by 2 ants. This made him furious. Amidst his enraged bellows, the body of the evil god tribe's old ancestor started to expand rapidly. In the end, he surpassed the mountain peak and pierced into the clouds, becoming even bigger than the divine nine-dragon cauldron. At the same time, the light on his body became even brighter, and his aura continued to rise. Not good, this guy is going all out. He doesn't care about his injuries and raises his strength to the peak, Dandan exclaimed. Boom. At this moment, the aura of the evil god tribe's old ancestor reached its peak. A beam of light shot out from the third eye, transforming into a gigantic sword that slashed towards the nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron also emitted a layer of light that blasted toward the other party. Dong. A terrifying tremor rang out. That region completely exploded. The earth split apart, and the space was smashed into smithereens. They appeared in the dark void and continued to fight. The evil god tribe's old ancestor slammed out with his palm blotting out the skies as it slammed into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook violently again. Next, the evil god tribe's old ancestor unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks. At this moment, the evil god tribe's old ancestor ignored his injuries and raised his strength to the peak. It was truly shocking. This was a true peerless expert, a figure that reigned supreme in the universe. He was simply too strong. At this moment, even if the divine nine-dragon cauldron were to merge into one, it would still be difficult to defeat the other party. Roar! Roar! The divine nine-dragon cauldron was suppressed, but the dragon roars continued, and they were getting louder and louder. Finally, a true dragon appeared above the divine nine-dragon cauldron. No, it was 9 dragons. A 9 dragon with 9 dragon claws under its abdomen. 9 dragons appeared. At the start, they were still illusory, but they became more and more real. In the end, they became lifelike, as if they were real. It was as if 9 dragons had come back to life. Nestle, the 9 dragons have appeared. No, this is the combination of his blood essence and the imprint of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. It's not a physical body. Dandan shouted. Roar. The 9 dragons roared. Their eyes were as resplendent as the sun. Their dragon claws stepped on the air, pouncing toward the evil god tribe's old ancestor. 9 dragons. The evil god tribe's old ancestor shouted. Fear flashed across his eyes. Although he was the old ancestor of the evil god tribe, he was not someone who had survived from the ancient era. He was born later and had never seen the 9 dragons. However, he had heard of the rumors about the 9 dragons. The top 10 battle beasts of the heaven domain were all peak experts. They were extremely terrifying. Back then, countless experts of the evil god tribe had died in their hands. There were experts among his ancestors who had died in the hands of the top 10 battle beasts. When he saw the 9 dragons appear, he was instinctively frightened. However, he immediately reacted. This was not a physical body, not the real 9 dragons. What did he have to be afraid of? He roared and charged toward the 9 dragons, fighting with them. After all, the 9 dragons were just 9 drops of blood essence, and the imprint of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Their strength was far from their peak. On the other hand, the evil god tribe's old ancestor had already raised his strength to his peak. The two sides fought, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Lu Ming, it's more important to completely destroy that passageway. Don't fight with the other party. At this moment, Evil Swordsman's voice sounded. That's right. Lu Ming nodded secretly and sent a message to Evil Swordsman. Senior, how can I completely destroy that passageway? You control the 9 dragons and let them attack that passageway. Turn the space there into nothingness and return to chaos. In that case, it will take at least 100 years for the passageway to reappear. This will buy us some time, Evil Swordsman said. All right. Lu Ming made up his mind and started to control the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Boom. The 9 dragons exchanged another blow with the other party. Then they turned around and charged toward the original passageway. The divine nine-dragon cauldron was below the 9 dragons. Following the 9 dragons, it quickly moved toward the original passageway. You want to leave? Stay. The evil god tribe's old ancestor roared and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the original passageway. Roar! The 9 dragons roared and stomped their claws. A terrifying attack blasted toward that location. The space in that area kept exploding and turning into the tiniest particles. Back then, although the passageway had collapsed and exploded, it hadn't exploded completely. From time to time, cracks in space would appear. In that case, it was still possible to open it with some powerful means. However, if it collapsed completely, it would be difficult to open it in a short period of time. The evil god tribe's old ancestor naturally knew what Lu Ming was going to do. He was instantly enraged and charged toward Lu Ming. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar came from the depths of the sky. A huge real dragon appeared and clawed at the evil god tribe's old ancestor. It's the real dragon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. When he had passed through the passageway and just arrived in the heaven realm, he had seen the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the 9 dragon veins fighting against the evil god tribe's old ancestor. Chapter 22:20. Previously, Lu Ming hadn't seen that true dragon and thought that it had already fallen. But now, it seemed that it hadn't. This true dragon was fighting with the evil god race's ancestor, making it impossible for him to come over. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron with all his might, allowing the 9 dragons to continuously bombard the space. Space kept exploding. Could this be the ancestral dragon? At this moment, Dandan looked at the incomparably huge true dragon in the sky, dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. Ancestral dragon? What is that? A senior? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was rare to see someone who could make Dandan so shocked. Lu Ming was very surprised. No, it's not the ancestral dragon. If it's really the ancestral dragon, he can kill this evil god race with just a breath. No, it's just a trace of his aura. Dandan didn't seem to have heard Lu Ming's words. He muttered to himself, still looking dazed. Lu Ming was shocked. How was it possible that he could kill this evil god race with just a breath? This evil god race was a peerless powerhouse, a heavenly emperor above 4 stars. Even a peak heavenly emperor wouldn't be able to kill him with just a breath. But a peak heavenly emperor already stood at the peak of this world. According to Lu Ming's understanding, a heavenly emperor was the limit of cultivation in this world, the true peak invincible. Could it be that there was an existence stronger than a peak heavenly emperor? Lu Ming thought that Dandan was bragging. He didn't think too much about it, and controlled the 9 dragons with all his might, constantly bombarding the void. This was somewhat like kneading dough. If you didn't knead a ball of dough, there would be many cracks. Those balls of dough wouldn't completely fuse together. If you followed the cracks, you could separate the entire ball of dough. However, after continuous kneading and slapping, the dough would fuse together, and those cracks would also disappear. Right now this void, this passageway, was like this. It was like the dough before being kneaded. There were still cracks. The evil god race could follow these cracks and completely open the passageway. And Lu Ming's current bombardment was kneading the dough, wanting to completely fuse these spaces together, and make the cracks disappear. Of course, this required astonishing strength. Even ordinary heavenly emperors would find it difficult to do so. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9 drops of 9 dragons' essence blood flew out, manifesting 9 dragons. Only with this kind of power could the passage completely collapse and the cracks disappear. The evil god race's old ancestor naturally knew what Lu Ming and the others were planning. However, one of them was blocked by the enormous true dragon, and was unable to break free from it. Dream on! The ancestor of the evil god tribe, who was fighting with evil sword artist, roared. The light on his body shone brightly. At this moment he could no longer care about his injuries. He risked aggravating his injuries and unleashed all his strength. Boom! Evil Sword Master was sent flying with a single move. However, Evil Sword Master didn't retreat. He charged towards his opponent once again. He needed to give Lu Ming enough time. However, Evil Sword Artist was severely injured after all. He had almost died in the ancient war. Until now, his strength was far from fully recovered. He was no match for the evil god tribe patriarch and was sent flying again. Not good. Lu Ming was so anxious that he tried his best to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Not only did the 9 dragons attack the void, but the divine 9-dragon cauldron also shone brightly as it blasted towards the void. That space continued to explode, heal, and then explode again. Quick, quick! Lu Ming was anxious because evil sword artists couldn't hold on any longer. If this continued, evil sword artists would definitely die. Once evil sword artists died, Mulin's and Qinfei Ryu, who were an evil sword artist's small world, would definitely die too. Lu Ming had to make the best use of his time. Roar. The 9 dragons roared and their bodies shone brightly. Beams of light shot out from the 9 dragons' bodies. It was extremely dazzling. Boom. Finally, the 9 dragons' bodies exploded. This explosion formed a terrifying energy. The space in this area was completely annihilated, turning into nothingness and chaos. No, the evil god tribe patriarch roared. Ha ha ha, great. Evil sword artist laughed. He no longer tried to stop the other party. In a flash, he charged towards the 3 experts from Two World City. With a wave of his energy, he lifted them up and flew into the distance. Lu Ming, that's enough. Let's go. Evil sword artist's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and flew towards evil sword artist. They met up and headed in the same direction. The 2 old ancestors of the evil god tribe joined forces and rushed towards that gigantic true dragon. That gigantic true dragon was no match for them, and its gigantic body began to crumble apart. Eventually, the entire body of the true dragon exploded, turning into a drop of fresh blood. With a flash, it disappeared from the area. A drop of blood. The 2 evil god tribe patriarchs were shocked. Then they arrived at the original passageway. That stretch of void was rapidly healing. After it healed, there was no space left. It was exactly the same as the other regions. The tunnel had completely collapsed. Damn it! Kill those ants! The purple-haired patriarch of the evil god tribe roared and chased after Lu Ming, evil swordsman, and the rest. The other evil god tribe patriarch and the other evil god tribe patriarchs chased after evil sword artist. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9 dragon cauldron and flew with evil sword artist. But at this moment, Lu Ming felt weak. Buzz. The divine 9 dragon cauldron shook and shrunk rapidly. Lu Ming and Dandan flew out of the divine 9 dragon cauldron. Then, the divine 9 dragon cauldron split into 9 and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. At the same time, 9 drops of blood flew out of the divine 9 dragon cauldron and entered Lu Ming's body. Whoosh. At this moment, a red light flashed in the distance. A drop of blood pierced through the void and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He did not understand what was going on. But at this moment he felt weak. Let's go. Evil sword artist waved his hand and swept Lu Ming and Dandan away. But evil sword artist had not recovered from his injuries. In order to stop the evil god tribe patriarch, he had worsened his injuries. Although he was fast, there was a limit to his speed. Behind them, 2 figures chased after them at an alarming speed. It was the 2 evil god tribe patriarchs. We're doomed. We're doomed. Dandan wailed. Now that evil sword artist was seriously injured, and the divine 9 dragon cauldron had run out of energy, how were they going to deal with the 2 evil god tribe patriarchs? You cowardly tortoise. You're no different from before. Evil sword artist glanced at Dandan indifferently and said disdainfully, "What did you say? You better show some respect. Do you know how to respect your juniors? You're my junior, do you understand?" Dandan was pissed and glared at evil swordsman. "Oh, is that so? Then I can only keep you here first. Maybe I can delay them a little." Evil sword artist said indifferently. Dandan immediately withered. He forced a smile and looked at evil sword artist with a gentle face. "Don't be like this. I was just joking with you. We're old friends. Calm down, calm down." Ha! At the side, Lu Ming despised him. The 3 experts from Two World City despised him too. Chapter 22-21. Evil swordsman didn't say anything else. He led the group and flew quickly. However, the 2 evil god tribe patriarchs were getting closer and closer. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. "You will definitely die today." "No, I won't let you die. I will extract your souls and make you suffer," one of the evil god tribe patriarchs said coldly. They were furious. They had finally found a passage to the primordial realm. As long as they could take it, they could send an army into the primordial realm. Then it would be much easier to invade the Taiching sky domain. But now everything was ruined. even though that tunnel was an innate tunnel, and as time passed, that tunnel would automatically reveal itself and return to its original appearance. It would definitely take a long time for that to happen. Most importantly, their plan was ruined by a few juniors even though they were patriarchs. It was really embarrassing. Their killing intent was naturally strong. They kept closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. Danden's face turned pale. Evil Swordsman was very calm. He used his own energy to envelop Lu Ming and the others and flew quickly. Suddenly, Evil Swordsman stopped flying. "Hey, why aren't you running?" Danden's face turned even paler. "Wait for them," Evil Swordsman said lightly. The others were confused. The two Evil God Tribe patriarchs were also stunned. They didn't understand why Evil Swordsman suddenly stopped. However, they didn't stop and continued to chase. When they were about to reach Lu Ming and the others, a bright light suddenly shone in the sky. Many figures appeared in the sky. There were humans and divine beasts among these figures. There were huge divine foxes, great rocks with wingspans that covered the sky, and Kirans covered in scales. There were more than 10 figures. Kill all the foreign races. These figures were filled with killing intent. They looked at the two Evil God Tribe patriarchs and attacked them. Lu Ming, Danden, and the others were dumbfounded. Obviously, these figures were the imprints left behind by the peerless experts who had died in the primordial era. However, he did not expect that there would be more than a dozen of them here. Evil Sword Artist's eyes dimmed as if he was reminiscing about the past. He sighed. Back then, more than 10 experts died here. It was extremely tragic. These experts were unwilling to accept it. And before they died, they left behind an inextinguishable mark. Everyone shivered inwardly and then sighed. Just how many powerhouses were buried in the ground beneath their feet? It was no wonder that Evil Sword Artist would run here. He knew that there were more than 10 experts' imprints gathered here. If the two ancestors of the Evil God Tribe were in their peak condition, these imprints would be useless against them. In fact, they wouldn't even be exposed. However, they are currently severely injured. Previously, they ignored their injuries and exerted their full strength, causing their battle prowess to be greatly reduced. These imprints will be of great use to them, Evil Swordmaster said. That was indeed the case. At this moment, the two Evil God Tribe ancestors were besieged by the imprints of over 10 experts. For the time being, they couldn't charge out at all. Even though the battle prowess of these experts' imprints was far from what it was when they were alive, they were still extremely powerful. With more than a dozen of them working together, they completely surrounded the two Evil God Tribe's old ancestors. For the time being, it would be difficult for them to charge out. "Let's go to the Two-World City," Evil Sword Artist said. In a flash, he led Lu Ming and the rest towards the Two-World City. Evil Sword Artist's speed was shocking. He seemed to be able to avoid the imprints of the experts and quickly left the ancient battlefield. The moment they left the ancient battlefield, they arrived at an even more vast region. This region was also a battlefield. There were potholes everywhere, and skeletons could be seen everywhere. The two worlds had fought on this battlefield for countless years. No one knew how many living beings had fallen on this battlefield. Evil Sword Artist's speed became even faster. In a flash, he had traveled thousands of miles. Soon, a huge city appeared in front of them. Even though Lu Ming had seen many majestic ancient cities, he still gasped when he saw this huge city. The walls of the huge city were made of various extremely tough metals. Countless runes were flowing on them. The walls were shockingly tall. They reached into the clouds. At a glance, it was at least 100,000 feet tall. One could vaguely see soldiers walking on the walls. The width of the city walls was even more shocking. Lu Ming couldn't see the ends of the walls at all. The Two-World City was called the Two-World City because it separated the two worlds. The Two-World City completely separated the Taiching Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain, completely blocking the entrance to the Taiching Heaven Domain. One could only imagine how wide the city walls were. A light barrier enveloped the outside of the city walls. It was a protective barrier formed by a great array. The Two-World City was the reason why the Taiching Heaven Domain hadn't been breached by the foreign races for so many years. It seems that the foreign races have retreated. One of the three experts from the two-world city spoke. His name was Song Tianlong. Countless foreign races had previously attacked the two-world city. Perhaps they had received news of the ancient battlefield and retreated. The group flew into the sky and reached the same height as the city walls. The soldiers on the city walls could already see them. I am Song Tianlong. Open the array and let us in. Song Tianlong said. Yes, Lord Song Tianlong. Open the array. A voice sounded from within the city walls. Soon, the light barrier outside the city walls squirmed, and a door that only allowed one person to pass through appeared. The group walked in separately. How spectacular! After entering the two-world city, they stood in the sky and gazed into the distance. Inside the walls of the two-world city was a boundless military camp, with various ancient structures soaring into the sky. Countless figures could be seen flying around the place. It was too spectacular. Everyone was injured earlier. I'll arrange accommodations for you. Follow me, Song Tianlong said. The group followed him and flew into the distance. Soon they arrived at a huge palace. Song Tianlong quickly arranged accommodations for them. In a courtyard. Dandan, protect me, Lu Ming said to Dandan. He sat down cross-legged. Previously, the divine nine-dragon cauldron had flown into his forehead, and the 9 drops of blood had spread throughout his body. In addition, there was another drop of blood that had flown into his body. Lu Ming didn't have the time to take a closer look. First, Lu Ming checked his body. Previously, when the 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence flew out, he felt a sense of emptiness, and his physical strength was greatly weakened. However, not only had his physical strength recovered, but he was also full of energy. The injuries that he had suffered earlier had also completely healed. At the same time, he felt that the strength of his physical body was stronger than before. Could it be that the 9 drops of blood had flown into the divine 9-dragon cauldron and brought out some power, allowing my physical body to evolve and become stronger? Chapter 22:22. Lu Ming felt that his physical body was much stronger than before. With a slight movement, his muscles vibrated and a dragon's roar sounded. Lu Ming's blood seemed to have countless tiny 9 dragons jumping around. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. This was a good thing. The stronger his physical body, the stronger his combat power, and the more vigorous his life force. Following that, Lu Ming's soul power sank into his sea of consciousness and observed the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron entered his sea of consciousness and floated there. The 9 cauldrons were dim, and the patterns on them were dead silent, as if they had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming appeared in his sea of consciousness and observed carefully. In the end, he tried to activate the divine 9-dragon cauldron, but there was no reaction at all. The divine 9-dragon cauldron seemed to have lost its spirituality. It seems that the battle this time has greatly damaged the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It has no energy left and can't be awakened or controlled. Lu Ming speculated. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. If he could control the divine 9-dragon cauldron, he would become a top expert in the heaven realm. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not awaken the divine 9-dragon cauldron. There was no movement at all. Thinking about it, the divine 9-dragon cauldron had gone through 2 battles in a row. Back when Lu Ming came, the divine 9-dragon cauldron had brought the 9 dragon veins and fought with the 4 peerless experts of the evil god tribe at their peak. In the end, the 4 ancestors of the evil god tribe were seriously injured. It was definitely due to the divine 9-dragon cauldron. As for the divine 9-dragon cauldron itself, it was blasted into the ground and almost lost its spirituality. It was Lu Ming who activated it with the blood essence of the 9 dragons and revived it. However, after the battle, the 9 dragons appeared, but the 9 dragons self-destructed in the end. The damage to the divine 9-dragon cauldron was extremely serious. It was not difficult to understand why it ended up like this. Can I take it out? Lu Ming thought. After many attempts, he was finally able to summon the divine 9-dragon cauldron from his sea of consciousness. However, he could not unleash its power. It was like a useless cauldron. Forget it. Lu Ming shook his head. He planned to study the divine 9-dragon cauldron when he had the chance in the future. That's right, there was another drop of blood that flew into my body. Just what kind of creature's blood was that? Where was it? Lu Ming thought of that mysterious drop of blood. Lu Ming was a little worried when a mysterious drop of blood flew into his body. He carefully searched his entire body. However, there was no trace of that drop of blood on his body. No, there's something wrong with his heart. In the end, Lu Ming discovered an abnormality in his heart. His soul power sank into his heart, and he found a drop of blood. This drop of blood was sparkling and translucent. There was actually a tiny true dragon swimming within it. Is this the blood of a true dragon? Could it be that true dragon? Lu Ming thought of the true dragon that fought against the evil god tribe in the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming wondered if that true dragon was injured and a drop of blood flew out and entered his body. Lu Ming's soul power approached this drop of blood and tried to control it. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar came from the drop of blood. This dragon roar was filled with boundless might, and also had a feeling of great desolate antiquity. It was as if it came from an existence that had passed through time countless years ago, bringing with it a thick aura of time. Roar! The dragon roar rang out endlessly. That drop of blood actually moved, turning into a true dragon that reared its head and roared. Its eyes were like two suns. Lu Ming was shocked because he discovered that the true dragon that this drop of blood turned into was exactly the same as the true dragon that fought against the evil god tribe. At this moment, this true dragon's gaze was not looking at Lu Ming's soul power, but in another direction. In the direction of Lu Ming's spine, which was also the direction of his third bloodline. Kill. At this moment, the third bloodline seemed to have some kind of resonance. A deafening roar came from the third bloodline. This roar was filled with boundless killing intent, almost shattering Lu Ming's soul. Kill. Kill. Roars filled with killing intent rang out. That drop of blood from the third bloodline seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. Waves of blood surged and endless killing intent surged. What's going on? At this moment, Lu Ming discovered that things had exceeded his expectations. He could not control the third bloodline at all, nor could he control that drop of true dragon's blood. Kill. In the sea of blood, the battle cries grew louder and louder. The boundless blood turned into a human face. Then it turned into a beast face and kept changing. At this moment, the boundless power in the sea of blood seemed to want to rush out and destroy Lu Ming's soul, causing Lu Ming to sink into endless killing intent and turn into a killing puppet. No. Lu Ming roared. His soul shone as he guarded his heart. However, the power emitted by the sea of blood grew stronger and stronger, and the killing intent surged. Roar! At this moment, that drop of true dragon's blood turned into a true dragon and roared at the sky. It emitted an ancient dragon might as if it was fighting against the third bloodline. What's going on? Why is the bloodline suddenly going out of control? Could it be related to this drop of true dragon's blood? But why would the true dragon's blood cause the third bloodline to mutate? It seems that this true dragon's blood and the third bloodline are enemies. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He guarded his heart and did not let the boundless killing intent in the third bloodline destroy him. Otherwise, he would really be reduced to a killing puppet forever. However, the power that emerged from the third bloodline was too strong, completely surpassing him. At this moment, outside, Dandan was curiously sizing up Lu Ming. He could not hear everything that was happening in Lu Ming's body, including that shocking dragon roar and terrifying battle cries. It seemed that only Lu Ming could hear it. The only abnormality was that Lu Ming's body was trembling constantly. His body was covered in a bloody light, and his face was somewhat ferocious. What's wrong with this kid? Even a drop of ancestral dragon's blood shouldn't be like this, right? Dandan muttered to himself and walked around Lu Ming. He wanted to help Lu Ming, but did not know how to do so. At this moment, Lu Ming's body had entered a critical stage. Lu Ming's soul power was shrouded in a layer of bloody aura. Boundless killing intent was constantly attacking Lu Ming's soul. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's killing intent was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if he would only stop after slaughtering all living things in the world. Buzz. At this moment, there was another fluctuation coming from Lu Ming's spine. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline automatically emerged and became 10,000 feet tall, emitting endless light. Of course, all of this was Lu Ming's perception. The people outside could not see it. The words on the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline shone even brighter. Finally, 3 words appeared on the prison-suppressing steel and suppressed the third bloodline. Kill. The third bloodline surged with bloody waves and attacked the 3 words. Chapter 22-23. There were already 2 pieces of the suppressing hell steel. They emitted boundless light and contained boundless suppressive power as they pressed down on the sea of blood. In the sea of blood, the giant face kept changing into the faces of all kinds of living beings. At the same time, it kept roaring as if it was unwilling to give up. Roar. The true dragon formed by the drop of blood roared. It seemed to cooperate with the suppressing hell steel bloodline to suppress the third bloodline. Gradually, the waves of blood in the third bloodline became smaller, and the killing intent faded. Finally, it turned back into a drop of blood and hid in Lu Ming's spine. Then, the suppressing hell steel bloodline's light disappeared and flew into Lu Ming's spine and disappeared. At this time, Lu Ming's body stopped trembling and the blood aura in his body disappeared. Roar. The true dragon formed by the drop of blood let out a loud roar and turned back into a drop of blood that rushed into Lu Ming's heart. Then the drop of blood turned into tiny blood threads that swam through Lu Ming's blood vessels and seeped into Lu Ming's muscles and bones. Crack, crack, crack. Lu Ming's muscles began to wriggle and his bones vibrated. There was the sound of thunder and a dragon's roar. Lu Ming's physical body was being refined and strengthened. This feels great. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel that his physical body was becoming stronger at a rapid speed. He could clearly feel the speed of his strengthening. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming felt that his physical body had doubled. The drop of blood had also shrunk a little. It was only a little, about 1% smaller. At this time, the drop of blood no longer emitted blood threads. It calmed down and seemed to have become one with his heart. At this time, Lu Ming opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt sticky all over. Those were the impurities that had been expelled from the depths of his body. With a thought, flames spread out from his body and burned the impurities clean. The strength of my physical body has doubled. My combat strength has also increased by a lot. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He then saw a fair and tender face magnifying in front of Lu Ming's eyes. She scrutinized Lu Ming, looking left and right. Dandan, what are you looking at? Lu Ming curled his lips. Kid, you have a lot of secrets on you. Dandan's eyes rolled around and became more and more curious. By the way, I have a question. What blood is this? Lu Ming's consciousness sank into his heart. With a thought, the drop of blood appeared on Lu Ming's fingertip. Dandan's eyes widened as she stared at the drop of blood. Could this be the blood of the true dragon from before? Lu Ming said. Nonsense. Nonsense. Let me tell you, that true dragon from before was not a real true dragon. It was formed from this drop of blood. Dandan said. What? Lu Ming was shocked. The dragon that fought the evil god tribe's patriarch in the ancient battlefield was formed from this drop of blood. It was just a drop of blood, but it had such shocking strength? Surprised, right? Let me tell you, this isn't blood essence. It's just an ordinary drop of blood. If I'm not wrong, this should be an ordinary drop of blood from the ancestral dragon. Dandan said. His eyes were still staring at the drop of blood. Gradually, his eyes burned with greed. He couldn't wait to swallow the drop of blood. Lu Ming hurriedly kept the drop of blood and put it back into his heart. Ancestral dragon? What is the ancestral dragon? Lu Ming was even more curious because he had never heard of this name before. The ancestral dragon is a legend. Legend has it that it's the oldest dragon in the world, the ancestor of all dragons. It's the first true dragon in the Tianyuan world. Dandan said leisurely. There seemed to be a hint of respect in his eyes. The ancestor of all dragons, the first true dragon. Lu Ming was also shocked. This was incredible. Could it be that the ancestral dragon is stronger than the 9 dragons? Lu Ming continued to ask. Nonsense. What are the 9 dragons? The 9 dragons are just a mutation of a true dragon. They are more talented than ordinary true dragons. That's why they have such achievements. However, compared to the ancestral dragon, they are nothing. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon is a truly invincible existence that transcends the heavenly Tao. In other words, even the heavenly Tao has to submit to him. How is this possible? The Heavenly Emperor controls the Heavenly Tao and is the pinnacle of martial arts. He is on equal footing with the Heavenly Tao. How can there be a living being that transcends the Heavenly Tao? Lu Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. In his knowledge, the Heavenly Emperor was the limit. He was on equal footing with the Heavenly Tao. There was no heavenly tribulation. He was immortal and lived as long as heaven and earth. However, there was actually a living being that transcended the Heavenly Tao. This really broke his understanding. In the end, Lu Ming looked at Dandan and said suspiciously, "You aren't bluffing again, are you?" "Bluff your head. Who's bluffing you?" "Let me tell you, I was lucky enough to meet the ancestral dragon once, so I'm very familiar with his aura. I will never forget it in my life. The drop of blood you got is a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. I guess it was left behind by the ancestral dragon to suppress that passage," Dandan said. "No way. In that case, the ancestral dragon has an enemy?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The ancestral dragon left a drop of blood to suppress that passage. Obviously, the ancestral dragon was on the heavenly realm's side. However, he only left a drop of blood, and his real body was not there. This meant that the ancestral dragon had an enemy. If it was really as Dandan said, that the ancestral dragon was as powerful as the ancestral dragon, then the situation was really serious. Could it be that there was also such a terrifying existence on the side of the foreign races? Dandan also frowned, and his face was solemn. He said, "Obviously, there is also an existence of that level among the foreign races. Otherwise, the heavenly realm would not have fallen to this point. Once the ancestral dragon appeared, even the Heavenly Emperor would find it difficult to defeat him. Unfortunately, I have never seen an existence of that level." Lu Ming sighed. The war between the two realms was more tragic than he had imagined. With his cultivation, he could not get involved at all. The difference was too great. Then he collected his thoughts and said, "How did the ancestral dragon's blood appear on my body? Is it related to the 9 dragons' blood essence?" "That's most likely the case. Kid, you're really lucky. Even I'm envious of you. Although this drop of blood is just an ordinary drop of blood from the ancestral dragon, and it was greatly damaged in the previous battle, it's still extraordinary. If you can refine it, the benefits it will bring to you will absolutely be amazing. I'm so envious of you, kid. What do you have?" Dandan's eyes turned red as he spoke. He was really envious. He paced around Lu Ming, wishing he could take a bite out of Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his scalp go numb. He scolded, "What are you looking at? Get lost." "Oh right, how many days have we been back?" Dandan licked his lips and said, "It has been 10 days. 10 days? So fast." Lu Ming muttered. He felt that only a short while had passed. He did not expect it to be 10 days. I wonder how Senior Evil Sword Artist is doing? Chapter 22-24. Evil Swordsman's courtyard was near Lu Ming and the rest. Senior Mulin's. When Lu Ming walked into Evil Swordsman's courtyard, he saw Mulin's practicing a set of swordsmanship alone in the courtyard. Mulin stopped practicing when she saw Lu Ming. She smiled brightly and said, "Lu Ming, have you recovered from your injuries? I went to see you 2 days ago, and you were still practicing." "I've fully recovered." Lu Ming smiled and teased her. "Senior sister, you've become prettier after so many years. Is that so?" Mulin smiled brightly and sighed. "It's a pity that some people don't know how to appreciate it." "How can that be? Who doesn't know how to appreciate it? They must be blind." Lu Ming continued to smile, which made Mulin's smile even brighter. "Oh right, where's Senior Evil Swordsman? How are his injuries?" Lu Ming asked. "You came at a bad time. Senior Evil Swordsman left yesterday with Kinfei Ryu and returned to the ancient battlefield," Mulin said. "Left?" Lu Ming was stunned. Senior Evil Swordsman said that he'd rather stay in the ancient battlefield. "It's more carefree," Mulin said. Lu Ming nodded. Perhaps Evil Swordsman had many comrades in the ancient battlefield. Countless people had died in the war back then, and many of his friends were buried there. How could he not feel pain? Senior Evil Swordsman also said that although the passageway has been completely destroyed, it will probably reappear in 100 years. Mulin said with a frown. On the other side of the passageway was Yuan continent, where her family and friends were. 100 years. 100 years later, the foreign tribes won't be able to cross. Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing his strong confidence. Oh right, senior sister, I'll be leaving soon. Come with us. Lu Ming said. Sure. Mullins nodded. Now she had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert. Her cultivation was already at the peak of quasi-emperor. It was only a matter of time before she confirmed her Tao and became a martial emperor. Once one became an emperor, as long as one passed the heavenly emperor tribulation, one would have a long lifespan. So now she would no longer run away. She wanted to grasp her own happiness. The two of them went back to Lu Ming's courtyard and found Dandan. Not long after, they found Song Tianlong and bid him farewell before flying towards the east of Two Realm City. In the ancient era, Dandan knew a person who had grasped many laws before becoming a martial emperor. That person had researched for his entire life. In his later years, he had made a major breakthrough. He might be able to help Lu Ming find a way to become a martial emperor. Now they were going to that person's family to find that method. That clan was located in the southern part of the Grand Clarity Heaven Domain. The Grand Pure Sky Domain could be said to be the Heaven Domain with the widest territory in the Nine Heavens Domain in the Heaven Domain. Its size was not inferior to the Yuanlu. Two Realm City was at the westernmost part of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. Not long after, they flew out of the Two Realm City. What entered their eyes were vast mountains that towered into the clouds. There seemed to be no end to them. The origin chi in the Heaven Domain is indeed richer than the primordial realm. The laws are also clearer. Perhaps only the most powerful land in the 10 lands of the primordial realm, the Divine Fate land, can compare. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Then, the three of them flew into the sky and flew into the distance. Dandan was very familiar with the Heaven Domain. They flew past mountains, and there was a public teleportation area. They were going to take the teleportation array to the south of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. Half a month later, they had arrived at the south of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. They were flying in a remote area. At a glance, there was a boundless sea of bamboo. Whether it was the mountains or the plains, they were all covered with bamboo. There were all kinds of bamboo. Dandan, we've been looking for so many days. Did you lead us to the wrong place? Lu Ming asked. How is that possible? How could I lead you to the wrong place? The Gu family is in this area. They live in seclusion in a purple bamboo forest. If there are no major problems, they won't move. Dandan said. The three of them looked around, searching for the purple bamboo forest. Another half a day passed. Found it! Dandan shouted and flew forward. Lu Ming and Mulan followed behind. Soon, a sea of bamboo appeared in front of them. It was all purple bamboo. At a glance, it was a sea of purple. Even the leaves of the purple bamboo were purple. The bamboo poles were sparkling and translucent, as if they were carved out of purple jade. In the depths of the bamboo forest, they saw a very elegant palace dotted in the boundless purple sea. Haha, so many years have passed. They're still here. Let's go. Dandan smiled and flew toward the palace. However, they did not fly far before a few figures rushed out from the bamboo forest below and blocked them. There were a total of 3 people, a middle-aged man and 2 young men. They had one thing in common. They all wore jade crowns on their heads and wore snow-white robes. They looked very elegant. Gentlemen, this is the Gu family. May I know what business you have with the Gu family? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said politely, We're here to look for someone, of course. Dandan said casually, Looking for someone? May I know who you're looking for? The middle-aged man asked. Gu Xingyue, Gu Xingxing, and the others are around. I'm here to look for them. Dandan said. His words caused the expressions of the 3 loners to change greatly, becoming somewhat unsightly. Little brother, the 2 people you're talking about are the patriarchs of the Gu family. Moreover, it's too disrespectful of you to call them by their names. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed it and said with some displeasure. What disrespect? They're just my juniors. If I don't call them by their names, what should I call them? Dandan pursed his lips. How dare you? I think you're here to pick a fight. Do you really think that the Gu family is easy to bully? One of the young men shouted angrily. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand, and Sword Chi soared into the sky. The middle-aged man's expression was also very ugly. How old did Dandan look? How dare he say that the two patriarchs of the Gu family were his juniors? He was obviously here to pick a fight and humiliate the Gu family. Nestle, I'll tell you the truth. These people are actually going to attack, Dandan shouted. Lu Ming was speechless. How can you talk like that? It would be strange if they weren't angry when you said that. At that moment, figures flew out from the depths of the bamboo forest. Obviously, the commotion here had alarmed the people of the Gu family. There were dozens of people in total. Some were old, and some were young, but they all had one thing in common. They were all dressed in snow-white robes regardless of gender. They looked very elegant. What's going on? An old man with a fluttering white beard asked. Before the people of the Gu family could answer, Dandan shouted first. Get Gu Xingxing and Gu Xingyue to come out and see me. An old friend is here to see them. How dare you? How dare you insult the ancestors of the Gu family? Immediately, the people of the Gu family were enraged and roared. What? Ancestors, are Gu Xingyue and Gu Xingxing dead? That can't be. Chapter 22-25. Lu Ming was speechless. How could this guy say anything? Sure enough, the Gu family's members were enraged. Even the old men were enraged, emitting terrifying auras. Oh, Emperor, we're in big trouble this time because of Dandan. Lu Ming sensed that two of them were emitting Emperor auras. Hey, what are you doing? The Gu family is known as the family of gentlemen. Every one of you calls yourself a gentleman. Are you trying to bully the weak with numbers? Dandan shouted. That shout caused the eyes of the Gu clan's elders and middle-aged men to flicker, and they all retracted their auras. However, the flames of fury in their eyes were still burning. How dare you insult our Gu family's ancestor? You must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, you'll think that our Gu family is easy to bully. Our Gu family won't bully the weak with numbers. Today, let me challenge you. A cold voice sounded, and then a young man stepped out. This young man wore a jade crown on his head and wore a long robe. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking extremely handsome. Seeing this young man walking out, the Gu family's members didn't stop him. Instead, they were confident in this young man. His cultivation is too weak. I'm not interested. Lu Ming, I'll leave him to you. Dandan waved his hand, showing no interest. This made the young man in white even angrier. I'm Guingzhong. Who wants to enlighten me? The young man in white suppressed his anger and cupped his fists. The members of the Gu family are all gentlemen. Lu Ming thought. On the way here, he had heard Dandan mention this Gu family. According to Dandan, the Gu family was a bunch of stubborn blockheads who didn't know how to be flexible. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. However, Dandan had a good relationship with the Gu family in the past. I'm Lu Ming, please. Lu Ming stepped out and cupped his fists. Be careful. Guingzhong warned. Then, a sword chime sounded and a long sword appeared in Guingzhong's hand. A brilliant sword ray slashed at Lu Ming. 3-star illusionary emperor. The moment Guingzhong made a move, Lu Ming saw through Guingzhong's cultivation. Boom. Lu Ming made his move. He was very direct as he struck out with his palm. He did not use any precepts in this attack. It was purely an explosion of his physical body and saint energy. Boom. Lu Ming's palm slammed into his opponent's sword light. The sword light trembled unceasingly, and the sword whistled unceasingly. In the end, the sword light collapsed, and Lu Ming's figure retreated dozens of meters. What a powerful fleshly body. Are you an ancient body cultivator? No, your power is holy power. You haven't become an emperor yet. At first, Guing thought that Lu Ming was an archaic body cultivator, but then he realized that Lu Ming was using saint power. Once he became an emperor, his saint energy would transform into world energy. However, Lu Ming was still using saint energy, which meant that Lu Ming had not become an emperor yet. This greatly shocked Guing. The rest of the Gu family were also shocked. He had not become an emperor yet, but he could take Gu Ying's attack. This kind of strength was shocking enough. After all, Guing was the #1 genius of the Gu family. He was a rare figure in the Gu family. Use your full strength. You can't win against me like this. Lu Ming said. He knew that Guing had not used his full strength at all. Just now it was just a probing attack. You haven't become an emperor yet. Although your combat strength is amazing, you're no match for me. Guing spoke again, full of confidence. I haven't fought with my full strength. How do you know? Lu Ming was also very confident. In that case, let's fight. Guing revealed his fighting spirit. His long sword vibrated, and the sword whistled unceasingly. The power of precepts burst out, causing Gu Ying's sword chi to become even more shocking. Two types of precepts. One is the strongest precepts, and the other is the kingly precepts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Swoosh. Guing moved again. He became one with his sword, turned into a sword light, and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming grasped the void, and the sword of death condensed. At the same time, a long river of precepts appeared on his body. This time, it really shocked the Gu family. Oh my god, what did I just see? For types of precepts, he has mastered 4 types of precepts. He hasn't become an emperor yet. How can he master 4 types of precepts? Legend has it that my Gu family has an ancestor who was extremely talented. Before he became an emperor, he also mastered many types of precepts. There was a heated discussion among the Gu family. Gu Ying's eyes flickered, but his sword light did not stop, and he continued to attack Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved the sword of death and faced it head-on. Boom! The two collided, and an astonishing collision broke out. Sword chi wantonly, and many Gu family members were forced to retreat. After the two collided, their bodies shook and they retreated dozens of meters. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated a shorter distance. Second realm of the strongest law. This person is not weaker than Blue Cloud, Yin Shi, and the others. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Guing had 2 types of precepts, and his strongest one had already reached the second realm. Moreover, his cultivation was a 3-star illusionary emperor. There was no doubt that he was a top-notch sky pride. If it was before, Lu Ming's sword of death only contained 4 types of precepts, and he would not be a match for such a sky pride. However, Lu Ming's physical body was twice as strong as before because of the condensation of the ancestral dragon's blood. This also made Lu Ming's combat strength stronger. Therefore, Lu Ming only had to use 4 types of precepts to gain the upper hand now. Again, the battle intent in Gu Ying's eyes grew stronger, and his aura suddenly strengthened. 3 types of precepts. Lu Ming's eyes moved slightly, and a 3rd type of precepts appeared on Gu Ying's body. This was a type of precepts of the monarch Dao, and it seemed to have reached the second realm. This was a sky pride who was stronger than Blue Cloud, Yin Shi, and the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword light pierced through the air, and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the sword of death, and charged towards his opponent. Clang! Clang! The two collided continuously in the air, and sword chi overflowed and the sword whistled for thousands of miles. Fortunately, the people of the Gu family took action. A layer of light screen blocked the purple bamboo forest below. Otherwise, the purple bamboo forest within thousands of miles would be destroyed by the sword chi. Both of them were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Roar! The more they fought, the faster the blood chi in Lu Ming's body circulated. There was a dragon's roar in his body, and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Lu Ming was also stunned. Back then, when his cultivation was still weak, dragon scales would appear on the surface of his skin because of the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, as his cultivation increased, he could already control the 9 dragons' bloodline as he wished, and dragon scales no longer appeared on his surface. But now, when he circulated his body to the extreme, a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Perhaps this has something to do with the ancestral dragon's blood. Lu Ming thought of the ancestral dragon's blood. Chapter 22-26. Lu Ming became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Even though Guing had used 3 types of laws, 2 of which were at the second realm, they were still blocked by Lu Ming. It was difficult for him to do anything to Lu Ming. Clang! Suddenly, Gu Ying's long sword buzzed, and the sword light became even brighter. This is the 4th level of law. This time, even Lu Ming was shocked. Guing had actually mastered the 4th type of law, which was also a kind of king law. But fortunately, it was not at the second realm, but only at the first realm. But this was no small matter. A 3-star illusionary emperor, and at such a young age, had already mastered 4 types of laws. One of the strongest types of law, 3 of the king laws. And among them, the strongest type of law and one of the king laws had reached the second realm. And the other 2 king laws were also at the first realm of perfection. This kind of talent was amazing. For example, Blue Cloud and Yan Shi, who were known as the top geniuses of the heaven domain, were about the same age as Guing, but they had only mastered 2 types of laws. I didn't expect that the Gu family would produce another top genius. Dandan whispered, and his eyes were also full of admiration. Many of the Gu family members also showed a proud look. Boom. Using the 4th type of law, although it was only at the first realm of perfection, it also increased Gu Ying's strength by a lot. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying by the impact. Lu Ming, I have to admit that your strength is indeed amazing, and it's the first time I've seen it in my life. Seeing that it's not easy for you to cultivate today's matter, you can leave. Guing said. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Guing could indeed be called a gentleman, and this kind of bearing was not something that everyone had. However, Lu Ming's purpose of coming today had not been achieved, so how could he leave just like that? But the battle between you and me is not over yet. Lu Ming smiled again. You haven't used your full strength yet? Gu Ying's eyes narrowed, and he said solemnly. Of course. Lu Ming smiled, and the color of the death sword in his hand became even more dazzling. And there were 2 more colors. They were the alchemy and equipment laws. 6 laws. Guing cried out in surprise, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The other members of the Gu family were also shocked. He had not even become a martial emperor, yet he could control 6 types of laws. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the legends were true? That one of their ancestors had controlled many kinds of laws before becoming an emperor? Originally, there were some people who were skeptical about the legend of their ancestor being able to control many kinds of laws before becoming a martial emperor. That was because such a thing was simply too inconceivable. Furthermore, such a long time had passed. Who knew if that legend was true or false? However, after seeing Lu Ming today, they knew that the legend was true. But their shock was not over yet. Because a hammer appeared in Lu Ming's left hand. Hammer of Chaos. It was composed of the law of primal chaos and 6 other laws. At this moment, the people from the Gu family were completely stunned. Even Guingzhong was the same. After a long while, they finally reacted. Heavens! Supreme laws of nature. 2 supreme laws of nature. A person who has not yet become an emperor not only controls many kinds of laws, but also 2 supreme laws of nature at the same time. How did he do it? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Whether it was the old or the young of the Gu family, they were all shocked beyond words. Controlling 2 supreme laws of nature had completely broken their understanding of the laws. Naturally, they were shocked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, figures flew out from the depths of the purple bamboo forest. There were at least 100 of them, and a few of them exuded an astonishing cultivation base. They were all martial emperors. Lu Ming secretly sighed. The heaven realm was indeed the heaven realm. After countless years of inheritance, the experts were indeed astonishing. It was just the Gu family, but there were already 4 or 5 martial emperors. It was really hard to imagine. For example, there were not many martial emperors in the entire territory of the primordial mountain. In fact, it was not that the strength of the primordial realm was really so different from the heaven realm. There was a gap, but it would not be so ridiculous. The main reason was that many powerhouses of the primordial realm had left the primordial realm and came to the heaven realm to participate in the war and cultivate. For example, some of the overlord forces in the divine fate land were also very powerful. Many powerhouses stayed there. Greetings, Patriarch. The people of the Gu family bowed one after another to a middle-aged elegant man. This person was the Patriarch of the Gu family. Alright, let's end this battle here, the Patriarch of the Gu family said. Yes. Guing nodded heavily, withdrew his aura, and took a few steps back. The Patriarch of the Gu family looked at Lu Ming, full of amazement, and said, I didn't expect that there would be such a person in this world. Before becoming a martial emperor, he has already mastered multiple laws, and even 2 supreme laws of nature. What a miracle! Patriarch Gu, you flatter me. It's a pity that it's difficult to become a martial emperor. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed, my Gu family's ancestor also had an amazing figure. Before becoming a martial emperor, he also mastered multiple laws of nature. In the end, he did not become a martial emperor. What a pity! You all came here because you heard the legend of my Gu family's ancestor, right? The patriarch of the Gu family said. That's right, that's indeed the case. Lu Ming nodded. Since you have something to ask of us, why are you insulting my Gu family's ancestor? What is the meaning of this? An elder of the Gu family walked out, still looking a little indignant. The patriarch of the Gu family also looked at Dandan. What insult? What do you juniors know? I already know Gu Xingyue, Gu Xingxing, and the others. Gu Lingtian, who has mastered multiple laws before becoming a martial emperor, is also my good friend. Dandan said casually. You dare? The people of the Gu family were furious. The patriarch of the Gu family raised his hand, and the people of the Gu family quieted down. May I ask who are you? The patriarch of the Gu family asked. Then you'll have to see clearly. Dandan curled his lips. His body suddenly changed, and he transformed into his original form. Then his body rapidly expanded into an incomparably huge tortoise, floating in the sky. This is the legendary top 10 battle beasts, the world divine tortoise. Someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone of the Gu family widened their eyes. The top 10 battle beasts had become legends by now, and they had long been forgotten. In the ancient war, the top 10 battle beasts were either dead or injured. They had long disappeared without a trace. Many people speculated that the top 10 battle beasts might have all died in battle. They did not expect that one of the top 10 battle beasts, the world divine tortoise, would actually appear here. You are the legendary senior tortoise? The patriarch of the Gu family was the first to react. Of course it's me, the old man. The giant tortoise said, and then quickly shrank, turning into a little Taoist priest. Senior tortoise, what's with your cultivation? The patriarch of the Gu family asked. His attitude became respectful. Chapter 22-27. Sigh, it's all because of the battle back then. I almost died. If it weren't for my peerless strength, you wouldn't be able to see me now. Dandan sighed at first, but he soon became energetic and said, Who's the oldest in the Gu family now? The oldest in the Gu family now is the son of Ancestor Lingtian, Ancestor Gu Xinghue. Gu Xinghue, so it's that little brat. Ask him to come see me. Dandan said casually, acting like a senior expert. The eyelids of the other members of the Gu family twitched, and their faces were a little ugly. Gu Xinghue was the current ancestor of the Gu family. He had lived for a long time since ancient times, but now he was called a little brat by Dandan. What were they? However, when they remembered that he was the world turtle from back then, they understood. The top 10 battle beasts from back then were all peak powerhouses, and they had lived for a long time. Senior turtle, please wait for a moment. I'll report to the ancestor. The Gu family leader cupped his fists, and then went to the palace in the depths of the Gu family. Lu Ming and the others didn't have to wait for long before they saw the Gu family leader, and an old man with a head of white hair flying over. The old man had a ruddy face and white hair. He was in high spirits and his eyes were extremely bright. The Gu family leader followed behind the old man with a respectful expression. Greetings, ancestor. The members of the Gu family bowed to the old man at the same time. Needless to say, this was the oldest ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Xinghue. No need to be so polite. Gu Xinghue waved his hand and glanced at Dandan. His spiritual consciousness spread out and sensed Dandan's aura. He showed a hint of joy on his face and said, Senior Turtle, it's really you. Ha ha ha, isn't it me? Little brat, I haven't seen you for many years and you've become so old. Ha ha, I'm still young. Dandan laughed. Senior Turtle, I just heard that there's a little brother who has mastered many kinds of laws before becoming an emperor. He has even mastered 2 supreme laws. Are you here for the method left behind by my father? Gu Xinghue asked straightforwardly. That's right. I've heard that Gu Lingtian has been researching for his entire life, and before his time was up he made great progress. That's why I'm here to see what he's come up with, Dandan said. Gu Xinghui looked at Lu Ming in surprise. He had lived for a very long time. When he heard that someone had mastered multiple kinds of laws before achieving the martial monarch realm, including 2 of the strongest laws, even his heart could not help but tremble. He could not help but feel curious. Little brother, can you reveal your nomological laws to this old man? Gu Xinghui said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the 7 types of laws appeared one after another. Gu Xinghui's eyes were bright as he sighed. A miracle, a miracle. After a while he said, back then, Father did indeed make a great breakthrough. He once said that he finally found the method to become a monarch. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it himself, and could only leave it for the fated ones. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heart could not help but beat faster. Gu Xinghui's words were obviously saying that Gu Lingtian had really found the method back then. Haha, Gu Lingtian is indeed a rare hero. I didn't expect him to really find the method. It's a pity for him. If he wasn't so ambitious, his achievements wouldn't be much weaker than mine. Dandan sighed. It was rare to see such an exaggerated person. Gu Xinghui's eyes were also a little sad. Senior Turtle, come with me, Gu Xinghui said. Then he made a gesture of invitation, and walked towards the depths of the Gu family. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulins followed. The rest of the Gu family also dispersed. Lu Ming and the other 2 followed Gu Xinghui. They flew past a large number of palaces and came to a quiet place. It was very quiet here. There was only a small house made of purple bamboo. It was quiet and elegant. Outside the house, there was a small courtyard. There was a stone table and a few stone benches on the side. Senior Turtle, take a seat. I'll be back soon, Gu Xinghui said. Then he walked into the bamboo house. After a while, he took out a bronze box and walked out. This is left behind by Father, Gu Xinghui said. Then he opened the bronze box. A jade box appeared inside. My father placed his lifetime of research into this jade box. However, no one has been able to open this jade box since my father passed away. There is a formation placed on top of it. If one tries to forcefully open it, this jade box, including the things inside, will be turned into ashes, Gu Xinghui said. It can't be opened? That can't be. Dandan was speechless. Lu Ming's heart also sank. Yes, but I guess that father wanted to leave it to a fated person like little brother Lu Ming who has mastered many laws before becoming an emperor. Little brother Lu Ming, you can take a look. Perhaps you can open it. Gu Xinghui handed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and carefully studied it. The jade box was covered with fine runes. Lu Ming looked at it for a long time, but he didn't find anything. Let me see, Dandan shouted. Lu Ming handed the jade box to Dandan. Dandan studied it carefully. He was an expert in formations. Sure enough, he made a big discovery. His eyes lit up and he said, no wonder no one can open it. It turns out that such a condition is required. Haha. Dandan, you can see it? Lu Ming asked. Of course, don't you know who I am? I'm the leader of the top 10 beasts, the world turtle. There's no formation that I can't see. If you want to open this jade box, you need to meet 2 conditions. First, you need to use sacred power. Second, you need to use 5 laws at the same time, but it's not specified which 5 laws. If these 2 conditions are separated, it's very simple. However, when combined, it's very harsh because both conditions need to be fulfilled by the same person. Dandan explained. They were stunned for a moment, then they immediately reacted. The condition was obvious. It required a person who hadn't become an emperor, yet to master 5 laws at the same time. This was what Gu Lingtian had left for people like him. Lu Ming, give it a try. Dandan handed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and followed Dandan's instructions. He circulated his sacred power and controlled the 5 laws at the same time, shrouding them on the jade box. Buzz. The jade box began to move. It began to emit light, and the runes on it flowed. Finally, with a click, the jade box opened. There was a jade token in the jade box. It's open. Gu Xinghui was also very excited. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulins were also very excited. Lu Ming, quickly take a look. Is there a way for you to successfully prove your Tao and become an emperor? Dandan said excitedly. Lu Ming took a deep breath, took out the jade token, and sank his spiritual consciousness into it. My life is Gu Lingtian. Immediately, a voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Chapter 22-28. Lu Ming learned about Gu Lingtian's life from the jade token. Gu Lingtian was a peerless genius. He was the most dazzling star in the heaven realm during that era. However, Gu Lingtian's ambition was higher than the sky. He wanted to walk a different path. A path that no one had walked before. Before he became a martial emperor, he relied on his terrifying talent to cultivate several types of laws. He wanted to use these laws to create a small world when he became a martial emperor. Unfortunately, in the end he was unable to complete this path. He was blocked, and this block lasted for an entire lifetime. Gu Lingtian spent his entire life researching. Finally, in his later years, he found a way. Before he became a martial emperor, he had already mastered many types of laws. If he wanted to become a martial emperor, he had to maintain balance. This was because it was too difficult to condense the heart of the realm. When one became a martial emperor, the laws would collide with each other and burst out with terrifying force that could tear the martial emperor's saint heart and body. That was why it was difficult to become a martial emperor. However, as long as the laws reached a balance, they wouldn't burst out with tearing force. Then, one would be able to successfully evolve the heart of the realm and become a martial emperor. However, it was difficult to achieve a balance with many laws. In this aspect, not being a martial emperor gave one an advantage. That was because an Elysian child controlled one of the strongest laws. If you controlled other laws, it would be very difficult for you to achieve a balance. According to Gu Lingtian's speculation, a martial emperor could achieve a balance with 3, 6, or 9 martial emperor laws and become a martial emperor. However, before becoming a martial emperor, those who had the ability and talent to control many types of laws were all martial emperors. They were all martial emperors. No matter how many laws were combined, it was difficult to achieve a balance with one supreme law. Because the supreme law was too powerful, it was difficult for other laws to maintain a balance with it. Gu Lingtian speculated that if a person could control 3 supreme laws and 6 martial emperor laws, they would be able to maintain a balance and successfully evolve the heart of the realm. Or, if a person could control 6 or 9 supreme laws, they would also be able to evolve the heart of the realm. 3 supreme laws and 6 martial emperor laws. I can do it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was overwhelmed by ecstasy. Currently, he had already grasped 2 supreme laws and 5 monarch laws. He was completely capable of comprehending 1 more supreme law and 1 more monarch law. Gu Lingtian also mentioned that the rules had to be on the same level in order to maintain a balance. For example, if one of the laws had reached the 2nd realm while the others were all at the 1st realm, that would not do either. Lu Ming secretly rejoiced that he had yet to reach the 2nd realm of laws. He would be able to achieve the martial monarch realm once he mastered the 1st level of the martial monarch realm. Lu Ming's words delighted Dandan and Mulins. Lu Ming, quick, let me take a look. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming handed the jade tablet to Dandan. Dandan immediately looked at it. After reading it, Dandan fell silent. Then he handed the jade tablet to Gu Xinghui. After that, Mulins also took a look at it. What a pity. Gu Lingtian is indeed amazing. In the end he managed to grasp 1 supreme law and 8 monarch laws. However, he still could not achieve a balance and could not become a martial monarch. Dandan sighed. Gu Xinghui's eyes were filled with sadness. The method that father recorded might seem simple, but it's actually extremely difficult to achieve. It's impossible for anyone to control multiple laws before becoming a martial monarch. Only someone with the talent of the Elysian child would be able to do it. However, it is difficult for a person to master more than 2 supreme laws at the same time. Therefore, almost no one can achieve this condition. In my opinion, father's method is completely tailor-made for brother Lu Ming. Gu Xinghui sighed. That's right. Dandan also sighed. Mulins was also happy for Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can become a martial monarch. This way, you will have fulfilled father's last wish. Gu Xinghui said. Definitely. Lu Ming was extremely determined. How about this? I will bring you to a place. It will help you comprehend many laws, and become a martial monarch as soon as possible, Gu Xinghui said. Then Gu Xinghui stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulins followed. They went deeper into the purple bamboo forest. Not long after, they came in front of a huge ancient tree. This ancient tree was hundreds of meters tall. It was as thick as a dozen people hugging it. Gu Xinghui waved his hand, and a light door appeared on the ancient tree. It turns out that there is a small world hidden here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that the light door on the ancient tree was the entrance to a small world. Gu Xinghui entered the light door. Lu Ming and the others also entered one by one. As soon as they entered the light door, they came to another world. The laws here are so clear. It gives me a refreshing feeling, and my heart feels empty. As soon as they entered this small world, Lu Ming and the others felt something unusual. Especially Lu Ming, he felt like he was sitting under the tree of enlightenment and cultivating. Follow me. Gu Xinghui smiled and stepped into the air. After flying for a long distance, they came to a mountain range. However, this mountain range was barren. There was no vegetation at all. There was only a giant tree in the middle of the mountain range. That's the tree of enlightenment. Looking at that giant tree, Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Yes, there was indeed a tree of enlightenment here. Although the species was different from Lu Ming's, it was indeed the tree of enlightenment. And this tree of enlightenment was completely incomparable to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's tree of enlightenment had been cultivated until now. It had taken root on a mountain peak in the mountain river diagram, and was more than 30 meters tall. However, the one in front of them was at least 1,000 meters tall. The ancient tree towered into the sky, and the great Tao surrounded the branches. Everyone felt that their hearts were empty and their minds were incomparably clear. The effect was many times better than Lu Ming's. Great, your Gu family actually secretly cultivated an ancient tree of enlightenment. Amazing. Dandan grinned and sighed, his eyes shining. Unfortunately, after countless years of cultivation, it still hasn't fully matured. Gu Xinghui sighed. It's already not bad to be able to cultivate it to 1,000 meters tall. I also had one back then, but unfortunately it wasn't mature either. It was destroyed in the later battle. As he said that, he glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His tree of enlightenment was cultivated from a dead branch, and that branch appeared together with Dandan back then. Could it be that Dandan's tree of enlightenment was the same one? That was very likely. You can cultivate here from now on, Gu Xinghui said. Ha, good. Lu Ming, this is the most suitable place for your current stage, Dandan said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed. Chapter 22-29. The Gu family's enlightenment ancient tree was already 1,000 meters tall. Its effect was much better than his own enlightenment ancient tree. It was the most suitable place to comprehend the laws. You guys can cultivate here. If you need anything, just send me a message. Gu Xinghui left behind a message and a voice transmission jade talisman. His figure moved and disappeared. Lu Ming and the other two headed towards the enlightenment ancient tree. As they approached, they found a few people sitting cross-legged under the enlightenment ancient tree, cultivating. Obviously, they were the Gu family's people. Lu Ming also finally understood why Gu Yingzhong could control 4 types of laws at such a young age. He had even reached the second level of 2 of them. It was definitely related to the enlightenment ancient tree. When the 3 of them arrived, someone from the Gu family sensed them and opened his eyes to look at Lu Ming and the other 2. He was surprised. This was because he did not know Lu Ming and the other 2 at all. However, he was only surprised and did not say anything. This was because this was the Gu family's secret place. Without the Gu family's higher-ups leading the way, no one would be able to find it. Obviously, Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulins were able to enter because the higher-ups of the Gu family had brought them here. Since it was the higher-ups of the Gu family who brought them here, he naturally would not say anything. He nodded to Lu Ming and the other 2 and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. The 2 of you can cultivate here. I'm going to find a place to go into seclusion and break through to the true Emperor realm, Dandan said. I hope you break through soon. Otherwise, when I become an emperor, I'll catch up to you very quickly. Lu Ming laughed. Dream on, you want to catch up to me? Dandan curled his lips unhappily, then his figure flashed and disappeared into the distance in an instant. Lu Ming and Mulins came under the Enlightenment ancient tree. They each found a piece of green stone and sat cross-legged on it. The Enlightenment ancient tree was 1,000 meters tall and was incomparably huge. Between the branches and leaves, there were grand daos. Whether it was comprehending laws or divine abilities, it was very useful here. To comprehend 9 types of laws, 3 supreme laws and 6 monarch Dao laws, I'm still lacking 1 supreme law and 1 monarch Dao law. Which 2 should I comprehend? Lu Ming pondered. If it's monarch Dao law, why don't I comprehend the penetration law? Lu Ming's heart moved. The law of penetration and the power of penetration were extremely shocking. If one could comprehend it, one's attack power would increase by a lot. Furthermore, the 6 feathered divine wings that Dandan imparted to Lu Ming contained 6 types of laws. Apart from the law of array, alchemy, and weapons, the law of penetration was also one of them. After comprehending the law of penetration, the power of the 6 feathered divine wings would increase explosively. After deciding on the monarch Dao law, it was time to decide which supreme law to comprehend. Of the remaining 8 supreme laws, Lu Ming was most optimistic about the destiny law, because the destiny law was indeed mysterious and powerful. However, the destiny law had a high requirement of talent. It was also the most difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming thought for a while, then shook his head and eliminated the destiny law. Now that I have the chaos law and death law, I'm not weak in terms of offense. The next law doesn't necessarily have to increase my offense. Increasing my defense or vitality is also very important. Then the life law. In the end, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the life law. Xiang Xiang had the life body, so Lu Ming was more familiar with the life law. Moreover, once one grasped the life law, their vitality would become astonishing. Even if they suffered some fatal injuries, they would be able to recover quickly. This would greatly increase their ability to survive. For the next 2 laws, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the life law and the penetration law. Closing his eyes, Lu Ming's mind became empty. His mind merged with heaven and earth as he captured the fluctuations of the laws. Penetration. Penetrate everything, nothing can stop it. Lu Ming murmured and understood something. As Lu Ming comprehended more and more laws, he had more experience in comprehending laws. Hence, he became more and more efficient in comprehending laws. In just a few days, the penetration law had reached the entry level. Half a month later, Lu Ming successfully comprehended the life law and reached the entry level. In this way, he had already grasped 9 types of laws. What he needed to do now was to increase the maturity of the laws. The alchemy law, tools law, penetration law, and life law. Now Lu Ming still had 4 types of laws that had not reached the first level of perfection. However, the alchemy law and tools law were already about 90% mature. Lu Ming wholeheartedly comprehended the 4 types of laws. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, thunder rumbled in the distance. Lu Ming, who was cultivating, and the people of the Gu family all opened their eyes. Someone has become an emperor and is going through the emperor tribulation. Someone from the Gu family whispered. Senior sister Mulins is going to become an emperor. Lu Ming smiled. Mulins had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert. The process of inheritance lasted for 5 years. In these 5 years, Mulins's cultivation soared to the limit of the boundary emperor before stopping. Mulins was originally just a hair away from becoming an emperor. Now, after more than half a year of accumulation and polishing, Mulins finally crossed the bottleneck and became an emperor. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to a place not far from Mulins. Mulins's body was covered in a layer of blood light, which turned into attacks to resist the heavenly tribulation. It seemed that Mulins was still quite relaxed. Not long after, Mulins successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. Boom! At this moment, a shocking change occurred in Mulins's body. It was the evolution of the sacred heart. The sacred energy turned into the power of the world. A faint emperor's aura was emitted from Mulins's body. Half an hour later, Mulins's aura stabilized and she officially entered the martial emperor realm. Senior sister, Congratulations on confirming your Tao and becoming an emperor. Lu Ming stepped forward and congratulated Lu Ming. Mulans looked at Lu Ming with joy on her face. She said, I believe that junior brother will become an emperor soon. Little girl, not bad. You became an emperor so quickly. It seems that you are really suitable for Shuexiu's cultivation path. A voice was heard. Then with a flash of light, Dandan's figure appeared. Dandan, you also broke through? Lu Ming looked at Dandan and asked curiously. Of course. What kind of existence am I? A mere true emperor is nothing. I will soon break through to the great emperor realm, then the heavenly emperor realm. Finally, I will surpass the past and break through to the supreme realm. Ha ha ha. Dandan laughed proudly, as if he was thinking of a beautiful future. His eyes were shining. This guy. Lu Ming despised him, but he was also happy for him. Dandan laughed for a while and said, Lu Ming, come. Let's spar and see how you have comprehended the laws during this period. You are now a true emperor. If I spar with you, won't I be abused? Lu Ming curled his lips and immediately refused. Chapter 22:30. Ha ha ha, I know you're afraid of me. However, I won't use the power of the world. I'll just spar with you using the laws. Why are you still afraid? Dandan grinned and looked at Lu Ming from the corner of his eyes. Lu Ming was unhappy and said, Come on, let's go. Let's spar a little further away. After they flew a distance away, they began to fight. Dandan did not use his cultivation to suppress Lu Ming. He only used a little bit of the power of the world to activate the laws and fought with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was defeated by Dandan in one move. This made Lu Ming speechless. Was the difference so big? Although Dandan also controlled 9 types of laws, he also controlled 9 types of laws. However, after colliding with Dandan's laws, his laws were completely vulnerable. Lu Ming, although you control a lot of laws, it's only the most superficial fusion. You don't have an ancient scripture to fully unleash the power of these laws. Therefore, the power is too weak. Dandan said, It's a pity that I don't have an ancient scripture. Lu Ming also had a bitter face. Although he created the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death, he had only created them recently, and was far from reaching the major completion. Their power was limited. Those ancient scriptures were not created by others. Those who created the ancient scriptures also created those ancient scriptures according to the laws they controlled. Right now, you're just inexperienced. You can't fully unleash the magical powers you created. If you can fully unleash the laws you control, the power will definitely be stronger than many ancient scriptures. After all, you created them yourself. Dandan explained. Dandan, since you're so experienced, why don't you teach me? Lu Ming smiled and looked at Dandan. Haha, now you know how powerful I am. Don't worry, I want to spar with you because I want to guide you. Come again, use your full strength. Dandan laughed loudly. He was very pleased with himself. With one hand behind his back, he had the demeanor of a peerless expert. This time, Lu Ming didn't make things difficult for Dandan. After all, he had a favor to ask. Whoosh! Then Lu Ming's figure flashed, and the hammer of primal chaos appeared in his hand, and he smashed it toward Dandan. Dandan pointed out, and at least 5 types of laws exploded out, forming a finger energy that slammed into the primal chaos hammer. The primal chaos hammer violently trembled before exploding. Lu Ming's hammer of primal chaos also contained 5 types of nomological laws, but they were like tofu. On the other hand, Dandan's 5 types of nomological laws were like steel, as they immediately defeated Lu Ming's hammer of primal chaos. Again, Lu Ming then charged towards Dandan, resisting with his laws. But every time, Lu Ming was completely defeated. A day later, Lu Ming was already exhausted. He then stopped. But in this battle, Lu Ming had gained a lot. He was more proficient in the use of the nomological laws. When he used the hammer of primal chaos or the sword of death, the various nomological laws complemented each other, and the explosive power also increased. Dandan, although bragging every day and sometimes unreliable, was really experienced. Moreover, the world divine turtle was known as the world. Its innate control of the nomological laws was unparalleled, and it was stronger than the other top 10 battle beasts. Therefore, it could often point out Lu Ming's shortcomings in the use of the nomological laws, allowing Lu Ming to improve rapidly. Go back and digest it well. We'll continue the competition in 7 days. Dandan grinned and went to enlightenment. The few of them returned to the enlightenment ancient tree and continued to cultivate. Mulans had been watching Lu Ming and Dandan fight before. She had gained a lot and needed to digest it. In the following days, Lu Ming had one more thing to do, and that was to fight with Dandan. Every 7 days he would fight with Dandan. His comprehension of the various nomological laws and the use of the nomological laws were improving by leaps and bounds. The mastery of the 4 nomological laws of alchemy, tools, penetration, and life increased very quickly. After all, this was under the enlightenment ancient tree. Coupled with Lu Ming's own talent, it was difficult not to improve. At the same time, Lu Ming's 2 self-created supernatural powers, the Hammer of Primal Chaos and the Sword of Death, were getting stronger and stronger. Not only was the original use of the nomological laws, but also the penetration nomological laws. One supernatural power contained 7 nomological laws, and its power was constantly increasing. Finally, after Lu Ming cultivated here for a year, he had another nomological law that reached perfection. Alchemy nomological laws. The alchemy nomological laws reached perfection, and the nomological laws formed a river. Lu Ming's physical body and saint power were tempered again, and greatly improved. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's combat strength was also increasing rapidly. After cultivating here for a year and a half, Lu Ming's tools nomological laws had also reached perfection. Until now, Lu Ming still had the penetration nomological laws and life nomological laws that had not reached perfection in the first realm. The life nomological law was an ultimate nomological law, and relatively speaking, the speed of improvement was much slower. Far away from the enlightenment ancient tree, on a flat ground, Lu Ming and Dandan continued to fight. Although Lu Ming's strength was increasing rapidly, Dandan's improvement was even faster. Lu Ming felt that the 9 nomological laws that Dandan controlled had probably reached the second realm. Lu Ming was naturally no match for him. The 2 of them exchanged a blow, and Lu Ming retreated. Unfortunately, my ultimate nomological laws can't be merged together. Lu Ming sighed. Whether it was the Hammer of Chaos or the Sword of Death, they both only contained one ultimate nomological law. If other ultimate nomological laws could be merged, the power would probably skyrocket. However, if ultimate nomological laws could not be merged, it would be too difficult to merge them. Not necessarily, Dandan said. It's said that it's impossible for one person to control 2 ultimate nomological laws, but didn't you do it? Since you can control multiple ultimate nomological laws, you can naturally merge them into one supernatural power. Speaking of which, Lu Ming, your path is completely different from others. You cultivated the ancient scriptures created by others, but it can't fully stimulate your potential. Other people's ancient scriptures have a single ultimate nomological law as the core, but you control multiple ultimate nomological laws. If you want to fully stimulate your potential, you need to create your own. Dandan was rarely serious as he seriously guided Lu Ming. Lu Ming was greatly moved. Indeed, those peerless heroes who created various ancient scriptures did not control multiple ultimate nomological laws. At most, they controlled one ultimate nomological law, and then combined it with other monarch nomological laws and ordinary nomological laws to create it. None of them were suitable for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wanted to tap into his full potential, he had to create his own ancient scriptures and supernatural powers. Lu Ming felt suddenly enlightened. He felt that he could see his future path. Dandan, thank you. Lu Ming thanked Dandan very seriously. Haha, who am I? The leader of the top 10 battle beasts, an invincible peerless genius. Do you believe me now? Dandan grinned and laughed, feeling very comfortable and happy. Come, continue. Let me guide you so that you can merge ultimate nomological laws as soon as possible. Dandan shouted, full of enthusiasm. Although Dandan did not control multiple ultimate nomological laws, his experience was there, and it was very helpful to Lu Ming. However, it was too difficult to merge different ultimate nomological laws into one supernatural power. Chapter 2231. Winter passed and spring came. Time flew by. Lu Ming had been cultivating here for 3 years. After 3 years of hard work, his law of penetration had reached the first level of perfection. Lu Ming's physical body and saint power had become stronger after repeated refinements. His physical strength was incomparably strong, and his saint power was condensed to the extreme. Moreover, his application of the law had become stronger, and the power of his self-created divine powers had increased by a lot. Compared to 3 years ago, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by leaps and bounds. However, his law of life was still a little short and had not reached perfection. It was still at the 99% stage. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. It was indeed a little slow to improve his ultimate law, and this was still cultivating under the ancient tree of enlightenment. If it were in the outside world, it would be impossible to cultivate so many laws to the first level of perfection in 3 years. On the same flat ground, Lu Ming and Dandan were still fighting. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming held the sword of death in his hand and slashed out continuously. Its power was extremely shocking. However, Dandan was relaxed. With a casual wave of his hand, various laws circulated and easily blocked Lu Ming's attack. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming's eyes were firm and persistent. He was trying to integrate the law of chaos into the sword of death. Just a little bit more, merge for me. Suddenly Lu Ming roared. The law of death in his body surged. The sword of death in his hand vibrated constantly, and the sword's roar shook the sky. Buzz! Suddenly, the power of the sword of death skyrocketed, and a terrifying sword light slashed at Dandan. This sword not only contained the power of the law of death, but also the heavy power of the law of chaos. Success! Lu Ming was ecstatic. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's body trembled. He felt a terrifying tearing force from the 2 ultimate laws. His palm was about to be torn apart by this tearing force. Nestle! On the opposite side, Dandan shouted. With a shake of his palm, a tortoise shell appeared and blocked in front of him like a shield. Boom! With a violent explosion, Dandan's tortoiseshell shield exploded. Dandan quickly retreated, avoiding the tip of the sword of death. Kid, you've succeeded? Dandan looked at Lu Ming. The sword of death in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. His palms and arms were covered in cracks, blood seeping out from them. Circulating the law of life, the wound on his arm quickly healed. Unfortunately, the 2 types of laws will still clash and erupt with astonishing power, causing me to be injured. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. That's normal. You've just started the fusion and aren't familiar with it yet. However, this proves that we're on the right track. As long as you keep trying, the side effects will disappear. Ha ha ha, we've created history. If this were to spread, I'm afraid it would scare people to death. Dandan was extremely excited. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. He understood that after such a long period of hard work, he had finally succeeded. Although the fusion of 2 types of supreme laws would cause him to be injured, it was still incomplete. As it continued to be perfected in the future, these side effects would definitely disappear. Under the effect of the law of life, the wound on Lu Ming's arm had completely healed. Dandan again. Lu Ming rushed towards Dandan. Where could he find such a good sparring partner? Boom! The sword of death reappeared in Lu Ming's hand. Immediately, the law of primal chaos erupted and merged with the sword of death. Buzz! This time he immediately succeeded. However, the fusion still clashed and a terrifying power erupted, causing Lu Ming's arm to be covered in wounds. However, the power of this sword strike had reached an astonishing level. Dandan needed to focus her attention in order to block it. This could be considered Lu Ming's strongest killing move. If I integrate the law of life in the future, the power will definitely be stronger. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming was about to continue looking for Dandan when a figure flashed, and a white-haired old man appeared. It was Gu Xinghui. This was the first time Gu Xinghui had appeared in 3 years. Little brother Lu Ming, it seems that you have made great progress in these years. Gu Xinghui smiled. Senior, thank you for bringing me here to cultivate. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to cultivate for a few more years to achieve my current achievements. Lu Ming said. Kid, why are you here today? Dandan walked over and said casually. Of course there's something big. Gu Xinghui said. Something big? What's the big deal? Dandan asked curiously. Mount Eternal has appeared. It is said that the indestructible ancient scripture is hidden in Mount Eternal, Gu Xinghui said. What? Dandan almost jumped up. His eyes lit up as he stared at Gu Xinghui and said, Is that true? It's true. Mount Eternal has appeared in the void, and is now hovering above Alcade Ancient City. Now countless experts from the Taiching Celestial Domain are rushing over to get the indestructible ancient scripture. So, I'm here to ask if you want to go, Gu Xinghui said. Of course we're going. We can't miss the indestructible ancient scripture of the indestructible emperor. Dandan's eyes lit up. By the side, Lu Ming and Mulan were somewhat dumbstruck. They had never heard of Mount Eternal, or the indestructible ancient scripture. Is the indestructible ancient scripture that magical? Lu Ming asked. Of course. It is said that those who cultivate the indestructible ancient scripture will be immortal, and have extremely strong vitality. Even a trace of blood, a strand of hair, or a trace of soul can be recovered. Although the law of life has strong vitality, it is far inferior to cultivating the indestructible ancient scripture. The indestructible ancient scripture is the trump card of the indestructible emperor. Do you know about the emperor? He is in existence on par with the Chaos Emperor. Dandan rattled on, explaining a bunch of things. Lu Ming was shocked. He was shocked by the incredible power of the indestructible ancient scripture, and the strength of the indestructible emperor. According to Dandan, those who could be called venerable sovereigns were all invincible figures. They were known as venerable sovereigns, and were invincible in the world. For example, the Chaos Emperor and the Indestructible Emperor. If the Indestructible Emperor is so strong, how can he be so strong? Then how can others get the indestructible ancient scripture? Won't we be courting death if we go? Lu Ming asked curiously. The Indestructible Emperor died a long time ago, Dandan said. Died? How can such a person who cultivated the indestructible ancient scripture die? Lu Ming was shocked and puzzled. Sigh, it's all because of the evil god tribe. In the ancient era, at the beginning of the war, the indestructible emperor was besieged by several people of the evil god tribe. In the end, nothing was left of him. Even if he had the indestructible ancient scripture, he still died. Since the fall of the indestructible emperor, Mount Eternal, where he lived, escaped into the endless void and wandered in the eternal darkness of the void. No one could find it. I really didn't expect Mount Eternal to suddenly appear. Many people guessed that the indestructible ancient scripture is about to reappear. Gu Xinghui sighed. Lu Ming was also interested. Okay, let's go and take a look. Chapter 2232. Before becoming an emperor, it was a good opportunity to go out for a walk and adjust his condition to prepare for becoming an emperor. At the same time, he could also try his luck. If he could really get the indestructible ancient scripture, it would be a great stroke of luck. Immediately, Lu Ming, Mulan's, and Dandan followed Gu Xinghui and left for the Gu clan's palace. This time, the Gu clan would also send people to try their luck. Mount Eternal had been wandering in the eternal darkness for so many years. It was very difficult to get it by relying on one's cultivation alone. It would require a fortuitous encounter. Therefore, the Gu clan sent some geniuses. The number one genius of the Gu clan, Guingzhong, was naturally among them. However, there were also many experts. There were true emperors and great emperors who were led by the Gu clan's patriarch. Everyone soared into the sky and headed towards the nearest teleportation area. The Alcade Ancient City was located in the western part of the Grand Pure Sky domain. A few days later, the Gu clan had already arrived at the Alcade Ancient City. The Alcade Ancient City was one of the oldest ancient cities in the Heaven domain. In the Heaven domain, there were not many that could be called ancient cities. Each of them had spanned countless years, and were full of mottled traces of time. During this period of time, this ancient city that had experienced countless years had become incomparably lively. There was a sea of people, all of them experts. There were experts from all over the Grand Pure Sky domain. Not only the human race, but also the various divine beast races. For example, true dragons, heavenly tigers, phoenixes, and others could be seen from time to time. In the sky above the northern gate of the Alcate ancient city, an incomparably huge divine mountain was suspended there. It was huge and majestic, like the legendary immemorial divine mountain. This was Mount Eternal. Lu Ming and the others did not enter the Alcate ancient city at first. Instead, they headed towards Mount Eternal. Boom, boom. From afar, they could see a dazzling light constantly flickering and hear a shocking roar. Someone wanted to climb Mount Eternal, and it was a very shocking expert. Lu Ming saw a figure covered in divine light rushing towards Mount Eternal at an astonishing speed. However, no matter how fast he rushed towards Mount Eternal, it seemed that he could not cross the seemingly short distance. It was difficult for him to get close to Mount Eternal. There was a layer of light on Mount Eternal. It seemed to stop there, but it was impossible to get close. Is that a heavenly emperor? Someone from the Gu family asked in a hoarse voice. That's right, it's indeed a heavenly emperor realm figure. The patriarch of the Gu family said. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even a heavenly emperor realm figure was unable to ascend Mount Eternal? Chirp. At this moment, a cry echoed in the sky. Everyone saw a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring towards Mount Eternal. The aura emitted by the phoenix was shocking. Its body was enormous, and when it spread its wings, they covered the sky and covered the sun. This was absolutely an incomparably terrifying phoenix. Its cultivation was not weaker than that human race powerhouse from before. Without a doubt, it was a heavenly emperor realm existence. With a flap of its wings, the void collapsed, forming a terrifying dark space. It flew towards Mount Eternal at an unimaginable speed. However, it was still difficult for this terrifying phoenix to ascend Mount Eternal. Roar! A roar reverberated in all directions. An incomparably huge white tiger, filled with boundless killing intent, rushed towards Mount Eternal. However, like the phoenix, it was still unable to ascend the mountain. The white tiger roared and stretched out a huge claw. It was incomparably terrifying. It was even bigger than a mountain and grabbed towards Mount Eternal from the sky. Obviously, the white tiger was furious that it could not ascend the mountain. It wanted to blow up Mount Eternal. Its huge claw was even bigger than Mount Eternal. Unfortunately, when it grabbed down, Mount Eternal was like an illusion. It grabbed empty air and nothing was caught. Next, everyone saw a few powerful existences trying to ascend Mount Eternal, but in the end, it was to no avail. There were many people watching nearby. Lu Ming and the others learned from the nearby spectators that during this period, there were no less than 10 heavenly emperors who came here. They used all kinds of methods to try to ascend Mount Eternal and obtain the indestructible ancient scripture, but all of them failed. There were also great emperors, true emperors, and void emperors who tried to ascend the mountain, but all of them ended in failure. Some people speculated that the indestructible ancient scripture had not yet appeared. It was obviously impossible to seize it with strength. One had to know that the indestructible emperor was an invincible figure back then. Many people stayed in Alcate ancient city, waiting for the right opportunity. Lu Ming and the others looked around Mount Eternal for a while, but it was to no avail. Even Dandan shook his head. They could only come to Alcate ancient city and find a place to stay. Alcate ancient city, I heard that it is one of the oldest cities in the heavenly realm. In history, many experts were born and left behind many ruins. How about we go take a look? Guing invited Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulins. The Gu family had lived in seclusion for generations and rarely came out. Guing did not have many opportunities to come out. This time, if it was not for the indestructible ancient scripture, the Gu family would not have brought them out. It was rare for him to come out, so naturally, he was very curious. All right, Lu Ming and the others nodded. Together with Guing, they left the place where they lived and strolled around Alcate ancient city. Alcate ancient city was not only old, but it also covered a very large area. There were countless streets and ancient ruins everywhere. For example, there were many stone tablets, which were enlightenment tablets. These enlightenment tablets had great Tao engravings left behind by experts. It was very helpful for those below the martial emperor realm. Many people below the martial emperor realm sat cross-legged under the enlightenment tablets, quietly comprehending and cultivating. There were many statues in another place. They were all famous statues of the past generations. Each of them exuded a domineering will that made people admire them. Many people were looking at them. Lu Ming and the others also came here. Look, those are the statues of the top 10 battle beasts. Guing whispered. Lu Ming looked over and saw statues of different species. There was a 9 dragon with a winding body. There were 9 dragon claws under its abdomen. The scales on its body were clear and lifelike, as if the 9 dragons had come back to life. There was a giant elephant that was like a small mountain. Its muscles were obvious as if it had explosive power. This was the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Next, they saw the statues of the Titan longhorn beetle, the immortal heavenly phoenix, the 9 lives demonic silkworm. These were the statues of the top 10 battle beasts. There were a total of 9 statues, but there was no statue of the world turtle. Dandan, you don't seem to be there. It seems that your reputation is not good enough. Or maybe they think that you are not worthy of being compared to the other 9. Lu Ming looked at Dandan and joked. Bullshit, the people who carved these statues must be ignorant or have a grudge against me. Damn it, they didn't put my statue in. Dandan was extremely unhappy and gritted her teeth. In the end, her eyes lit up and she said, I know they definitely can't carve out my majestic charm, so they don't have a statue of me. That must be it, haha. Lu Ming and the others looked at it with disdain. After a while the crowd left. Lu Ming, it's you? You. How did you come to the heavenly realm? At this moment, a voice was heard. It sounded very surprised. Luo Tsangqiang? And Stellar River. Chapter 2233. Not far away, a few youths walked over. 2 of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances, Luo Tsangqiang and Xing Xinhe from the primordial realm. Beside them was another youth that Lu Ming did not recognize. Luo Tsangqiang and Xing Xinhe seemed very surprised. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin did not bring Lu Ming to the Heaven Domain. Why would Lu Ming appear in the Heaven Domain now? After the surprise, it was cold murderous intent. Luo Tsangqiang and Xing Xinhe were the same. They did not hide their murderous intent as their figures flickered and surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to come to the Heaven Domain too. Can't you just stay in the primordial realm and retire? Why must you come to the Heaven Domain to die? Well, it saves me a trip. Luo Tsangqiang said coldly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. 2-star illusionary emperor seemed to have reached the peak of 2-star illusionary emperor, and could step into 3-star illusionary emperor at any time. At the same time, 2 types of laws emanated from his body. They were both monarch Dao laws and both were at the peak of the 1st realm. Obviously, after coming to the Heaven Domain, Luo Tsangqiang had made great progress. Back in the Battle of 10 Earths, Luo Tsangqiang had just broken through to 1-star illusionary emperor. Now he had reached the peak of 2-star illusionary emperor, and comprehended the 2nd type of law, reaching the peak of the 1st realm. To be able to make such progress in 5 years was already very fast. He had definitely received a lot of resources to cultivate. The distance of each step in the martial emperor realm was very large and difficult to cross. Without resources, it would take a long time to cultivate honestly. Lu Ming glanced at Luo Tsangqiang indifferently and said, I haven't seen you for 5 years. You've made some progress, but do you think you're my match? His voice was full of disdain. Luo Tsangqiang's face turned ugly. Indeed, he did not have much confidence in dealing with Lu Ming alone. During the Battle of 10 Earths, Lu Ming was able to fight with the Heaven Domain prodigies who had mastered the strongest laws. He was much stronger than Luo Tsangqiang now. Although he knew that Lu Ming was a peerless cripple and could not become an emperor, his combat ability should not be any different from 5 years ago, and there should not be any improvement. However, he was no match for Lu Ming now. However, he was not afraid because there were others beside him. Humph, Lu Ming, this is not the primordial realm, nor is it the same as 5 years ago. Luo Tsangqiang said coldly. Oh, you mean the 2 of them? Lu Ming smiled indifferently as he glanced at the Star River and the strange young man. I alone am enough. Xing Xinhe spoke with great confidence. Xing Xinhe's cultivation had already reached 3-star illusionary emperor. His improvement was shocking as he had jumped 2 tiers. At the same time, his law had also made shocking progress. His battle strength was much stronger than 5 years ago during the Battle of the Ten Lands. Xinghe was no longer weaker than the Heaven Realm geniuses who had descended upon the Yuan realm. His talent was very strong, and he was not weaker than the geniuses of the Heaven Realm. Now that he had the resources of the Heaven Realm to nurture him, his progress was extremely fast. He was confident that he could defeat Lu Ming alone. He is that peerless cripple from the primordial realm. The strange young man spoke. This person's cultivation was not weak either. He was a 3-star illusionary emperor, and had mastered 3 types of law. Although he did not master the strongest law, 2 of his monarch laws had already reached the 2nd realm. His strength was also very shocking. That's right, it's him, Luo Tsangqiong said in a cold voice. Many people have praised him to the heavens and bragged about how powerful he is. Today, I want to give it a try. The strange young man sneered. Those who bragged about him are just his friends. Luo Tsangqiong sneered and said, Lu Ming, today you must die. Back then, in the world of the lotus, Luo Tsangqiong was abused by Lu Ming too miserably. Luo Pokong was killed by Lu Ming in public, and he was trampled on by Lu Ming in public. He was even treated as a human weapon and fought against Xing Xinhe. He was utterly humiliated. He had always wanted to take revenge. However, in the Battle of the Ten Lands, the strength that Lu Ming displayed shocked him, but what happened later made him ecstatic. Lu Ming actually had a peerless crippled body, and could not go to the heavenly domain to cultivate. He was overjoyed and decided to return to the primordial realm after cultivating in the heavenly domain, and kill Lu Ming personally. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming in the heavenly domain, but his intention to kill Lu Ming would not change. Lu Ming, give me the heavenly emperor's body, and I can give you a quick death, Xing Xinhe said coldly. Of course, he was transmitting his voice to Lu Ming. He did not want others to know about the heavenly emperor's body. In his opinion, the heavenly emperor's body should belong to him, and anyone else who touched it had to die. He also had to kill Lu Ming. Xing Xinhe and the other 2 completely ignored Dandan, Guing and Mulins. How strong could they be when they were with a crippled body like Lu Ming? They did not care about them. Lu Ming, who are these 3 idiots? They fart as soon as they come, Dandan said unhappily. These words made Luo Tsangqiong and Xing Xinhe's faces turn black. Originally, it had nothing to do with you, but now, you have to be responsible for your own words, Luo Tsangqiong said coldly. Nest, this kid has no ability at all, but he's very arrogant. I'll slap him to death. Dandan was even more unhappy. He rolled up his sleeves, and was about to attack. Leave them to me, I'll deal with them. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Dandan. You'll deal with them? Let's see how you'll deal with them, the unfamiliar young man said coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming. His palm was like a blade, slashing down with force like a heavenly blade. He fully unleashed his 3-star illusionary emperor realm power, and 3 types of monarch laws. 2 of them had already reached the 2nd realm, and were extremely powerful. This attack shattered the void. A terrifying blade light slashed towards Lu Ming, wanting to split Lu Ming in half. Countless people around were alarmed and looked over. In the face of this attack, Lu Ming's expression did not change at all. He was very calm. Boom. Just as the blade light was about to hit Lu Ming made a move and pointed out with his finger. A finger force hit the blade light, and the blade light shattered immediately. The finger force did not stop and pointed at the unfamiliar young man at an astonishing speed. The unfamiliar young man's pupils shrank sharply, revealing a look of horror in his eyes as he frantically retreated. However, Lu Ming's finger force was faster. In an instant, it caught up with the unfamiliar young man. The unfamiliar young man yelled in horror. At this moment, his heart was full of fear and regret. He never dreamed that Lu Ming, who had a crippled body, would be so powerful. He was even more powerful than the legends said. His attack did not have any effect at all. He felt that death was approaching. He yelled and tried to escape, but it was all too late. Poof. The finger force pierced through his glabella and destroyed his soul. The unfamiliar young man's eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness. Then his body fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 2234. They were well aware of the young man's battle strength. He was a very good genius in the heaven realm, and his battle strength was far above Luo Zhangqiang's. Even compared to Heng Xinghe, he was not much weaker. But now he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Wasn't Lu Ming's battle strength stronger than Heng Xinghe's? Wasn't Lu Ming a crippled body? How could his battle strength improve so quickly if he couldn't become an emperor? They couldn't figure it out. What they wanted to do now was to run. Heng Xinghe and Luo Zhangqiang retreated almost at the same time. You want to run when you know you can't beat me? Have you asked for my permission? Ha! Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and caught up with Luo Zhangqiang in an instant like a ray of dim light. Luo Zhangqiang's eyes were full of horror. The young man's battle strength was above his, but he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, it wouldn't take him a second move. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my grandfather won't let you go. Luo Zhangqiang roared. Your grandfather? He has already attacked me in the Yuan realm. Unfortunately, he is now seriously injured and I don't know where he went to heal. I will take his head myself in the future. Lu Ming sneered. He must kill Luo Zhangqiang. Autumn Moon was in a desperate situation because of Luo Zhangqiang and almost couldn't wake up. Later, Luo Zhangqiang's grandfather, the great emperor of Tianluo, joined the great emperor of the Mu clan to kill him in the ancient Moon Holy Land. It could be said that he, the Daoyuo Heaven sect, and the Luo clan were already mortal enemies. If Luo Zhangqiang didn't come to him, he would go to him. Since he met him today, he would not let him go. Impossible. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Luo Zhangqiang roared in disbelief. Go in peace. Lu Ming said indifferently and pointed his finger. Puff. Without any suspense, Luo Zhangqiang's glabella was pierced by the finger's strength. His soul was destroyed and he died on the spot. So far, the two king bodies of the Daoyuo Heaven sect had been killed by Lu Ming. After killing Luo Zhangqiang, Lu Ming chased after Luo Zhangqiang. At this moment, Stellar River was flying at full speed. He had a feeling that if he didn't leave today, he wouldn't be able to. Lu Ming's battle prowess had exceeded his imagination. However, he still had hope. Lu Ming was just a cripple. He would never be able to become a martial monarch. Even if he could increase his battle prowess, it would be limited. He, on the other hand, didn't believe that he couldn't kill Lu Ming after becoming a true emperor. As long as he was alive, he could kill Lu Ming. Therefore, he used all his strength to run for his life. But when he turned around to look, he was scared out of his wits. Because Lu Ming was not far from him. Heng Xinghe, go down and accompany Luo Zhangqiang, lest he be lonely. Lu Ming said coldly. He displayed the 6 feathered wings and was extremely fast. With a flap of the wings, he was close to Stellar River. Kill. The River of Stars came to a stop, and with a shout, the godly bell of eternity appeared and began to vibrate. Now, Stellar River's cultivation was much stronger than before. He had reached the 3-star Void Emperor. Moreover, his eternal law had reached the 2nd realm, and he had mastered a sovereign law. Therefore, the power of the eternal divine bell was many times stronger than before. Layers of sound waves rushed out and turned into sharp swords, slashing toward Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying. This move again. Heng Xinghe, this move is useless against me. Lu Ming said faintly and blasted out a palm. Boom. The void exploded as the terrifying palm force rushed towards the Stellar River like an avalanche. The sharp swords formed by the sound waves of the eternal divine bell exploded and collapsed. The palm force continued to surge towards Stellar River and bombarded the eternal divine bell. Dong. The eternal divine bell vibrated violently and cracks appeared. Heng Xinghe's body was thrown out like a cannonball, and he coughed up blood in the air. How is this possible? Stellar River roared, his voice full of disbelief. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? In the 5 years since he came to the Heaven Realm, Stellar River had received a lot of resources. There was even a big shot who valued him and took him in as a disciple. That was a heavenly emperor. Being a disciple of a heavenly emperor, and receiving the heavenly emperor's training, he had made great progress in all aspects. His combat strength had increased tremendously. Even so, after 5 years when he met Lu Ming again, he was even more vulnerable. He couldn't accept it. These people are so weak. Why are they here to kill Lu Ming? Dandan pursed his lips and was speechless. They are here to die. Guing was also speechless. The surrounding onlookers were also discussing. Who is that person? What a strong combat strength. I heard them say that he has a peerless cripple physique. What's going on? I don't know. I know. I heard that there is a peerless cripple physique in the primordial realm. Before becoming an emperor, he has mastered many laws and even 2 supreme laws. What? 2 supreme laws of nature? The scene was in an uproar. Many people exclaimed, but even more people didn't believe it. They didn't believe that someone could master 2 supreme laws. That was impossible. In history, no one had ever done it. High in the sky, Lu Ming's figure didn't stop and continued to attack Stellar River. Using the 6 feathered divine wings, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming instantly caught up with Stellar River. Dong! Lu Ming struck out with his palm again, bombarding Stellar River's eternal divine bell. This time, the eternal divine bell covering Stellar River's body directly exploded. The sound of bones breaking could be heard all over Stellar River's body. His body flew out and vomited blood. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. In his palm, there were only 4 types of laws: Primal Chaos Law, Devour Law, Penetration Law, and Force Law. In the past few years, Lu Ming had improved too much. After refining a trace of energy from the ancestral dragon's blood, his physical strength skyrocketed. At the same time, the Alchemy Law, Tools Law, and Penetration Law were all perfected one after another. After tempering his physical body and saint power again and again, Lu Ming's physical body and saint power had improved a lot. Stellar River's strength was no weaker than Blue Cloud and Yanxi that Lu Ming encountered 3 years ago. At that time, Lu Ming needed to go all out to fight with experts like Blue Cloud or Yanxi. But now Lu Ming was also using 4 types of laws. He hadn't even used his ultimate move yet, but he was able to crush Stellar River completely. Be on your way. Lu Ming chased after Stellar River. Stellar River went berserk and tried his best to escape. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. My master is the Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, Stellar River roared and mentioned his master, hoping that Lu Ming would have some scruples. But he also knew that he knew Lu Ming very well. Lu Ming was a lawless person, and there was no way to scare him. Sure enough, Lu Ming was unmoved and continued to chase after him. Despair appeared on Stellar River's face. Lu Ming, stop. Chapter 2235. Originally, Lu Ming wanted to kill Heng Xinghe and get rid of this problem. But at this moment, a fist energy traversed the void and blasted towards Lu Ming. Its power was extremely shocking. Law of Chaos. In this fist energy, Lu Ming felt the fluctuation of the law of chaos. Without thinking, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Boom. Lu Ming's palm and the fist energy collided heavily. The void exploded and vibrated continuously. Extremely strong winds swept in all directions. Heng Xinghe's body trembled and was sent flying by the aftershock. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming looked up into the sky. A burly figure stepped through the air and looked down at Lu Ming. Yuan Xian. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. Today was such a coincidence to meet an old acquaintance from the Yuan realm. Law of Chaos. That's Yuan Xian, the son of chaos from the Yuan realm. I've heard of him. This person's talent is amazing. After coming to the Heaven realm, he was immediately taken in as a disciple by a top expert. He received a lot of resources to nurture him, and his progress was rapid. Some time ago, he defeated several famous geniuses from the Heaven realm. I've heard of him too. This person's talent is indeed amazing. He has a chance to compete with Jiu in the future. This time, the Yuan realm has indeed produced many geniuses with amazing talent. Other than Yuan Xian, there's another person who is even more terrifying. He's a natural son of destiny and controls the law of destiny. There are also a few geniuses from the Archean system. They're also very terrifying. Obviously, after 5 years, those geniuses who came to the Yuan realm had risen rapidly. They had made a name for themselves in the Heaven realm, and were known by many experts in the Heaven realm. Yuan Xian looked down from above. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lu Ming. A powerful battle intent emanated from his body. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to come to the Heaven realm too. Although you can't become an emperor, your combat strength has reached this level. It's really amazing. But this is good too. When I kill you, I'll feel better. As he spoke, Yuan Xian's eyes revealed a sinister look. Do you remember what I said to you during the Battle of 10 Earths? As long as you're defeated by me once, you'll never be my match in the future. Lu Ming said softly, his voice full of disdain. Boasting shamelessly. A crippled body will never be able to become a martial emperor. Where does your confidence come from? Yuan Xian shouted coldly. Then a terrifying aura burst out from his body. 4-star Void Emperor. This was Yuan Xian's current cultivation. 4-star illusionary emperors were already high-level illusionary emperors. They were much stronger than 3-star illusionary emperors. Powerful world energy surged, and the power of laws revolved around Yuan Xian, making him look like a god of war. 3 types of laws. The law of primal chaos is already at the 2nd level. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He had a rough estimation of Yuan Xian's combat strength. Now, are you still confident? Yuan Xian spoke full of confidence. To him, meeting Lu Ming today was a piece of great news. During the Battle of 10 Earths, he had been defeated by Tian Ming and Lu Ming, and he was still brooding over it. Today he could defeat Lu Ming. He would defeat Tian Ming another day. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the #1 genius of Yuanlu. In the future, he wanted to defeat the strongest genius of the Heaven Domain and stand at the peak. This was his ambition. Lu Ming is ours. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In the distance, a few rays of light flew over rapidly. In the next moment, a few figures appeared in the sky. His powerful aura and cold murderous intent pressed toward Lu Ming without any concealment. Blue Cloud Yanxi. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It seemed that he had met a few old acquaintances. It was Blue Cloud and Yanxi. When the two of them looked at Lu Ming, their gazes were exceptionally cold. Lu Ming, I will kill you today. Blue Cloud said coldly. That day, because of Lu Ming, he was beaten so badly by Dandan. Later, because of Lu Ming, he did not get the treasure. Then, the two of them looked at Dandan and Mulin's, and cold killing intent erupted from them. Of course, there was also greed. They recognized Mulin's. Back then, there was a small pagoda above Mulin's head. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Since they had met today, they would take it together. They were overjoyed. This was not a battlefield, and there were not so many rules. It was normal to kill each other. You guys surround those people. Blue Cloud shouted and waved his hand. Following Blue Cloud and Yanxi were a few middle-aged men. At this moment, they flashed and surrounded Dandan, Mulin's, and Guingzhong. These middle-aged men were all true emperors. Their terrifying auras made Mulin's and Guingzhong's face turn serious. Dandan's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Ming, let's see who can save you today. Blue Cloud and Yanxi flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming, looks like you've offended a lot of people. Yuan Xian sneered. A bunch of clowns. Lu Ming said indifferently. What did you say? You're courting death. Blue Cloud shouted, and his aura became even colder. A few years had passed, and Blue Cloud and Yanxi had undoubtedly become stronger. Their cultivation had reached 4-star empty emperor, and their laws had improved. On the surface, they did not seem weaker than Yuan Xian. The 3 young experts surrounded Lu Ming. This useless body from the Yuan realm has offended so many people? He's overestimating himself. He's just a useless body that can never become an emperor. How dare he be so arrogant? Is he courting death? I heard that he's famous in Yuan continent, and he's ranked first among the younger generation in Yuan continent. This is normal. He has mastered many laws before becoming an emperor, so his combat strength must be very strong. It's a pity that he has no potential and can't become an emperor. I think he's used to being arrogant, so he doesn't understand his situation. Others can keep improving, but he's still so arrogant. He won't live for long. I think he's going to die today. Some people discussed and thought that Lu Ming was going to die today. Blue Cloud, Yanxi, and Yuan Xian were all much stronger than Xinghe. Now the 3 of them were obviously going to deal with Lu Ming. Did Lu Ming still have a chance? Big brother Lu Ming. At this moment, a joyful voice was heard. The voice was crisp and pleasant. Then the void flickered, and a figure suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not dodge, because he knew who it was when he heard the voice. Bubbles! Bubbles! Lu Ming called out with a smile on his face. It seemed that Bubbles had also arrived. They had not seen each other for 5 years, and Bubbles looked the same as before. She did not grow much older, and still looked like she was 2 or 3 years old. Big brother Lu Ming. Bubbles hung on Lu Ming's neck, and her little head rubbed against Lu Ming's body, unwilling to let go. Seeing Bubbles coming, Yuan Xian's eyes showed a trace of seriousness. Chapter 2236. After a while, Bubble raised her head and looked at Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud and Yan Shi. What do these guys want? They're asking for a beating. Bubble pouted and looked at Blue Cloud, Yan Shi, and the others unkindly. It's her, the space-time spirit mouse. Blue Cloud and Yan Shi also recognized Bubble. The top 10 young battle beasts were too rare, and their talents were astonishing. When Bubble came, she caused a sensation. Many people knew that a space-time spirit mouse came from the primordial realm. Moreover, she was taken in as a disciple by a terrifying divine beast. She was carefully taught, and her speed of improvement was amazing. Her combat strength was even stronger. During this period, many geniuses had been defeated by her. Blue Cloud and Yan Shi naturally knew. At the same time, they were also quite afraid of the existence behind Bubble. They didn't expect that Lu Ming and Bubble actually knew each other, and they seemed to have a good relationship. Hey, tell me, is it you and you who want to go against Big Brother Lu Ming? If you want to fight, you have to go through me first. Bubble waved her small fists and glanced at Blue Cloud and Yan Shi. This has nothing to do with you. Blue Cloud said coldly. Who said it has nothing to do with me? Bubble glared at Blue Cloud. You'd better not interfere in this matter. My Lan family may not be afraid of the person behind you. Blue Cloud said again. Nonsense, if you want to fight then fight, chirp chirp. Bubble was angry, and was about to attack. Bubble, I can deal with these people by myself. Lu Ming smiled and stopped Bubble. Oh okay, Big Brother Lu Ming, beat them up for me, chirp chirp. Bubble cried, then turned her gaze and saw Dandan. Her big eyes immediately lit up, and she immediately appeared on Dandan's shoulder. Little turtle, long time no see, chirp chirp. Bubbles blinked her big eyes and carefully sized up Dandan. Although Dandan had taken human form and used a mysterious technique to restrain its aura, Bubble and Dandan were both top 10 war beasts and had extremely sharp senses. Bubble recognized Dandan at a glance. Dandan's face turned even darker. You're the little turtle. Your whole family are little turtles. Dandan said unhappily. You're obviously a little tortoise. Why don't you admit it? Chirp. Bubble pouted. Don't compare me to an ordinary tortoise. Dandan said angrily. Both of them stared at each other and bickered. Lu Ming smiled as his gaze swept over Blue Cloud, Yan Shi and Yuan Xian. His indifferent voice sounded. All of you want to kill me, then come at me together. Don't waste my time. These words shocked everyone present. What? This trash actually asked Blue Cloud and the others to come at him together? Is he crazy? Although his combat strength is not bad, he's simply courting death by being so arrogant. The others were surprised. The faces of Blue Cloud and the others became even gloomier. Lu Ming wanted to fight the three of them alone, which was simply courting death. This was an insult to them. I alone am enough to deal with you. Blue Cloud took the lead. He punched out, and a lion's roar resounded through the sky. On his fist, there was a lion jumping and roaring with astonishing power. This was the divine ability passed down in Blue Cloud's family, which came from an ancient scripture. Compared to 3 years ago, Blue Cloud was undoubtedly stronger. Not only did his cultivation break through, but his law was also more profound. He had already comprehended the third law and reached the perfected first realm. With a punch, the lion's roar shook the sky, and the wind whistled, crushing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he simply struck out with his palm. For this palm, Lu Ming still only used the law of primal chaos, the law of force, the law of devour, and the law of penetration. However, Lu Ming's body trembled, and an even stronger force erupted. Boom! Lu Ming's palm collided with Blue Cloud's fist, and an astonishing vibration erupted. Then Blue Cloud retreated frantically, and the lion on his fist let out a wail and exploded with a loud bang. Bang, bang, bang. Blue Cloud retreated dozens of steps, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Lu Ming actually pushed him back with a palm. How was this possible? 3 years ago, Lu Ming's strength was at most slightly stronger than his. After 3 years, his combat strength had increased explosively. How could he be pushed back by Lu Ming's palm? Wasn't Lu Ming a trash who couldn't become a martial emperor? How could his strength improve so rapidly? He really couldn't figure it out. The others also couldn't figure it out, and each of them opened their mouths wide. Yuan Xian's pupils also shrank, and his heart was greatly shocked. I've said it before. The 3 of you should attack together, so as not to waste my time. Lu Ming said, his voice spreading far and wide. Blue Cloud, Yanxi, and Yuan Xian's faces turned ugly. At this moment, they couldn't retreat, nor could they fight. If you're not going to attack, then I'll do it. Lu Ming was incomparably powerful. He stepped out and directly attacked. Boom, boom, boom. He struck out 3 consecutive palms, and 3 powerful palm prints whistled out, respectively attacking Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Yanxi. Since you're courting death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Let's attack together. Yanxi roared. He made his move. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Lu Ming. Roar. Blue Cloud followed suit. His fists continuously punched out. On both fists, there was a lion jumping and roaring continuously. Its power was extremely shocking. At the same time, Yuan Xian also attacked. He erupted with all his strength, waving his fists. His full strength condensed into a mountain, and he attacked Lu Ming. Yuan Xian was undoubtedly stronger. In the Battle of the 10 Lands, he only grasped a single law. Now he grasped a higher level of law. Each attack had several laws erupting, and with the law of chaos as the core, its power was extremely shocking. The 3 of them joined forces, and the void was boiling. It was completely destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the 3 collided with Lu Ming's palm prints. The void rumbled continuously, and the force swept in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators retreated continuously. But what was shocking was that after the collision, Lu Ming's figure didn't move at all. He stood in the void, and his expression was very calm. He was fighting 1 against 3, and he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Impossible. Yuan Xian roared in his heart. The power of the world erupted completely. Mountains crushed towards Lu Ming, wanting to crush Lu Ming into pieces. At the same time, Blue Cloud and Yanxi also roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Just SOSO. Lu Ming spoke. This time he pointed out 3 fingers in a row. This was the Chaos Calamity finger, but its power had far surpassed the Chaos Ring. Because of this finger, Lu Ming had fused 5 types of laws. Law of Chaos, Law of Devour, Law of Force, Law of Penetration, Law of Array Dao. In the Gu family, Lu Ming often sparred with Dandan. Dandan's understanding and use of laws had reached an unbelievable level. Lu Ming also benefited a lot. His use of laws far surpassed Yuan Xian and the rest. With 5 types of laws gathered, the power was shocking. Chapter 2237. 3 huge fingers, shining with 5 different colors, filled the sky as if a deity had stretched out 3 fingers. Lu Ming used 5 types of laws in this attack. There was 1 more law than before, and it was more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fingers collided with Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Yanxi's attacks. The mountain formed by the Yuan Xian shook violently, and then directly exploded. The huge lion formed by Blue Cloud's divine ability let out a wail and exploded. Yanxi's saber light also shattered. A terrifying power surged toward the 3 of them. The 3 of them retreated frantically. Their bodies shook as if they had been electrocuted and blood spurted out of their mouths. After adding a type of law, Lu Ming's attack power increased greatly. He injured Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Yanxi in 1 move. The spectators were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Yanxi were all 4-star empty emperors. They were all high-level empty emperors. Moreover, they were all top prodigies. Their combat power could not be measured by their cultivation. However, The three of them were attacking Lu Ming, but were injured by Lu Ming in one move. How was this possible? Lu Ming had not become a martial emperor yet. He had not become a martial emperor, but he was able to surpass so many levels of cultivation and suppress three top prodigies with his cultivation of a boundary emperor. Everyone felt like they were going crazy. This had broken common sense and had never happened before. Even prodigies like Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Yan Shi were suppressed by Lu Ming. If an ordinary empty emperor went up, wouldn't he be killed by Lu Ming in an instant? Wouldn't Lu Ming be able to suppress an ordinary 5-star empty emperor, or even a 6-star empty emperor? This was crazy. However, this was far from Lu Ming's strongest battle strength. If they knew that Lu Ming still had a large amount of battle strength left, who knew how they would feel? Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to care about what the others thought. At this moment, he continued to charge towards Yuan Xian's group of three. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming continued to attack with his finger. One finger after another flew towards the three of them. The three of them roared and unleashed all of their strength to attack Lu Ming. It could be seen that Yuan Xian was indeed slightly stronger. Her battle prowess was above Blue Cloud and Yan Shi, and her injuries were also lighter. However, he was not much stronger, and was still crushed by Lu Ming. 3 rumbling sounds rang out. The three of them retreated, coughing up blood. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and activated the 6 feathered wings. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Blue Cloud. Blue Cloud was startled. His body glowed as a lion pounced forward. However, Lu Ming unleashed a palm strike with 5 different colors. It collided with the lion's palm. The gigantic lion's palm shattered immediately. The palm then landed on the gigantic lion's head. One could see the gigantic lion's body exploding inch by inch. In the end, it exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming's palm did not stop. He continued to hit Lan Yan. Blue Cloud screamed as his body was penetrated. He spat out blood, and was blown away like a broken sandbag. Young master! Damn it! The true emperors surrounding Dandan and Mulin's roared, wanting to save Blue Cloud. You think you can come and go as you please? Did you ask for my permission? Dandan coldly retorted before attacking the true emperors with lightning speed. Dandan waved his hand and 9 different colors appeared on his body. These were 9 different laws. All of them were at the 2nd level, while some were at the 3rd level. The true emperors were shocked by Dandan's battle prowess. There were 5 true emperors, the strongest of which was a 5-star true emperor. They attacked Dandan at the same time. A few of them were quite strong with profound laws. However, there was still a gap between them and Dandan. Dandan wasn't at a disadvantage at all despite fighting 1 against 5. In fact, he even had the upper hand. This came as a great shock to the others. They didn't expect this seemingly ordinary young Taoist to be this strong. Not only was he a true emperor, but his battle prowess was also outrageous. It was clear that Dandan was only a 1-star true emperor, but his battle prowess was frightening. Even a 5-star true emperor wasn't his match and was easily suppressed. His laws are too frightening. A 1-star true emperor has cultivated 9 laws to this level. Unbelievable. An older character sighed. 4 void emperors and true emperors. Their battle prowess was determined by their laws. Cultivation did affect battle prowess, but it wasn't as great as laws. This was especially true for true emperors. The number of laws they had grasped and the strength of their mastery would greatly affect their battle prowess. Many people who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, might not be able to cultivate the laws to Dandan's level. This was talent. The true emperors from the Lan and Yen were being held back by Dandan and couldn't help. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he appeared next to Yan Shi. He struck a palm and Yan Shi followed in Lan Yan's footsteps. She was beaten until she vomited blood. You want to kill me? Today I'll kill all of you. Lu Ming said coldly. His voice was very cold. He knew that the Lan and Yen clans were powerful clans in heaven with deep foundations. They definitely had heavenly emperors in charge. Killing Blue Cloud and Yan Shi would bring about a lot of trouble. However, the other party had tried to kill him time and time again. Lu Ming wanted to kill them. At most, he would kill them and find a place to hide or go to the Gu family to cultivate in seclusion. Although Lan Yun and Yan Shi were seriously injured, they were not dead yet. At this moment, they were so scared that their bodies were trembling. They used all of their strength to frantically retreat. "Save me!" they shouted at the same time. "Junior, don't you dare!" There was a loud roar, and a burly old man dashed out of the crowd. He lifted a huge hammer and smashed it toward Lu Ming. A true emperor. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He didn't dare to meet the attack head-on, and used his wings to dodge. "Kill him! Kill him for me!" Lan Yun recognized that it was an expert from the Yen family, and immediately roared. "Die!" The burly old man rushed at Lu Ming with his hammer. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. A great true emperor attacking a quasi-emperor? How shameless! "I'll be your opponent!" Dan Dan roared angrily and attacked several times. His attack method was very special. All the laws were transformed into runes, and the runes could condense into all kinds of terrifying attacks. The power was shocking. Boom! Boom! The two true emperors in front of Dandan vomited blood and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Dandan went for the burly old man. "So what if you have a hammer? Watch my hammer smash!" Dandan shouted and swung his fist at the old man. As his fist smashed down, cymbals filled the air. An enormous hammer was formed, one that was even larger than his opponent's. It smashed down with a loud bang. Boom! The two hammers collided, causing the space to tremble. The burly old man's arm exploded, and he retreated while vomiting blood. Save the young master. Chapter 2238. The true emperors from the Lan and Yen clans who were attacking Dandan seized the opportunity and appeared next to Blue Cloud and Yan Shi. They used their world force to grab the two and ran away. Many people were dumbfounded. Lan Yun and Yan Shi came in a domineering manner, and even brought along a true emperor powerhouse to kill Lu Ming. In the end, they had to flee in a sorry state. The speed of a true emperor was too fast. It was hard for Lu Ming to catch up with him. Lu Ming looked in another direction. Over there, Yuan Xian led the stellar river in a mad dash, not daring to stop at all. Humph! Lu Ming snorted coldly. He cast the 6-feathered divine wings and flapped them, chasing after Yuan Xian at lightning speed. Yuan Xian's speed couldn't compare to Lu Ming's, and Lu Ming caught up. "Damn it!" Yuan Xian roared. Xinghe was terrified. Lu Ming was determined to kill them. "Die!" Lu Ming said coldly and pointed with his finger. A huge finger blasted towards Yuan Xian. Chaos physique. Yuan Xian roared loudly, displaying the primal chaos divine body. His current primal chaos divine body was greatly different from back then. It had been improved, able to merge many types of natural laws, its power astonishing. Boom! He punched continuously, wanting to stop Lu Ming's attack. But the three of them weren't Lu Ming's match before. He was far from it alone. The giant finger crushed down, crushing Yuan Xian's fist force as easily as crushing dry leaves and smashing rotten wood. Yuan Xian's body shook violently and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Xinghe was also swept away by the aftershock and his injuries worsened. "Lu Ming, my master is a heavenly emperor," Hung Xinghe roared. He was really afraid that Lu Ming would kill him here. "What's the point of bringing up the mastermind?" Lu Ming sneered and stepped forward. He wanted to be the first to kill Xinghe. Xinghe resisted the pain of his injuries and retreated, unwilling to be killed just like that. Boom! But Lu Ming didn't give him a chance. He pointed with his finger and a sharp finger force pierced through the void and shot toward Xinghe's forehead. "No!" Xinghe shouted because he couldn't block it. He was going to be killed. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. This ray of light was like a shield. Lu Ming's finger force hit it, but it did not have any effect at all. Boom! Then, a large hand reached out from afar. The huge hand was extremely fast and the aura it exuded was extremely terrifying. Heavenly Emperor! Lu Ming was shocked. This giant hand exuded the pressure of the heavenly Tao. It was unbelievably powerful. "Master!" Xinghe shouted excitedly. His master had also come to Alcade Ancient City. He knew that he would be fine. However, that huge hand did not attack Lu Ming and the rest. With a grab, it grabbed Hengxing River and Yuan Xian, and then retreated rapidly, disappearing from sight. The people around them heaved a sigh of relief. The Heavenly Emperor's aura was too strong. Even though it was far away, it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. On the other side of Alcate Ancient City, in a huge luxurious courtyard, Xinghe and Yuan Xian appeared. In front of them, there was an old man in a gray robe standing with his hands behind his back. "Thank you for saving us, Master." Xinghe quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Senior." Yuan Xian also bowed. The old man in a gray robe nodded. "Master, you should have killed Lu Ming. That guy is too arrogant and doesn't put you in his eyes at all." Xinghe wanted to persuade the old man to kill Lu Ming. "Shut up." The old man shouted coldly. His eyes emitted a shocking light. The cold aura shook Xinghe's heart and made him break out in cold sweat. A dignified martial emperor was not a match for a quasi-emperor and was seriously injured. I was already thick-skinned enough to save him. You want me, a dignified heavenly emperor, to kill a junior because my disciple is no match for him? What will others think of me?" The old man in a gray robe said. His eyes became colder and colder. Xinghe's face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his face. Yuan Xian lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Although they were top geniuses, they were nothing in front of a heavenly emperor. They might not be able to step into the heavenly emperor realm in the future. Any heavenly emperor was a talented person. When they were young, they were not inferior to them. Therefore, they didn't have the slightest arrogance in front of a heavenly emperor. Also, do you think that if I really kill Lu Ming, the other heavenly emperors won't do anything? Now that the heavenly realm is facing a great enemy, there are some rules. Do you understand? The old man in a gray robe continued. This disciple knows his mistake. Xinghe nodded repeatedly. You have to settle the grudges between you. After this matter in Mount Eternal is over, go back and cultivate in seclusion. Don't come out until you become a true emperor. The old man in a gray robe instructed. Yes. Xinghe nodded. At the same time, his eyes flashed with cold light. Lu Ming, in the future, I will kill you with my own hands. If you can't become a true emperor, I don't believe that your combat strength will continue to increase. Xinghe roared in his heart. Yuan Xian's eyes flashed with cold light. He had the same thoughts as Xinghe. In the future, he would personally chop off Lu Ming's head and seize the Primal Chaos Scripture. The Primal Chaos Scripture is mine. Yuan Xian roared in his heart. The Heavenly Emperor's body is mine. Xinghe gritted his teeth. On the other side, Lu Ming also sighed. This time, he could have killed Yuan Xian and Xinghe. Unfortunately, Xinghe's master was in Alcate Ancient City and all his efforts were in vain. Lu Ming could also guess that the Heavenly Emperor would not lower himself to deal with a boundary emperor like him. It's okay. As long as you become a true emperor, dealing with these small fries will be a piece of cake. Dandan walked over and said with a smile. He knew very well that Lu Ming was able to comprehend many kinds of laws before becoming a true emperor. Once he became a true emperor, there would be an astonishing change. Well done, chirp chirp. Bubble jumped from Dandan's shoulder to Lu Ming's shoulder and hung on Lu Ming's body, rubbing against him. Let's continue to stroll. Lu Ming smiled. Everyone strolled around Alcate Ancient City again. At the same time, Lu Ming learned from Bubble that Long Chun, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others were still cultivating in seclusion and did not come here. After this battle, Lu Ming's name was completely spread. Before becoming a true emperor, he had already mastered many kinds of laws. Legend had it that he had mastered different kinds of supreme laws and defeated Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Yan Shi. Such combat strength was shocking. In the past, Lu Ming's name was only spread among a small group of sky prides. Now many people knew about it. However, there were also many people who did not believe it and held a skeptical attitude. They felt that the fact that he had mastered different kinds of supreme laws was too fake. They did not believe it. Since ancient times, no one had been able to master two different kinds of supreme laws. This was regarded as the truth. Now it was said that someone who had not become a true emperor could master different kinds of supreme laws. How could they believe it? Even those who had seen Lu Ming in action were skeptical. Chapter 2239. Lu Ming's name had become a topic of conversation for many people while waiting for Mount Eternal to ascend. The following days were relatively peaceful. Lu Ming and the others were cultivating in seclusion in their residence. As time passed, more and more people came to Alcate Ancient City. Almost every day, there were people trying to climb Mount Eternal. There were martial artists of all levels, from martial saints to heavenly emperors, but no one could climb Mount Eternal. Everyone could only wait patiently. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Mount Eternal suddenly emitted a bright light. At the same time, a bell rang and spread throughout Alcate Ancient City. Everyone was alarmed and flew out of their residences. There's movement in Mount Eternal. Can we enter? Let's go and take a look. Countless people flew into the sky and flew towards Mount Eternal. Lu Ming and the others also woke up from their cultivation and followed the Gu clan leader and the others to Mount Eternal. For a time, Mount Eternal was surrounded by people. It was truly a sea of people. No one knew how many people there were. The temptation of the indestructible ancient scripture was too strong. With the indestructible ancient scripture, it was almost equivalent to immortality. As long as one did not turn into ashes, one could recover no matter how serious one's injuries were. It was equivalent to having many more lives. With the indestructible ancient scripture, one could go to many dangerous forbidden places and obtain treasures. Their cultivation could also improve quickly. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an ancient scripture? Many heavenly emperors had rushed over. Even the heavenly emperors could not remain calm. Countless people surrounded Mount Eternal and waited nervously. At this moment, a figure appeared in Mount Eternal. A burly figure slowly walked out from the depths of Mount Eternal. Many people could not help but widen their eyes. There's someone in Mount Eternal. Could it be that the indestructible emperor is not dead? That's impossible. Many people were shocked, and some were skeptical. Soon, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a middle-aged man. No, it's a puppet. A heavenly emperor powerhouse opened his mouth, seeing through the situation. This middle-aged man was a puppet. So it's a puppet. It should have been left behind by the indestructible emperor. Many people's hearts stirred as their gazes gathered on the puppet. The puppet with the appearance of a middle-aged man spoke with a loud voice that echoed in the surroundings. By the will of the immortal martial monarch, the immortal ancient scripture is about to be reborn. These words made everyone's heart beat faster, and their eyes lit up. The indestructible ancient scripture was about to appear. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. However, the immortal monarch has ordered that if you want to obtain the immortal ancient scripture, you have to pass a test. The middle-aged puppet continued. Dare I ask, what kind of test do you need to go through? A heavenly emperor powerhouse asked. It's very simple. First, let's start with the celestial emperors. Those who become celestial emperors within 10,000 years, please step into Mount Eternal. After passing the test, you will be able to obtain the indestructible ancient scripture. You don't have to think about deceiving me. I have my own ways to know if you broke through to the heavenly emperor realm within 10,000 years. South Central Puppet said. What? To become a celestial emperor in 10,000 years? How is that possible? Immediately, those heavenly emperor realm characters could not remain calm anymore. The others were also speechless. Becoming a heavenly emperor within 10,000 years, this condition was also too difficult. After reaching the martial emperor realm, it was extremely difficult to raise one's cultivation base. Some who were not talented enough might go into seclusion for more than 10,000 years. For some, it might take more than 10,000 years to raise one's cultivation base. It might even take tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years. To become a celestial emperor within 10,000 years, this condition was too harsh. Looks like there isn't one. The middle-aged puppet sighed. Isn't this condition too harsh? Some celestial emperors were unwilling. This is the rule set by the sovereign. I have no right to change it. The middle-aged puppet said. Those celestial emperors sighed, very unwilling. Unfortunately, no one met the condition. Since there isn't one, then let's move on. Those who break through to the great emperor realm within 1,000 years can enter Mount Eternal for the test. The middle-aged puppet continued. Become a great emperor in 1,000 years? Those great emperor realm powerhouses also turned pale. Although becoming a great emperor in 1,000 years was not as exaggerated as becoming a celestial emperor in 10,000 years, and the difficulty was not that great, it was only relative. In essence, the difficulty was also astonishing. One by one, the great emperors looked at each other and finally shook their heads. No one could meet the condition. No one. Then let's move on. Those who become a true emperor in 100 years can enter Mount Eternal for the test. The middle-aged puppet continued. A true emperor in 100 years? Ha ha ha, isn't this tailor-made for me? Here I come. Dandan grinned from ear to ear, extremely excited. In a sense, Dandan had been reborn. This life was a new one. He had indeed become a true emperor in 100 years. In addition to Dandan, a few others also flew up. There were more than 10 of them. A lot of them became true emperors in 100 years. The 9 absolutes of the younger generation all became true emperors in 100 years. Some of the other geniuses are almost 100 years old. Look, there are at least 7 of the 9 absolutes. Someone on the side exclaimed. Lu Ming focused his gaze. True enough, among the dozen people, there were some who looked exceptionally young. They seemed to be in their 20s. There were both males and females. There were also some who looked to be in their 30s. These people had all become true emperors in 100 years. Lu Ming had learned that the 9 absolutes were the most outstanding geniuses of the younger generation in the heaven world. All of them had entered the true emperor realm. Countless people looked at them with envy. Being able to enter Mount Eternal meant that they had a chance of obtaining the indestructible ancient scripture. The group flew towards Mount Eternal. When they were close, the middle-aged puppet waved its hand, and a door of light appeared in the sky. You all can enter, the puppet said. Immediately, the group rushed into the door of light and disappeared. The test will take some time, wait patiently. Having said that, the puppet sat down cross-legged and closed its eyes to rest. The others waited quietly. More than 10 days passed, and the people who had entered still hadn't come out. Lu Ming took out an imperial weapon and sat on it, closing his eyes to comprehend the laws. Right now, he was only left with the law of life. Once he reached the first level, he would be able to break through to the martial emperor realm. Therefore, he had to seize the time. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this time, there was finally some movement in Mount Eternal. Mount Eternal emitted a bright light. After a slight tremor, more than 10 figures appeared outside Mount Eternal. They were the people who had entered Mount Eternal before. Everyone's eyes fell on them, full of anticipation. Did any of them obtain the indestructible ancient scripture? However, all of them were dejected and full of unwillingness. How is it? What's the situation inside? Many people began to ask. Chapter 2240. Dandan, what's going on inside? Did you get the indestructible ancient scripture? Lu Ming asked hurriedly. Don't ask me. I need some peace and quiet. Dandan pulled a long face, looking extremely depressed and unwilling. This guy must have failed. Chirp chirp. Bubbles mocked. Bullshit, how could I fail? Let me tell you, I'm the only one who succeeded, but that old guy Immortal Emperor is still holding a grudge, and won't give me the indestructible ancient scripture. I can't accept it. That old guy is so narrow-minded. Dandan shouted as if he had gone mad. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Guying, and the others stared at him. Dandan really succeeded? He passed the test. Could it be that he was bragging? The others naturally heard Dandan's words, but they all looked at Dandan with disdain. If he failed, so be it. How dare he brag as if he knew the Immortal Emperor? No one believed Dandan's words. Why didn't the Immortal Emperor give you the indestructible ancient scripture? Lu Ming asked. He really believed that Dandan had passed the test. Dandan was one of the top 10 battle beasts, the world divine turtle. He had fully recovered his memories and his combat power was shockingly high. If even Dandan couldn't pass, then no one could. That guy is narrow-minded and narrow-minded. Didn't I just take something from him in the past? Does he have to hold a grudge until now? Dandan was very unhappy and gritted his teeth. Took something from him? Lu Ming understood. This guy must have taken more than a few things. He must have offended the Immortal Emperor in the past. The others looked at him with disdain. This guy sounded like he was telling the truth. Wait, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and sent a voice transmission to Dandan. According to what you said, the immortal emperor is still alive. He's dead, he's dead. He holds grudges, that's just my guess. Otherwise, why wouldn't he give me the indestructible ancient scripture? Dandan pouted angrily. Dandan, what's the content of the test? Lu Ming asked. No one has obtained the indestructible ancient scripture. Now those who have become martial emperors under the age of 50, enter the examination. Quickly, the middle-aged puppet urged, as if it didn't want the people who had entered before to reveal too much about the situation inside. He became a martial emperor before the age of 50. Mulan's and the others' eyes lit up. Let's go, Guing said. At this moment, there were already figures flying towards Mount Eternal. Becoming a martial monarch within the age of 50? If I haven't become a martial monarch yet, doesn't that mean I can't enter? No, let's give it a try. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind, but he didn't think too much and flew over as well. There were many people who had become great emperors under the age of 50. There were at least 1,000 of them. Back then, during the Battle of the 10 Earths, there were 100 or 200 people in the primordial realm who had become great emperors under the age of 50. As for the heaven realm, whether it was the cultivation environment or cultivation resources, it was better than the primordial realm. The inheritance was more complete. Moreover, it had been more than 5 years since the Battle of the 10 Earths. Naturally, there were more people who had become great emperors. Therefore, there were many people who had become great emperors under the age of 50 in the heaven realm. This was only a portion of them. There must be people who hadn't come. Otherwise, there would be more. In the crowd, Lu Ming saw Xing Xinhe and Yuan Xian, as well as Blue Cloud, Yin Shi and the others. They also saw Lu Ming. Senior, this person hasn't become great emperor. He wants to fish in troubled waters and sneak in. Blue Cloud suddenly shouted at the middle-aged puppet. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. The middle-aged puppet looked at Lu Ming. Its eyes were bright as if it wanted to see through Lu Ming. Blue Cloud, Yin Shi, Xing Xinhe, and the others sneered. Lu Ming still wanted to sneak in? How was that possible? This time, he would definitely be punished by the middle-aged puppet. At this moment, the middle-aged puppet's eyes revealed a look of surprise. It seemed to be very surprised, then it nodded and said, his situation is special. He can go in. Ah. Blue Cloud, Yin Shi, and the others were dumbfounded. Damn it. Then they gritted their teeth. These idiots, chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out, gloating over their misfortune. Blue Cloud and the others' faces were ugly as they rushed into the light door. Lu Ming, Bubbles, Mulan's, Guingzhong, and the others also entered the light door one after another. The next moment, Lu Ming found that he appeared on a platform. At this moment, there were at least 100 people gathered on the platform. In front of the platform, there was a wide road that went up diagonally. Is this place inside Mount Eternal? Does this road lead to the top of the mountain? Lu Ming thought. Then he looked in other directions. He found that there were a total of 9 platforms. In the middle of the platforms was a pitch-black abyss that separated them from each other. Each platform had a wide road that went up diagonally. 9 platforms, 9 roads. On each platform, there were more than 100 people. Thousands of people were equally divided among the 9 platforms. Bubbles, Mulan's, and Guingzhong were all on Lu Ming's platform. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. It looked exactly like the middle-aged puppet from before, but it was obviously just a shadow. For the first assessment, as long as you set foot on this road and walk to the end of the road, you will pass. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. Whoosh. Whoosh. Immediately, some people rushed onto the road and rushed forward, afraid that someone would beat them to it if they were a step too slow. Boom. Boom. But just as these people rushed on the road, there was a rumbling sound. Above the road, thunderbolts appeared out of thin air, and continuously struck towards them. Bang. Some people couldn't resist and retreated while coughing up blood. Some people blocked the thunderbolts and continued to go up, but the thunderbolts continued to strike at them. This road is indeed not that simple. Let's go up. Lu Ming said, and the few of them rushed on the road. This road looked very old, but it was very wide. There was no problem for hundreds of people to walk side by side. When they stepped on the ancient road, thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and struck towards them. Lu Ming waved his hand and destroyed the thunderbolts that struck towards him. The power of this thunderbolt is very weak. Lu Ming was surprised. He found that the thunderbolts that struck towards him were not strong at all, and were easily blocked by him. At the same time, Bubbles, Guangzhong Mulins, and the others all blocked the thunderbolts. That's not right. It seems that people with different cultivation levels face different thunderbolts. This test is based on cultivation level. Lu Ming discovered a secret. Obviously, those with higher cultivation levels would not have an advantage here. The test here would adjust the power of the thunderbolts based on cultivation level. One would not be able to pass by relying on cultivation level. One had to rely on talent and combat strength that surpass one's level. No wonder the thunderbolts that struck Lu Ming were not powerful. It was because Lu Ming's cultivation level was not high to begin with. Chapter 2241. Lu Ming was naturally very relaxed. The lightning here did not pressure him at all. As for Bubble, it was a space-time spirit mouse, so it naturally did not feel any pressure. Lonely Shadow was heavy, but the top geniuses also did not feel any pressure. Mulins, who had inherited the legacy of a peerless expert, was also very strong. She also moved forward easily. But the others were not so relaxed. Many people were struck by the lightning until they vomited blood. Their bodies were charred black, and they had no choice but to retreat to the platform. Some people were unwilling, and wanted to step on the air and rush up, but they found that it was impossible. There was a powerful force suppressing them, making them unable to fly. Many people could only stop, knowing that the indestructible ancient scripture was not fated with them. Some stronger geniuses continued to move forward, especially those who controlled many types of laws. And even those who controlled the strongest laws, their speed was very fast, and they continued to move forward. Lu Ming, Bubble, and the other three moved forward at a uniform speed. The higher they went, the stronger the lightning became. Hiss! Lightning filled the sky, constantly striking Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by laws, setting up a defense. The lightning could not break through Lu Ming's defense at all. Bubble and the others also followed Lu Ming moving forward. With a scream, a young man was charred black by the lightning, and his body almost cracked. With a scream, his body was sent flying and fell on the platform, but he did not die. Here, at most, one would be seriously injured, and there would not be a situation of death. Every time they moved forward, someone would be sent flying. This ancient road was unknown how long it was. Lu Ming and the others walked for 3 days. And in 3 days, they were constantly bombarded by lightning. After 3 days, at least half of them were eliminated. After walking for 3 days, the lightning finally stopped. But before they could rejoice, when they continued to move forward, the temperature on the ancient road dropped sharply. Endless coldness drilled into their bodies, wanting to freeze them. As they continued to move forward, the coldness dropped even more, and the temperature dropped to an astonishing level. Some people could not resist, and their whole body was directly frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. Then, with a bang, this frozen person was sent flying. He was probably thrown off the platform. Gusts of cold wind blew, chilling to the bone. There were actually snowflakes falling from the sky. A young man screamed miserably as he was nearly cleaved in half by a snowflake. He was sent flying while vomiting blood. These snowflakes were sharper than the heavenly sabers. Every illusory snowflake was a powerful killing weapon. Everyone focused their attention to block the snowflakes. All sorts of attacks were launched, colliding with the snowflakes and creating clanging sounds. Some people couldn't withstand it and were blasted away. Others carried the snowflakes and continued forward. The further they went, the denser the snowflakes became. In the end, the sky was filled with flying snow, and its power was astonishing. Clang! Clang! Pieces of snowflakes landed on Lu Ming's defense law. They were like extremely sharp weapons that cut Lu Ming's defense law, emitting sounds of metal clashing against metal. At the same time, there was a bone-chilling cold that wanted to rush into Lu Ming's body, but it was blocked by Lu Ming's law power. There were fewer and fewer people who could make it here. Lu Ming discovered that the situation of the other 8 ancient roads was exactly the same as theirs. The tests they experienced were also the same. Just like that, after a few more days, they crossed this land of ice. However, what they faced was a land of fire. Ahead, the raging flames were astonishingly powerful. Every time they stepped into an area, the test they faced in the next area would become stronger. At this point, Mulan's became somewhat strenuous. After all, she had just become a martial emperor. Her comprehension of laws was slightly weaker, and she was already pushing it. As they continued forward, Mulan's face turned somewhat pale. "Senior Sister Mulan's, if you can't withstand it, don't force yourself," Lu Ming said. "It's fine. I can still endure." Mulan stubbornly raised her head and continued forward. Just like that, after a few more days, they crossed this area and arrived at a land of strong winds. The endless strong winds were like countless sharp weapons, cutting them. The power was even more astonishing. At this point, even Lu Ming had to be serious. As for Mulan's, she finally couldn't withstand it anymore. With a muffled groan, her body retreated. A few wounds were cut on her body by the strong winds, and blood flowed out. "Senior Sister Mulan's, don't force yourself," Lu Ming shouted. In this place, they couldn't help each other. They could only rely on themselves. Mulan's gritted her teeth and finally sighed. She took a step forward and leaped backward. This was equivalent to admitting defeat. A force appeared out of thin air and pulled Mulan's. Her figure disappeared. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and Guingzhong continued forward. This road was very long, as if there was no end. As they moved forward, they experienced all kinds of tests. There were places full of poison, places full of curses, and also mountains of swords and sabers. Nearly a month later, Guingzhong finally couldn't withstand it and was blasted away. Only a few people were left on this road. It was the same for the other roads. There weren't many people left. For example, Blue Cloud and Yanxi were eliminated. However, Lu Ming saw Yuan Xian and Tianming. They were still persevering. After a few more days, there were only 3 people left on Lu Ming's road. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and a beautiful woman. This woman's talent was also astonishingly high. The law she controlled was more than Guingzhong. Her mastery was more profound, which was why she could reach here. The other 8 roads were about the same. There were only a few people left on each road. The road has come to an end. Suddenly, the beautiful woman's eyes lit up. There was no road ahead. The ancient road had come to an end. Lu Ming's face also showed joy. At this time, a figure appeared again. "Congratulations to all of you for passing the first test. Next, it's the second test." After saying that, the ancient road in front of Lu Ming's group suddenly wriggled. Then 3 platforms appeared. 3 platforms, 1 for each person. It was the same for the other ancient roads. There were as many platforms as there were people. Choose a platform at will, and then place your palm on it, the figure said. Lu Ming and the others stepped forward, chose a platform at random, and then placed their palms on the platform. The platform was smooth and cold to the touch. Buzz. When their palms were placed on the platform emitted endless light. Endless runes appeared on it, following Lu Ming and the others' palms and enveloping their bodies. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming felt the world spinning. The surrounding environment changed, and he came to a void. In the void, there were rays of light shining. Then a ray of light suddenly rushed toward Lu Ming. It was like a sharp sword, slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly burst out his saint power, controlled the law, and slapped out. Boom. Chapter 2242. A ray of light flew towards Lu Ming, and was sent flying by Lu Ming's palm. However, the ray of light did not dissipate. After it was sent flying, it hovered in the distance and became even more radiant. This is the power of the law, and it's the law of chaos. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Whoosh! The ray of light that contained the law of chaos moved again. Like a flying sword, it crossed the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming manipulated the power of the law and was about to counterattack, but he was immediately shocked. In addition to this ray of light, there were other rays of light that rushed towards Lu Ming. Each ray of light was like a sword light and was extremely powerful. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The sword of death condensed in his hand. He circulated his saint force to the extreme, and slashed out 9 times in an instant. Clang! 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 The sword of death collided with the 9 rays of light. It was like a battle sword colliding with each other. Sparks flew and the sound of metal clashing was endless. The 9 rays of light were sent flying by Lu Ming. 9 laws, they correspond to my law. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He could see that the 9 rays of light represented 9 laws. They were exactly the same as the 9 laws that Lu Ming controlled. The 9 rays of light floated in the distance and became more and more radiant. Whoosh, whoosh. Then the 9 rays of light moved again. Their speed was even more astonishing than before. They came from 9 different directions and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's mind was highly focused. He used all 9 laws and surrounded his body. At the same time, the sword of death contained 7 laws. Whoosh. First, a ray of sword light stabbed towards Lu Ming from behind. It was a ray of sword light formed by the law of penetration. Its speed was extremely fast and exceeded the speed of a human's reaction. Lu Ming shouted and slashed behind him to block the ray of sword light. However, in other directions, the rays of sword light formed by the law attacked separately. They were like streams of light and were extremely fast. Lu Ming unleashed his 6 feathered divine wings and dodged with all his might. At the same time, he slashed out countless sword lights in all directions. Even so, the sword light still managed to slip through, breaking through Lu Ming's defenses and leaving a sword wound on Lu Ming's body. Blood flowed out, causing half of Lu Ming's body to go numb. Lu Ming hurriedly circulated the law of life, finally sealing the wound and healing it quickly. However, the attack of the nomological sword lights was far from over. It was just the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh. Rays of light crisscrossed. 9 kinds of dazzling law light constantly shot towards Lu Ming. Their speed was getting faster and faster, and they could even autonomously evolve into sword moves. The power was even more astonishing. Lu Ming tried his best to block and evade, but he still couldn't completely block the attack. More wounds appeared on his body. This won't do. My attacks are too scattered. I can't completely block them like this. I have to scatter the law. Lu Ming's mind raced. Then, with a thought, the 9 types of law he controlled scattered and flew out separately. They turned into 9 rays of light and flew towards the sword light formed by the 9 laws. However, Lu Ming controlled 9 types of law at the same time. His speed was clearly much slower than his opponents. Not only did he fail to block them, but he also suffered more attacks from the sword light. Lu Ming could only use his 6 feathered divine wings to dodge, but he was still cut by a few sword lights, causing blood to flow. This method is right. My control of the law is too rusty and I'm not proficient enough in using it. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to block it. Lu Ming dodged rapidly while continuing to control the law to block. In the beginning, Lu Ming couldn't block at all because he was too rusty in using the law. It was difficult for him to keep up with his opponent's speed. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more proficient in using the law. Finally, he could slowly keep up with his opponent's speed. 7 days later, more than half of the sword lights had been blocked by Lu Ming. After a month, Lu Ming would be able to block all the sword lights. Lu Ming felt that his use of the law had greatly increased. His understanding of each law had also deepened. For Lu Ming, there was no need to doubt the benefits. Now, the power of the hammer of primal chaos and the sword of death that he had created had greatly increased. Lu Ming reckoned that he had finally reached the small success stage. Furthermore, it would also be of great help to Lu Ming when he wanted to create new divine abilities in the future. This was because Lu Ming was more familiar with the use of the various laws and had a deeper understanding of each law. Naturally, he could combine new divine abilities according to different laws. However, at this moment, the law that attacked Lu Ming suddenly changed. It was no longer a single sword light. Some laws turned into true dragons, some laws turned into phoenixes, some laws turned into cheilants, some laws turned into golden-winged great rocks. 9 laws turned into 9 different divine beasts. Moreover, they were all top divine beasts that evolved different attacks. This way, it would be even more difficult for Lu Ming to deal with. This was because this was a more profound use of the laws. Lu Ming could not keep up, and could only be beaten passively. Immediately, he began to be injured again. Lu Ming began to try. He also evolved the 9 laws into different divine beasts to fight against the other party. However, this process was extremely difficult. It was even more difficult than before. Lu Ming did not give up, because he knew that this was the only way that would work. This time, it took even longer. After Lu Ming resisted the 9 laws for 2 months, Lu Ming finally succeeded. Roar! Roar! Lu Ming evolved the 9 laws into different divine beasts to fight against the other party's 9 laws and kill each other. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor. My life law has finally broken through. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. During this period of time, after constant resistance, his life law had finally broken through and reached the first level of perfection. The 9 laws that he had mastered had completely reached the limit of the first level. Moreover, he could use them with ease. Lu Ming felt that he could break through to the martial emperor realm at any time. This time, even if I don't get the indestructible ancient scripture, the harvest is already great enough. Lu Ming's smile became even wider. This time, the greatest harvest was not the breakthrough of the life law, but his use of the 9 laws had become stronger and his understanding of the laws had deepened. These were all invisible wealth that could not be seen now. However, in the future, Lu Ming's cultivation process would have a great effect. In the future, Lu Ming's cultivation would have fewer detours. It would also be of great help to him in creating his own special abilities. This was an invisible wealth. Buzz. At this moment, the surrounding void began to vibrate. The divine beasts formed by the 9 laws collapsed and disappeared. The void also shattered like a mirror. Lu Ming felt the world spinning. In the next moment, he found that he had returned to the ancient road. His palm was still on the platform. At this moment, the ancient road under Lu Ming's feet changed. Originally, this ancient road had already reached the end. Now it suddenly extended all the way to the front. Success. Chapter 2243. Originally, this path had already come to an end, but now, the ancient path continued to extend, indicating that he had succeeded. Brother Lu Ming, you've succeeded, chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out excitedly. Lu Ming glanced around and found that there was no platform in front of Bubbles and the beautiful woman. The platforms had disappeared. At this moment, there was a shocking aura coming from other directions. Lu Ming looked around and found that it was the young geniuses of the other 8 paths. These people were looking at Lu Ming and the others with fiery eyes. The platforms in front of them had disappeared, leaving only one platform in front of Lu Ming. Bubbles, what's going on? Did you all fail? Lu Ming asked. Yes, the others all failed half a month ago. Once they failed, the platforms disappeared. You're the only one who persisted until now. Bubbles explained. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was the only one who had succeeded. Bubbles, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. As for Bubble and the beautiful woman, they also followed him. However, when Bubbles and the beautiful woman stepped onto the new ancient path, they were blocked by an invisible force, unable to take a step forward. However, it didn't affect him at all. Brother Lu Ming, Bubbles can't go up, chirp chirp. Bubbles pouted and was very unhappy. Let me help you. Lu Ming walked back and wanted to pull Bubbles up, but he found that even he couldn't go up. Brother Lu Ming, you go up alone. Bubbles said. In the end, Lu Ming could only give up and walk towards the ancient path alone. The young geniuses of the other 8 paths all looked at Lu Ming. Some sighed, some were envious, and some were jealous. Lu Ming walked forward and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. My physical body and sacred power have improved by another level. As he walked, Lu Ming felt the changes in his body. Previously, when his life precept had reached the first level of complete mastery, it had tempered his body and saint energy. This was an ultimate precept, and its effect on the tempered body and saint energy was extremely shocking. His physical body had become stronger, and his saint energy had become denser and more condensed. Lu Ming's current saint energy, in terms of quality, was not inferior to the power of the world. In fact, it was even stronger. Lu Ming's battle prowess had undoubtedly increased a little. The rest of the road was very peaceful. Lu Ming quickened his pace. Soon he reached the end of the road. Up ahead, there was a huge and majestic palace. In front of the palace was a white jade plaza. In the air above the white jade square, there was a ball of light that was incomparably bright. What is this? Lu Ming's gaze was attracted by the ball of light. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and found that the core of the light was a small piece of glass-like fragment, sparkling and translucent. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the white jade square, the ball of light directly rushed toward Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming was shocked and instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The ball of light directly flew into Lu Ming's forehead and disappeared. Boom. At this moment, there was an additional fragment in Lu Ming's mind. This is the indestructible ancient scripture. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was because as long as his soul power approached this fragment, he would be able to sense some information. Bam! At this moment, this fragment suddenly exploded and turned into a burst of energy that merged with Lu Ming's soul. Then, a piece of information poured into Lu Ming's mind. It's really the indestructible ancient scripture. Lu Ming felt that the indestructible ancient scripture seemed to have merged with him. As long as he willed it, the indestructible ancient scripture would appear in his mind, and he would be able to comprehend it. This was very different from what Lu Ming had expected. Previously, Lu Ming thought that the indestructible ancient scripture would be a scripture or a jade talisman. He didn't expect that it would appear in such a form and directly enter his mind. Can I inscribe the indestructible ancient scripture? Thinking of this, a jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming wanted to inscribe the cultivation method of the indestructible ancient scripture into the jade talisman. However, when he wanted to inscribe it, he was at a loss. He didn't know where to start, and didn't know where to start. As long as he willed it, the cultivation method of the indestructible ancient scripture would appear in his mind. However, when he wanted to inscribe it, he couldn't grasp the charm. He felt that it was high up and he didn't know where to start. Lu Ming was stunned. At that instant, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the same figure that looked similar to the middle-aged puppet from before. Don't even think about inscribing it. Your cultivation is too weak. It's impossible. The middle-aged figure said. Senior, what's going on? Why is there only a seal? Lu Ming asked. Sai, it's already impressive that there's a seal here. Back then, my master was besieged by the outsiders and died. My master was unwilling to let the indestructible ancient scripture go to waste, so he used his final means to summon a heavenly Tao seal to bring the indestructible ancient scripture back. At the same time, he gave me some instructions. Then, his final consciousness disappeared, leaving behind only the indestructible ancient scripture. The middle-aged figure said. I see. Lu Ming came to a realization. At the same time, he felt a sense of sorrow. Even an unbeatable cultivator like the indestructible martial monarch had fallen, leaving only a heavenly Tao seal behind. He had no choice but to do so. If not for that, the indestructible martial monarch could have left behind a scripture or a jade talisman. That would have been a better way to pass on his legacy. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood why he couldn't inscribe the indestructible ancient scripture. The indestructible ancient scripture was contained in the heavenly Tao seal of the indestructible martial monarch. A heavenly emperor was in harmony with the heavenly Tao. This was too far away for Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't grasp it at all and couldn't inscribe it. Only when Lu Ming's cultivation was strong enough in the future could he inscribe the indestructible ancient scripture. All right, you've obtained the indestructible ancient scripture, and I've completed my mission. Now I'll send you out. After saying that, the middle-aged figure waved his hand. Lu Ming immediately felt a powerful force enveloping him. In the next moment, the void fluctuated and Lu Ming disappeared. He appeared outside the light gate outside Mount Eternal. At the same time, the youths in Mount Eternal also disappeared and appeared outside Mount Eternal. They're out. This time, they've been out for 3 whole months. I wonder if anyone has obtained the indestructible ancient scripture. Many people's eyes lit up as they glanced at the thousands of young geniuses who had entered. All right, my mission has been completed. From now on, in accordance with the will of the indestructible martial monarch, Mount Eternal will be buried in the endless void forever. The middle-aged puppet on Mount Eternal said, then turned around to leave. Fellow Taoist, please wait. Chapter 2244. An expert stepped out and called out to the middle-aged puppet. Someone recognized that this was a heavenly emperor realm expert. What's the matter? The middle-aged puppet stopped and asked. May I ask if the indestructible ancient scripture has appeared? The heavenly emperor asked. The indestructible ancient scripture has already found its successor. The middle-aged puppet left behind a sentence, then took a step out, his figure disappearing from Mount Eternal. Boom. Following that, the incomparably huge Mount Eternal shook, emitting a terrifying pressure. The void directly collapsed, revealing a pitch-black endless void. Rumble. The majestic Mount Eternal roared and began to move, flying into the endless dark void and disappearing. Then the cracked space healed and returned to its original state. Mount Eternal disappeared just like that. It would forever sink into the dark void. But at this moment, everyone did not have the time to lament the disappearance of Mount Eternal. Their attention was all focused on the middle-aged puppet's words. The indestructible ancient scripture had already found its successor. This meant that the indestructible ancient scripture had already been obtained by someone, and it was among these thousands of young geniuses. Everyone's gaze looked at these thousands of young geniuses, including those heavenly emperor realm experts. And those thousands of young geniuses were all sizing each other up. In the end, the gazes of more than a dozen young geniuses landed on Lu Ming. These dozen geniuses had all passed the first round of Mount Eternal's assessment, but they all failed the second round. They all saw that Lu Ming had passed the second round of assessment, and continued forward. If anyone had obtained the indestructible ancient scripture, then it must be Lu Ming. Some people's eyes revealed a strong sense of jealousy. Which one of you obtained the indestructible ancient scripture? Stand out. A heavenly emperor powerhouse spoke, a wisp of aura emanating from his body, like the heavenly Tao, representing this world, making people's hearts tremble. Lu Ming frowned, but did not speak. Who is it? Stand out. Another heavenly emperor stepped out. His eyes were like two stars, emitting a bright light, sweeping over Lu Ming and the rest. Your Majesty, I know who obtained the indestructible ancient scripture. Suddenly a young man spoke. Lu Ming looked over, and saw that it was a young man with a buzz cut. Oh, who is it? A celestial emperor asked. It's him, Lu Ming. The short-haired youth pointed at Lu Ming. What? It's him. There was an uproar at the scene. Many people didn't believe it. Lu Ming. Hadn't he not become a martial emperor yet? How could he have obtained the imperishable ancient scripture? What was going on? It's definitely him. Among all of us, he was the only one who managed to reach the end. If there's anyone who managed to obtain the indestructible ancient scripture, it would be him. Another young man said. Following this, a few other young men pointed out that Lu Ming had obtained the indestructible ancient scriptures. He actually got it, damn it. Blue Cloud, Yin Shi Hung Xinghe, and the others all revealed looks of jealousy. At the scene, almost everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, did you obtain the indestructible ancient scripture? Tell the truth, it's best not to lie. A celestial emperor looked at Lu Ming, his voice cold and aloof. It's the Lan family's celestial emperor. Nearby, someone whispered. Lu Ming's eyes moved. It seemed that this celestial emperor came from Blue Cloud's family. That's right, I obtained the indestructible ancient scripture. Lu Ming frowned, but in the end he still admitted it. After all, so many people saw him pass the second round, but he was the only one who reached the end. As long as they weren't stupid, they would know that the indestructible ancient scripture must have been obtained by him. It was useless to deny it, so it was better to admit it directly. Many people's eyes lit up. As for the Lan family's celestial emperor and some other celestial emperors, their eyes were incomparably bright, flashing with blazing flames. Now hand over the indestructible ancient scripture, the Lan family's celestial emperor said. His eyes were incomparably fiery, staring at Lu Ming. Logically speaking, it was difficult for a celestial emperor to have such fluctuations in his heart. However, the temptation of the indestructible ancient scripture was too strong. That was an ancient scripture that was famous in the heaven realm, the strongest ancient scripture to protect one's life. That's right, quickly take it out. Another celestial emperor also said coldly. They had a high and mighty appearance, their tone was cold and domineering, with an aggressive attitude, They wanted Lu Ming to hand over the ancient scripture. It was as if, once they opened their mouths, Lu Ming would have to do it. What kind of attitude is this? Dandan was unhappy and shouted, "This is Lu Ming's opportunity, it belongs to him. He can give it to whoever he wants?" The Lan family's celestial emperor glanced at Dandan coldly and said, "Ridiculous, the indestructible ancient scripture is a treasure of the heaven realm. How can he swallow it alone? If he hands it over, it will increase everyone's combat strength. This is beneficial to the entire heaven realm. So what if that's the case? After all, this was obtained by Lu Ming through his own efforts. It belongs to him. Asking others to take out their own treasure, is this your attitude? An aggressive look. Don't you know how to ask?" Dandan shouted. "Bold, what kind of person is the celestial emperor? Just ask him to take out an ancient scripture. Why is there a need to ask? Can he afford it?" Blue Cloud shouted. "He, the celestial emperor, is nothing great." Dandan curled his lips. "Bold, you dare to insult the celestial emperor. This is a capital offense." Blue Cloud roared. But Dandan curled his lips and directly ignored him. The Lan family's celestial emperor, as well as the other celestial emperors, swept a few cold glances at Dandan. With their eyesight, they could naturally see Dandan's original body. They did not say much and continued to look at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, hand over the indestructible ancient scripture." The Lan family's celestial emperor opened his mouth, still looking high and mighty, as if asking Lu Ming to hand it over was a matter of course. Dandan gritted his teeth in anger. "Seniors, if I can hand it over, I will definitely hand it over. Unfortunately, I can't hand it over at all." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Although he was angry in his heart, he understood that facing a celestial emperor powerhouse, he could only compromise and could not resist. Because the difference was too great, the other party could shatter his bones with a breath. Even if he had a celestial emperor's physical body, it was useless. "Can't hand it over? What do you mean?" The Lan family's celestial emperor and the other celestial emperors flashed a cold light in their eyes. Because when the immortal emperor was surrounded by the foreign races and his soul was scattered, he did not leave behind the indestructible ancient scripture at all. He only used a heavenly Tao imprint to carry the indestructible ancient scripture, and flew back to Mount Eternal. What I obtained was the immortal emperor's heavenly Tao imprint, but the heavenly Tao imprint is too mysterious. With my current cultivation, I can't inscribe the indestructible ancient scripture, so I can't hand it over. Lu Ming explained. "Nonsense, he's just spouting nonsense." Yanxi shouted. "Yes, he doesn't want to hand over the indestructible ancient scripture, and wants to keep it for himself, so he found such a ridiculous reason. He's too selfish." Blue Cloud also shouted. Chapter 2245. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Blue Cloud and Yanxi, then said, "If you don't believe me, I can project the scene at that time." After saying that, Lu Ming looked at Dandan and said, "Dandan, project the scene in my memory and let everyone see it clearly." "All right." Dandan came in front of Lu Ming, then pointed a finger at Lu Ming's glabella. Dandan was using the soul-searching technique, then projected the scene in Lu Ming's soul. This wasn't difficult. As long as Lu Ming didn't resist, anyone could do it. Soon Dandan waved his hand, and a scene appeared in the sky. This scene was the scene of Lu Ming at the White Jade Plaza in Mount Eternal. In the sky, the resplendent heavenly Tao imprint flew into Lu Ming's glabella. Then there was the scene that Lu Ming couldn't inscribe, as well as the middle-aged man's explanation. Everything was clear. Lu Ming didn't lie. How could this be? Damn it! Someone roared, revealing deep disappointment. The Lan family's heavenly emperor and the others were the same, incomparably disappointed. And Blue Cloud, Yanxi, and the others had ugly expressions. Unexpectedly, the truth was the same as what Lu Ming said. At this time Dandan finished, and the scene disappeared. "Everyone, this is the truth. I can't hand over the indestructible ancient scripture now," Lu Ming said. "If you can't hand it over, then we can only strip your soul and strip the indestructible ancient scripture out." At this time, the Lan family's heavenly emperor said coldly. These words made Lu Ming's pupils shrink. And Dandan and Bubble were even more furious. "Senior, This is too much. The heavenly Tao imprint has already fused into Lu Ming's soul. If it is forcefully stripped, Lu Ming's soul will definitely not be able to withstand it, and will be crippled as a result. The Gu family's family chief was finally unable to tolerate it any longer. The remaining small group of people couldn't bear it. But most of them had cold eyes. So what if I'm crippled? The Lan clan's heavenly emperor said coldly, he's a waste, he'll never be able to become a great emperor. It's a waste to keep the indestructible ancient scripture. Although it's impossible for everyone to see it, we can give it to a peerless genius. It's better than keeping it with him. Lan Cheng, as the heavenly emperor, aren't you ashamed of forcing a junior like this? At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Many people were greatly alarmed. Who was it that actually dared to speak to the Lan family's heavenly emperor like this? At this moment, ripples appeared in the void. With a chi-la sound, the void cracked open, and a figure stepped out from the spatial crack. This person looked to be around 30 years old. He was dressed in white and had a peerless charm. Seeing this person, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened, because he was too familiar with this person's appearance. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. This person was actually Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. He looked exactly the same as Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Lu Ming would never recognize him wrongly. After all, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's physical body was still in Lu Ming's hands. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu told him that he had once been seriously injured, and his soul was almost destroyed. He did not expect that he would be able to reconstruct his physical body. Later, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu left his stone body in the primordial realm, suppressed in the Lotus world. And Heavenly Emperor Hengyu himself came to the Heaven realm, and fought in the Heaven realm. Lu Ming did not expect to see Heavenly Emperor Hengyu here. Hengyu, it's you. The Lan family's Heavenly Emperor's face fell. It was indeed Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Of course it's me. Why? Are you unhappy to see me? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu smiled faintly. Hengyu, you want to stop me? The Lan family's Heavenly Emperor said coldly. Nonsense, this little guy was able to obtain the indestructible ancient scripture. That's his own opportunity. Even if he can inscribe it, he can give it to whoever he wants. What's more, he can't inscribe it now. You, a dignified Heavenly Emperor, actually want to strip the indestructible ancient scripture from his soul? What a joke! Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said, his voice full of anger. Hengyu, I'm thinking for the Heaven realm. Now that the Heaven realm is besieged by the foreign races, we're in imminent danger. I don't know when the foreign races will break through our defenses. Anything that can increase the strength of the Heaven realm cannot be missed. And Lu Ming, a crippled body, keeping the indestructible ancient scripture is a pure waste. Stripping the indestructible ancient scripture and giving it to another sky pride is the most beneficial for the Heaven realm. Hengyu, I know that you and Lu Ming came from the primordial realm, but at this time you can't be selfish. The Lan family's Heavenly Emperor said. Ha ha ha, selfish. Lan Cheng, who is the selfish one, everyone knows. Let me ask you, if you strip it away, who do you plan to give the indestructible ancient scripture to? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. You don't have to care about this. Heavenly Emperor Lan said. With me Hengyu here, let's see who can touch Lu Ming today. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said, incomparably domineering. Hengyu, do you think you can stop us all by yourself? Heavenly Emperor Lan said coldly, his body bursting with a terrifying aura. At the same time, a few other heavenly emperors were the same, staring at Heavenly Emperor Hengyu with unfriendly eyes. Among them was Xing He's master, the gray-robed elder. In addition, the Yan family's Heavenly Emperor was also among them. Do you really think we're easy to bully? At this time, a rough voice sounded. The void then split open, and two more figures walked out. A middle-aged burly man and an old man stood beside Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, both of them exuding a terrifying aura. They were both Heavenly Emperors. What? Your Heavenly Emperor of the primordial realm wants to rebel and betray the Heaven realm first? Heavenly Emperor Lan roared, somewhat fearful. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu and the other two Heavenly Emperors who came out later were both from the primordial realm, and their strength was very shocking and terrifying. Especially Heavenly Emperor Hengyu, The Lan family's heavenly emperor was very fearful. Ridiculous. The few of you can't represent the heaven realm. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu sneered. Then let's fight and see if you can protect Lu Ming. I really don't understand. What's the use of you protecting a crippled body? You don't see the big picture. Xinghe's master, the gray-robed elder, said coldly and stepped out, very domineering. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lu Ming laughed loudly, his laughter full of ridicule. Kid, what are you laughing at? The Lan family's heavenly emperor swept his cold gaze at Lu Ming. Now when they were talking to each other, Lu Ming actually dared to laugh so wantonly. This was disrespectful to them. I'm laughing at you all. Lu Ming pointed at the Lan family's heavenly emperor, the gray-robed elder, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, and the others. What? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually dared to laugh at the heavenly emperors. This was audacious and courting death. The Lan family's heavenly emperor, and the others revealed a cold light in their eyes. A terrifying aura erupted, but it was blocked by heavenly emperor Heng Yu and the others. Kid, you better make it clear. The Lan family's heavenly emperor said coldly. You all keep saying that it's a waste for the indestructible ancient scripture to stay with me. In my opinion, this is the funny thing. It's a waste for the indestructible ancient scripture to be given to others. Only by staying with me can it play its greatest role. Chapter 2246. The indestructible ancient scripture can only be maximized with me. It would be a waste to give it to others. Lu Ming's voice spread across the entire place, filled with strong confidence. Ridiculous, ridiculous, you're just a cripple. You'll never become an emperor. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Blue Cloud couldn't help but retort immediately, full of sarcasm. That's right, the indestructible ancient scripture. It's better to give it to any of us than to keep it with you. You're just a cripple. Do you understand? Yanxi also shouted. Cripple? Hee hee, losers, you're not even comparable to a cripple. I don't understand. How can you still have the face to shout in front of me? If I were you, I'd kill myself. What's the point of staying in this world? To embarrass myself? Lu Ming scolded. Yes, you're right. These guys were stripped naked by me and still have the face to come out and see others. I'm really impressed. I'm not even going to hang myself. I'm impressed by them. Dandan screamed. You Blue Cloud and Yanxi's faces were flushed red. They were so ashamed that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. You're sharp-tongued. Facts have proven that you're just a cripple. The Lan family's heavenly emperor said coldly. Alright, since that's the case, I'll challenge all of them here today. Whoever can defeat me will get the indestructible ancient scripture. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke, his gaze sweeping across the young supreme talents. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the supreme talents. How bold. Is he crazy? A few months ago, Lu Ming defeated Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Yanxi, showing their powerful combat strength. However, Yuan Xian, Blue Cloud, and Yanxi were only 4-star Void Emperors. However, the young supreme talents present were at least half of the Heaven Domain's supreme talents. Among them, there were 5-star Void Emperors, 6-star Void Emperors, and even 7-star Void Emperors. Although Lu Ming's battle prowess was strong, he was definitely not a match for these people, because the difference between them was too great. How arrogant. A young genius said coldly, wanting to immediately attack and teach Lu Ming a lesson. Alright, that's what you said. If you lose, we will extract the indestructible ancient scripture from you. Heng Yu, don't interfere. The Lan family's heavenly emperor said coldly. The indestructible ancient scripture was contained in the immortal monarch's heavenly Dao seal, and it had already fused with Lu Ming's soul. If it was forcefully removed, Lu Ming's soul would definitely be severely damaged, or even disintegrate. But the Lan family's heavenly emperor naturally would not go and consider this point. What did Lu Ming's life and death have to do with him? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu gave Lu Ming a glance, then nodded his head and said, Then do it like that. The matters of the young people, leave it to the young people to resolve themselves. Retreat. Following that, the Lan family's heavenly emperor spoke, and a wave of energy spread out. Everyone retreated, leaving enough space for Lu Ming. Who wants to fight first? Blue Cloud, Yanxi, aren't the two of you very arrogant? Come on. Lu Ming looked at Blue Cloud and Yanxi. The two of them looked even worse, but they knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. They would only be asking for a beating if they went up. Why would they go up? Arrogant, I will defeat you. A cold voice rang out, and a young man with short hair stepped out and arrived in front of Lu Ming. This was the young man who first pointed out that Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scripture. He was extremely jealous, and at the same time, extremely greedy. He wanted the indestructible ancient scripture for himself. Now that there was a chance, he naturally rushed out first. You came at the right time, Lu Ming said coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not know this person, but because of his greed, this person wanted to put Lu Ming in danger. How could Lu Ming not take revenge? It was a good opportunity to beat this person up. Bang! Lu Ming immediately made his move. He stepped into the void and rushed toward the young man with short hair like a cannonball. His speed was extremely fast. The young man with short hair snorted and retreated quickly. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. This was a figure clad in iron armor. He was more than 2 meters tall and held a huge iron sword in his hand. He slashed at Lu Ming. The sword chi whistled, and its power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming immediately threw out a palm, using 5 types of laws. Clang! Lu Ming's palm collided with the armored figure. The armored figure was sent flying by Lu Ming, and Lu Ming's attack was also blocked. This is an undead spirit. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The armored figure just now was not a living creature at all, because it did not have the slightest vitality. It was an undead spirit that was full of death aura. At this time, the young man with short hair continued to form seals, and 2 more armored figures more than 2 meters tall appeared in the air. They were all wearing iron armor and holding thick battle swords. These are puppets? No, they are summoned. This person has mastered the summoning laws and death laws. This is a kind of divine ability. Lu Ming's mind raced. In an instant, he figured out the crux of the matter. The young man with short hair had mastered several laws, including the death laws, which was one of the strongest laws. Combined with the summoning laws, he could summon undead spirits to fight. At this time, 3 undead spirits charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Their iron swords were flying across the sky with shocking power. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ming pointed 3 times in a row, and 3 finger forces blasted at the 3 armored figures, but they were all blocked. The 3 armored figures were sent flying, but Lu Ming's finger forces were also blocked. 5-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming could see that the young man with short hair was a 5-star Void Emperor, and had mastered 3 laws. This was because the undead spirits he summoned not only contained the death laws, but also other laws. The stronger the summoner's cultivation, the stronger the undead spirits that were summoned. The more laws they contained, the stronger they would be. Therefore, the combat power of these 3 undead spirits was very shocking. However, it was not over yet. The young man with short hair did not stop summoning. Figures kept flashing in the air, and in the end, 9 armored figures charged at Lu Ming. Humph, Lu Ming is going to lose. Blue Cloud sneered. The young man with short hair could continuously summon undead spirits, and he could exhaust Lu Ming to death. As long as Lu Ming was defeated, he would be stripped of the indestructible ancient scripture. At that time, his soul would be injured, and he would become an idiot or die. At the thought of this, he felt happy. With such strength, you want to challenge all the supreme talents? You are overestimating yourself. Yanxi also said coldly. At this time, the 9 armored figures had already arrived in front of Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming blasted out 9 palms in a row, fighting against the 9 armored figures. His body was forced to retreat. Lose for me. The young man with short hair looked excited. Is that all you have? Then it's over. At this time, Lu Ming said indifferently. A giant hammer appeared in his hand. The Hammer of Chaos. Chapter 2247. Lu Ming used the Hammer of Chaos, which contains 6 types of laws. Chaos, Array Doctrine, Tools Doctrine, Devour, Force Penetration. The 6 types of laws merged with each other, and the 6 different powers complemented each other, bursting out with shocking power. Boom! Lu Ming raised the Hammer of Chaos, and Saint Power flowed into it continuously, making the hammer of chaos bigger and bigger, and smash forward. Bam! An armored undead spirit was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, and was hit by the hammer of chaos. Its body exploded into pieces of armor, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Then Lu Ming smashed out with the hammer of chaos again. The second armored undead spirit followed in the footsteps of the previous one, and was smashed into pieces. The short-haired young man's face changed, and his hands moved even faster to form seals. The void rippled, as if it was connected to a mysterious world. Then, a roar was heard, and a huge creature appeared in the sky. It was a real dragon, or more accurately, a huge dragon skeleton, but it was covered in armor, and it emitted a strong aura of death. It was an undead dragon skeleton. Kill! The short-haired young man roared. This undead dragon skeleton was his strongest trump card at the moment. The remaining 9 armored undead spirits waved their battle swords, and charged toward Lu Ming. Roar! The dragon skeleton of the undead spirit roared. It stepped on the void and wriggled its body, charging toward Lu Ming. Break for me! Lu Ming's body glowed, and surging Saint Power flowed into the hammer of chaos. The hammer of chaos grew bigger, and finally, it became as big as a mountain and swept out. This time, 3 armored undead spirits were smashed into pieces by Lu Ming's hammer of chaos. Bam! Lu Ming stepped on the void, and the hammer of chaos continued to swing out. It was a complete suppression. Every time he smashed out, there would be an armored undead spirit that was smashed into pieces by Lu Ming. In a few breaths, all 9 armored undead spirits were smashed into pieces. At this moment, a huge dragon claw grabbed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the opportunity to swing the hammer of chaos at the dragon claw. With a loud explosion, the gigantic undead spirit dragon skeleton shuddered, and was forced to retreat. Lu Ming followed. Holding the hammer with both hands, he launched a torrential barrage of attacks. The battle prowess of the short-haired young man was very strong. He was a 5-star Void Emperor, and had mastered 3 types of laws. One of them was the most powerful, while the other 2 were King Dao laws. The strongest law was the law of death, while the other was the law of monarch, the law of summoning. Both of these laws had been cultivated to the 2nd level. In addition, he had also cultivated the law of corrosion to the 1st level of perfection. 3 types of laws combined to form a wondrous divine ability that could summon terrifying dead spirits. Their battle prowess was extremely strong. However, Lu Ming now had 9 types of precepts that had reached the 1st level of complete mastery. After being tempered by the 9 types of precepts, his body and Saint Power had reached an astonishing level. In addition, Lu Ming's current use of the laws had deepened greatly. Using the hammer of primal chaos that he had created himself, its power was even more astonishing than before. With 6 types of laws erupting, Lu Ming's strength was completely above the buzz-haired youth's. Boom! 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 The hammer of primal chaos continuously bombarded the undead skeletal dragon. The undead skeletal dragon was no match for it, and retreated continuously. Its huge body kept shaking, and even one of its dragon claws was blasted apart. Hold on! The buzz-haired youth roared. The power of the universe in his body kept surging into the undead skeletal dragon to strengthen its power. However, it was ultimately unnecessary. Boom! Lu Ming held the hammer of primal chaos with both hands. The hammer of primal chaos was like a small mountain as it slammed heavily into the undead skeletal dragon. The undead skeletal dragon shone brightly. The death chi mixed with the law of corrosion roared as it pounced toward Lu Ming. A few dragon claws continuously clawed out, and collided with the hammer of primal chaos. Bam! Crack! The dragon claws of the undead skeletal dragon exploded, and turned into broken bones that flew in all directions. Then the hammer of primal chaos vibrated and bombarded the skull of the undead skeletal dragon. The skull of the undead skeletal dragon was covered with a layer of thick metal armor. However, under the bombardment, the metal armor burst open. The skull of the undead skeletal dragon was covered with cracks like a spider web. Bam! Lu Ming leaped up and stepped on the skull of the undead skeletal dragon. With a stomp, the skull of the undead skeletal dragon exploded. Then the entire dragon skeletal dragon exploded. The buzz-haired youth's body shook violently. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his face turned pale. Swoosh! Lu Ming borrowed the momentum of the buzz-haired youth's stomp, and his body was like a swan. In an instant he pounced in front of the buzz-haired youth. The buzz-haired youth was shocked and wanted to admit defeat. However, Lu Ming did not give him the chance to do so. He slammed the hammer down on him. Plop! The buzz-haired youth was directly hit by the hammer. His body fell down like a meteorite and landed heavily on the ground. The ground rumbled and dust filled the air. A large pit was formed on the ground. The buzz-haired youth was lying in the pit like a dead dog. His body was bloodthirsty and he was twitching nonstop. This was after Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise he would have been smashed to death by Lu Ming. Trash like you still wants the indestructible ancient scripture. Isn't it a waste to give it to someone like you? Lu Ming said disdainfully. He looked at the Lan family's heavenly emperor, Lan Cheng, and his voice was full of mockery. Lan Cheng's face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just an ant. An ant dared to provoke him and ridicule him. He was too bold. However, there were so many people here. With his status as a heavenly emperor, he naturally could not take action. He could only suppress his anger and snort coldly. This guy is so strong. Blue Cloud, Yanxi Heng Xinghe, and Yuan Xian's eyes were gloomy. Tianming, who was dressed in white, stood in the void with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The others were also shocked. For many people, this was the first time they had seen Lu Ming take action. They could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. He was just an emperor to be. Not only could he fight against a martial emperor, but he also crossed so many small realms. The short-haired young man was a 5-star illusionary emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 5-star illusionary emperor. He was a top genius. With such a big gap, he was still defeated by Lu Ming. This was simply unheard of. It had never happened before in history. Regardless of whether Lu Ming could become an emperor or not, such combat strength had created history. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming looked around with a strong fighting spirit. I'll do it. Immediately a voice sounded. A black-robed young man with long hair stepped out. He was very fast, as if he was shuttling through the void. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared not far away from Lu Ming. It's Ming Sheng. He's going to take action. It is said that Ming Sheng has reached the 6-star illusionary emperor level. His comprehension of the laws is even more profound. This time, he will definitely defeat Lu Ming. That's right. Ming Sheng's core law is the space-time law. When combined with other laws, the divine skills evolved are unpredictable and his strength is unfathomable. Chapter 2248. Ming Sheng had black hair and was dressed in black. He was very handsome. He stood in the void, but his body was constantly changing as if he was not in this space-time. Space-time law. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. Space-time law was the most unpredictable and mysterious of all. It was one of the most difficult laws to deal with among the top 10 laws. If it was combined with other laws, the super skill that was formed would be very mysterious. Lu Ming was highly focused. He was very alert and did not dare to relax. Swoosh. Suddenly, Ming Sheng's figure moved. In a flash, he pounced on Lu Ming at lightning speed. However, halfway through his attack, Ming Sheng's body suddenly disappeared. Oh no! Lu Ming was taken aback. Without hesitation, the hammer of chaos swept toward the back. The huge hammer of chaos was as big as a mountain. It filled the sky and the void kept exploding. However, it did not hit Ming Sheng. He was not behind Lu Ming, but above Lu Ming's head. Boom! Ming Sheng took a step forward. A terrifying force penetrated the void and formed a terrifying killing force. It bombarded Lu Ming's head at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed the 6-feathered divine wings. A pair of transparent wings flapped, and his figure disappeared from the spot. He appeared 1,000 meters away and dodged Ming Sheng's attack. At the same time, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. Although the hammer of chaos was powerful, it was not fast. It was not suitable to deal with someone like Ming Sheng. Interesting. Let's compete in speed. Ming Sheng saw that Lu Ming had dodged his attack and sneered. His body flashed again and disappeared from the spot. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The 6-feathered wings flashed, and he also left the spot. The speed of the two was shockingly fast. They kept flashing in the void. Some of the weaker cultivators could not even see their movements. What a fast speed! Ming Sheng has mastered the space-time law. It is understandable that he is fast. Why is Lu Ming's speed so shocking? His divine ability is amazing. It can actually keep up with Shang Mingsheng's speed. Many of those with higher cultivations opened their eyes wide, carefully watching the scene, afraid that they would miss the slightest detail. The speed of the two was too fast, so fast that they disappeared. If one's cultivation was not high enough, one would not be able to see them at all, only an empty void. Lu Ming and Ming Sheng flashed through the air at an extremely fast speed. Within a few minutes, the two of them had flashed thousands of times, but they hadn't exchanged a single blow. Whoosh! Suddenly, Ming Sheng's figure appeared. He didn't move, and his face was gloomy. In terms of speed, his forte, he actually couldn't suppress Lu Ming. He felt a little embarrassed. Ming Sheng stopped, and so did Lu Ming. Speed is useless in front of me, Ming Sheng said coldly as a powerful aura emanated from his body. He is indeed a 6-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Ming Sheng's cultivation level was higher than that of the short-haired young man. He was a 6-star Empty Emperor. Mountain River Palm. Ming Sheng rushed to the sky and then slammed his palm down. An incomparably huge palm print was formed. As soon as the palm print appeared, it quickly evolved and finally turned into a world of mountains and rivers. One could see mountains and lakes inside. It was like a world, suppressing the entire void and pressing down on Lu Ming. The scene was extremely terrifying. In the face of such an attack, there was no way to dodge at all. One could only take it head-on. The Hammer of Chaos appeared in Lu Ming's hand again, and it grew rapidly. Lu Ming raised the Hammer of Chaos with both hands and swung it out, blasting it towards the world of mountains and rivers as if he was going to blow it up. Boom! There was an earth-shattering roar, and the world of mountains and rivers shook violently. However, the Hammer of Chaos in Lu Ming's hand shook even more violently. He felt an incomparably powerful force surging towards him. It was as if he was really going to shake a world. His body shook violently, and he retreated continuously. The blood in his body was surging. What a powerful force! This person has already mastered 4 types of laws, and 3 of them have already reached the 2nd level. Lu Ming took a deep breath and stabilized the surging blood in his body. The 2 of them exchanged a blow, and Lu Ming could feel Ming Sheng's strength. It was very shocking. His cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star Empty Emperor, and he had mastered 4 types of laws, one of which was the strongest and 3 of which were the laws of kings. Among them, the space-time law and 2 of the laws of kings had already reached the 2nd level. Moreover, this person's divine skill was made up of 4 types of laws, which was very shocking. Although some people had mastered many types of laws, such as someone who had mastered 5 types of laws, their divine skill was only made up of 3 types of laws, and they could not unleash the full power of their divine skill. For example, although Lu Ming had mastered 9 types of laws, his divine skill was not made up of 9 types of laws. It could be said that Ming Sheng's combat strength was very shocking. He was several times stronger than the young man with short hair. Not bad to be able to take a blow from me. Let's see how many blows you can take. 2nd palm of mountains and rivers. Ming Sheng said coldly. His body emitted a bright light, and he blasted out another palm. This time, 2 mountain river worlds were formed, and they pressed down on Lu Ming. The power was even more shocking. Come on! Lu Ming roared, and the power of his physical body was activated to the extreme. The rich and condensed saint power poured into the Hammer of Chaos, and the hammer smashed towards his opponent. There was another shocking roar, and the force rolled out. A figure was pushed back, and it was Lu Ming. This time he was still at a disadvantage, and he was pushed back. Again. Ming Sheng shouted, and he attacked continuously. This time, 3 worlds were formed, and they pressed down on Lu Ming. This time Lu Ming also unleashed his full power, and he displayed 7 types of laws. Chaos Devour, Force Penetration, Array Dao, Alchemy Dao, and Equipment Dao. Other than the death and life laws, which were not integrated, Lu Ming used all his strength. The power of the Hammer of Chaos was even more shocking, and it clashed with the mountain river worlds. This time, Lu Ming directly pierced through his opponent's mountain river worlds, and Ming Sheng was pushed back. Hiss hiss hiss. At the scene, there was a series of gasps. Lu Ming could actually fight with Ming Sheng, and even push him back. This was too terrifying. Ming Sheng had the cultivation of a 6-star Void Emperor. In addition, with Ming Sheng's talent, it was easy for him to defeat an ordinary 7-star Void Emperor. However, Lu Ming could push back Lu Ming. What did this mean? This meant that Lu Ming could also defeat an ordinary 7-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming was only a boundary emperor, but he could defeat an ordinary 7-star Void Emperor. This was equivalent to crossing an entire realm. Many people looked at each other. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard for them to believe that all this was true. I heard that Lu Ming also mastered 2 types of supreme laws. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know, mastering 2 types of supreme laws is too incredible. In my opinion, it might be true. Didn't you notice that he has already used 7 types of laws? This is already incredible. I wouldn't be surprised if he mastered another type of supreme law. However, even if he mastered 2 types of supreme laws, it won't have much effect on increasing his combat strength. This is because it's impossible for supreme laws to merge, and it's also impossible to construct divine powers. Chapter 2249. In all directions, countless spectators were discussing animatedly. Ming Sheng's face was extremely ugly. With his cultivation, it was absolutely embarrassing for him to be defeated by a boundary emperor. Quadruple Mountain River Palm. Ming Sheng roared, looking down from above. His palms continuously struck out. This time, there were 4 consecutive mountain river palm prints that blasted towards Lu Ming. Such power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming's face was also extremely solemn, feeling a terrifying pressure. He pushed his cultivation to the extreme. At the same time, he held the hammer of chaos in his right hand and gripped the void in his left hand. A battle sword was formed. It was the Sword of Death, also formed by 7 types of laws. The Law of Death. Lu Ming has really mastered 2 supreme laws. Someone exclaimed. Hearing about it was one thing, seeing it with their own eyes was another. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming display 2 supreme laws with their own eyes, the impact was too great for them. With such talent, it's a pity that he can't become an emperor. If he can become an emperor, how amazing would it be? Some heavenly emperors sighed. The Lan family's heavenly emperors, Yan family's heavenly emperors, and Xinghe's master looked a little gloomy. Break for me. Lu Ming held the hammer of chaos in one hand, and the sword of death in the other. He soared into the sky and charged towards his opponent. Boom! Boom! The hammer of chaos and the sword of death continuously blasted towards his opponent. The world was boiling, there were continuous explosions, and the void was constantly exploding. Bang! The opponent's first mountain river world collapsed in an instant, followed by the second, and then the third. In the end, there was a shocking roar as Lu Ming broke through the 4th mountain river world. However, Lu Ming himself was also blasted away by the terrifying force, flying tens of thousands of meters away. His blood and qi were in turmoil, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Ming Sheng was not in a good state either. His palm force was broken, and Lu Ming's terrifying attack power also rushed towards him, causing his figure to frantically retreat. This time they were evenly matched. Lu Ming's figure stopped, and the 6 feathers gallop flapped fiercely. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, drawing an arc in the air and charging towards Ming Sheng. 4th layer of mountains and rivers palm. Ming Sheng shouted, and once again used the quadruple mountains and rivers palm. The quadruple mountains and rivers world formed, and pressed down on Lu Ming. The 2 of them collided once again, and then quickly retreated. It's said that when the mountain river palm is cultivated to the highest level, one can cultivate the 9-layer world of mountains and rivers. It's extremely terrifying. Now it seems like Ming Sheng has only cultivated to the 4th layer. That's right, but the 4-layered mountains and rivers palm is absolutely amazing. I didn't expect Lu Ming to fight Ming Sheng to this extent. Some people sighed. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still felt that it was inconceivable. Lu Ming and Ming Sheng's battle prowess were on par. The 2 of them exchanged 10 moves in a row, and the outcome was still a draw. Ming Sheng's expression became uglier and uglier. Using the quadruple mountain river palm consumed a shocking amount of his power of the world. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on. No, I can't lose. How can I lose to a quasi-emperor? I must defeat him and obtain the imperishable ancient scripture. Ming Sheng roared in his heart. At this moment, Ming Sheng's aura grew even stronger. The power of the world within his body seemed as though it was about to combust. Ming Sheng was going to go all out. Many people had the same thought. Lu Ming's eyes also became serious. 5-layered mountains and rivers palm. Ming Sheng shouted, his long hair fluttering. His palm seemed to be pushing the world forward, slowly pushing it out. As his palm pushed out, layers of mountain river world formed one after another. In the end, a total of 5-layered mountains and rivers world were stacked together and blasted toward Lu Ming. With Ming Sheng's cultivation, it was impossible for him to use the 5-layered mountains and rivers world. If he forcibly used it now, he would suffer a backlash and be seriously injured. But now, in order to defeat Lu Ming, he could no longer care about that. Lose for me. Ming Sheng's eyes flashed with a sinister look. The 5-layered mountains and rivers world was much stronger than the 4-layered mountains and rivers world. This move was enough to completely crush Lu Ming and defeat Lu Ming. The imperishable ancient scripture was his. Ming Sheng roared in his heart. At this moment, Lu Ming stood quietly in the void without moving. The 5-layered mountains and rivers world enveloped the void and pressed down on Lu Ming. Under the 5-layered mountains and rivers world, Lu Ming's figure was as small as an ant. Lu Ming is going to lose in the end. Some people sighed. Previously, Lu Ming should have reached his limit. If he had reached his limit, he wouldn't be a match for this move. Only Dandan had a sneer on his face. He knew that Lu Ming still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Rumble. Heaven and earth roared and the void trembled. The 5-layered mountains and rivers world pressed down, getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his hands, holding the hammer of chaos in one hand and the sword of death in the other. Now Lu Ming actually put his hands together and merged the hammer of chaos and the sword of death. At the moment of merging, Lu Ming held the sword with both hands and a bright light burst out. Then a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. This long spear contained 8 types of laws: chaos, death, devour, force, penetration, array Dao, smithing Dao, and alchemy Dao. Infinite Dragon Spear. Lu Ming shouted. This was the name he gave to this move. It was the same name as a long spear he used in the early days. The long spear pierced through the void and a shocking spear light pierced through the void, stabbing towards the 5-layered mountains and rivers world. Bang! 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 The 5-layered mountains and rivers world exploded one after another. In an instant, the 5-layered mountains and rivers world completely collapsed, and a terrifying power surged towards Ming Sheng. Ming Sheng screamed and flew out. His body was almost torn apart. His face was pale and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He had barely used the 5-layered mountains and rivers world, and was already injured. Now he was swept by the aftermath of Lu Ming's 5-layered mountains and rivers world. His injuries were even more serious and he was extremely dispirited. At this moment, Lu Ming's arm was also covered with wounds and blood was flowing out. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. He circulated the life law, and the wounds on his arm quickly healed. It's much better than before. Lu Ming was delighted. Previously, when he was in the Gu family, he had merged the chaos law and the death law to form a divine power. The power that burst out was stronger and his injuries were more serious. But now it was much lighter. This was because his usage of laws in the eternal ancient city had improved a lot compared to before, and it was easier for him to fuse 2 supreme laws. In just a few breaths, the wounds on Lu Ming's arm had healed. This scene was witnessed by some powerful existences. That's the life law. A great emperor's eyes were wide open. His voice trembled and was full of disbelief. Oh my God, it's really the life law. This little guy not only mastered the chaos law and the death law, but he also mastered the life law. Some experts could not help but exclaim. Chapter 2250. The scene was in an uproar. There were shocked discussions, shouts and exclamations. Even the heavenly emperors found it difficult to maintain their calm, and were shocked. Oh my God, a boundary emperor, not only can he control many types of laws, but also 2 types of supreme laws. Now he actually controls 3 types of supreme laws. 3 types of supreme laws. How did he do it? Chaos and death laws are the main offensive laws, while life laws can heal the body. This is simply a perfect combination. If he can become an emperor, who can be his opponent at the same level? Even the most amazing genius since ancient times can't be his opponent. Many people roared, shocked beyond words. One person, controlling 2 types of supreme laws, was already shocking enough. Now he actually controlled 3 types of supreme laws. Chaos, death, life. This was simply a perfect combination. Impossible. Blue Cloud, Yin Shi Hung Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others shook their heads frantically. Their eyes were full of disbelief. They found it hard to believe that all of this was true, and it was also difficult to accept. Even if he controls more laws, what's the use? If he can't become an emperor, his combat strength is ultimately limited. In the future, I will definitely be able to suppress him. They roared in their hearts. They could only use this reason to comfort themselves. Otherwise, their martial arts hearts would be unstable. Ming Sheng's eyes also revealed a look of disbelief. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming's gaze fell on Ming Sheng, his fighting spirit soaring like a rainbow. In just a short while, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed, and his fighting spirit rose to the peak. At the same time, a large pile of origin stones appeared beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the devouring law, and a large pile of origin stones turned into origin qi and entered Lu Ming's body. The saint power that Lu Ming had just consumed was quickly recovering. What a freak! Many people sighed. Lu Ming's combination of laws was simply invincible, like a war machine. Ming Sheng was a little sad, shaking his head and retreating. He was already seriously injured, and it was impossible for him to be Lu Ming's opponent. Lan Cheng, what do you say now? Lu Ming's strength is obvious to all. Heavenly Emperor Hung Yu looked at Heavenly Emperor Lan Cheng. Humph, no matter how many laws you have mastered, no matter how strong your battle prowess is, what's the use if you can't become a martial emperor? His power is limited. Any true emperor can suppress him. Lan Cheng coldly snorted, his face still filled with disdain. He wanted to hold on to this point and not let go. If he can't become a martial monarch, everything is meaningless. Therefore, it's a waste to leave the indestructible ancient scripture with him. It needs to be taken away and given to stronger geniuses. Lan Cheng continued. Haha, what stronger heaven's pride. These people won't even be able to withstand a single blow. I'm invincible against those of the same level. Lu Ming laughed heartily. His arrogance was exposed, and he was brimming with confidence. He was invincible. Even in front of the Heavenly Emperor, it was the same. Many people were shocked. They looked at the young man in front of them and sighed. This young man was quite impressive. Regardless of whether it was his wisdom, determination, talent, or heart of martial arts, they were all top-notch. Unfortunately, fate was messing with him, preventing him from achieving the martial monarch realm. Once he became a martial emperor, he would probably shock the world. And, at this moment, Lu Ming continued to speak. His eyes were like stars as he stared at the Lan family's heavenly emperor and said, You've repeatedly said that I can't become a martial emperor. What makes you think that I can't become a martial emperor? What makes you think that I can't become a martial emperor? Many people were stunned by his words. Could it be that Lu Ming still thought that he could become a martial emperor? However, in the history of the heaven realm, there were people who had mastered many laws below the martial emperor realm, but none of them could become a martial emperor. No one was an exception. Later on, there was no lack of peerless experts who studied it and came to the conclusion that if one mastered many laws below the martial emperor realm, their path of martial arts would be broken, and they would never be able to become a martial emperor. Ha ha ha. Lan Cheng himself was stunned at first. Then he laughed out loud, full of mockery. Those below the martial emperor realm who have mastered many laws cannot become a martial emperor. This has been the truth since ancient times, and no one has been able to break it. You still want to become a martial emperor? How ridiculous. Who is the ridiculous one? Lu Ming immediately retorted, his eyes bright. In the primordial age, the heaven realm was full of the primordial cultivation system. At that time, no one thought that the cultivation system of the laws would appear. Later on, it was still created by people. It was unprecedented and led directly to the great Tao. The ancients couldn't do it, but it doesn't mean that the future generations can't do it. It doesn't mean that no one can do it. If you don't even understand this principle, you are a heavenly emperor in vain. Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the whole place, full of boundless heroism and unyieldingness, unyielding to fate. Many people were greatly touched. Indeed, if the ancients couldn't do it, would the future generations be unable to do it? Lan Cheng was speechless for a moment, and at the same time his heart was filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming dared to contradict him, putting him in a difficult position. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in public, he would have slapped Lu Ming to death. How dare you, Lu Ming, a junior, talk to the heavenly emperor like that? This is disrespect, and you deserve to be punished. At this moment, a cold voice sounded, and a young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a black iron armor, and his whole body was filled with a sharp aura. It's him, Yebing. He is known as the strongest void emperor of the younger generation in the heaven realm, Yebing. He is going to make his move. Immediately, someone recognized this young man. Disrespect? Ridiculous. Some people also need to have something worthy of respect. Those who are not worthy of respect, why should we respect them? Of course, there is an exception for those who deliberately flatter others. Lu Ming said faintly, with a double meaning. Firstly, he said that Lan Cheng was not worthy of respect. Secondly, he said that Yebing was just flattering others. Impudent, I will teach you how to behave. Yebing was furious, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Boom. Yebing directly made his move. He took a step forward and continued to close the distance between him and Lu Ming. At the same time, his palm glowed, and with a wave of his hand, a small black pagoda appeared. It grew rapidly, and suppressed Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This small pagoda was not an emperor weapon, nor was it a physical body. It was a kind of divine skill, condensed from the laws and the power of the realm. Lu Ming's hammer of chaos formed in his hand, and he threw it out. Dong. A dull roar sounded, and Lu Ming's body shook violently. He was forced to retreat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying power. Lu Ming's eyes were a little serious. From the other party's black pagoda, there was a shocking power that far exceeded Lu Ming's. 7-star Void Emperor, and at least 4 laws that have reached the 2nd level. After one move, Lu Ming could only roughly judge the other party's strength. Is that all you have? Let's see how many moves you can take. Yebing said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the giant pagoda suppressed Lu Ming again. At this moment, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand disappeared, and it was replaced by a long spear. A long spear that contained 8 laws. Buzz!